Well, we've been waiting a long time and it's finally here. Good afternoon and welcome to Loughborough. You're watching LSUTV and our live coverage of the Real Varsity event. And if you thought you'd seen student rugby at the highest level, forget Oxford, forget Cambridge. This is the real deal. Yeah, we've been looking forward today for quite a while now, and we're broadcasting live just outside the First 15 rugby pitch for the 4th annual meeting between these two arch rivals, Loughborough and Bath. And I'm glad to say I won't be experiencing this memorable occasion all on my own either. We're joined in the studio today by Loughborough Students Rugby Club hookers, past and present, in Tom Woolrich and Mike Wernahm, who will be offering their opinions and analysis on today's games. We've got about 3 hours to go before the men's game kick-off, set for 7:30. And the women's rugby precedes that, but this is what we've got coming up for you this evening. We've got the best of the action from the home of rugby as Loughborough took on UWE Hartpury in a battle for boosted glory. After that, we talked to coach Dave Morris and asked him his views before the showcase event. Previewing the women's game, the focus on their match preparations comes before the eventual matchup and the first part of this Real Varsity night. Looking forward to the men's game. I talked to 4 of the 5 home players in attendance the last time Loughborough hosted, while Captain Dan Falvey tells us how he'll be preparing to lead out his team. All before the final event, the men's Real Varsity, Loughborough versus Bath. Okay, well, it'll be an action-packed night, and as well as these guys in the studio, we've got hopefully a pitchside reporter in Scotty Reynolds who'll fill us in on enjoying us, how the punters are enjoying it down on the touchline. But in the meantime, there's one varsity half-time result that's already in today, and we'll have to bring you information from that. The inaugural Real Varsity futsal match was played earlier this evening in the Sir David Wallace Sports Hall, and at half-time, it's 2-1 to Bath. Fancy that. Well, we'll hopefully get a match report later from our guys at LCR. Guys, in the studio, contest's already begun. You excited? I most definitely am.
Yeah, definitely. Since the stands have been put up at the side of the pitch, there's been a real big buzz around the campus. So hopefully the boys and girls, will put on a really good performance and get things going the Loughborough way.
Absolutely. And Tom, if you don't mind us disclosing when you graduated from Loughborough, was it 2000?
Yeah, it was a few years ago now.
Right, okay, well, that would have been obviously a bit of time before the Real Varsity came into play. How's it for you coming back onto campus and seeing this sort of event being held?
Oh yeah, I love coming back. I come and see the coach Dave quite a bit, and this is just a great occasion for people. It used to be the Buildup final, used to be the culmination of the season, but this is just one other game that just really, it sets people's imaginations running right, really, and really gives the boys another great game to aim for and another great experience for them before they head off.
Absolutely. And one thing I will actually say thank you to is our counterparts at Bath CTV, who've given us footage for that opening preview, and it psyched me up. I don't know about you guys. Yeah. Watching that, I thought, okay, we've got a game on our hands. All right, but thanks. We'll come back to you guys a bit later. Okay, well, this time last week, Loughborough men's first 15 were doing what they do best, warming up for this game and an intense season finale. Joe Tyder reported on the Booster Championship final, Loughborough against UWE Hartpury at the home of rugby, Twickenham.
Twickenham, the home of English rugby. Loughborough have made it to the finals of the Booster Championships 2008. Was there any surprise there? Don't think so. This is like the practice really for the varsity. Some people say it's more important. I'm not so sure. Let's see how they get on. Coach loads of supporters from both universities turned out for the match, and Liz was on hand to catch the excitement before the game.
I found myself some very enthusiastic supporters. Boys, who were you supporting today?
Hartpury College, all the way.
All the way. And tell me, what's the preparation been like? Are the guys pumped up?
Beer, very lots of attention on rugby, and aiming to destroy Loughborough University.
Did you hear that? Aiming to destroy. These guys mean business. Here with Joe Monroe, Athletic Union President. Thank you very much for joining us, Joe.
It's an absolute pleasure.
So, who are you supporting today? Obviously Loughborough.
Obviously the mighty Loughborough, yes, certainly am.
And tell me a little bit, how much have you prepared for this game?
Well, me personally, I just managed to get myself down here. I mean, the boys that are playing have been doing, it's a whole season's work, isn't it? They've had a terrific season. They're a great bunch of guys, the strongest team Loughborough's had in a while.
Loughborough just come onto the pitch to limber up for the big final against UWE Hartpury, and they're just over there, they're just doing their drills and getting psyched up as well. If Loughborough win today, this will be the 28th time that they've won the Booster Championship since they started. That's an unbelievable record, and let's just hope Loughborough have got what it takes today to make it 28. Although Loughborough played rough, it wasn't enough to hold off Hartpury, who seemed an impressive offensive side. With many clearances from their own try line, Loughborough looked shaky. Hartpury, however, proved to be masters of the breakaway. It wasn't Loughborough's defence that let them down, but mistakes off the ball. The referee eventually awarded Hartpury a penalty kick after this. Loughborough was swift to counter though, with this try from Jamie Thompson. Hartpury's reply to this came swiftly, and at the midpoint of the first half, Henry Trindler intercepted the ball and made a valiant dash towards the try line. Loughborough struggled to hold him back and Trindle managed just to touch down. With the extra conversion points, this secured Huey Hartbury in the lead. And then Loughborough gave away their second penalty kick, which well-practised Tim Stevenson sailed over for a further 3 points. But in the dying minutes of this half, Loughborough gave an impressive show of explosive power and expert footwork, which Ian Kench concluded with a try. Okay, the first 40 minutes are over with. Loughborough are 1 point ahead. There's not much in it. It's 12-11. Let's see what the coaches have to say.
First half, it looks a bit unorganised. We seem to be, the nerves are getting to us a little bit. I think Loughborough are a pretty well-drilled side. It's just our mistakes that are costing us really. So,
the first 30 minutes a little bit wobbly, and then we start playing good defence. And the try we are a little bit narrow, but if you correct 2 or 3 mistakes, we're going to be okay.
2 minutes into the second half, and Huey Hartbury's number 18, Ross Kenwright, was sin-binned, giving Loughborough an opportunity to increase their lead by 3 points, with a penalty kick taken and scored by Pointer. With one man down, Huey Hartbury came right back with another try by Andrew Rose, retaking the lead 16-15. Stevenson, however, missed the crucial conversion which set the pace for a further 2 missed conversions from each side. A number of injuries and stoppages meant that the second half, however, slowed down in pace, with Huey Hartbury's number 22 being taken off with an injured left ankle. At 33 minutes, Huey Hartbury drove through the Loughborough defence at the 5-metre line to secure another try by Matt Gilbert. Stevenson successfully converted this try to increase his team's lead to 23-15. As the team's supporters sang opposing songs from the stands, tension increased as the game went into injury time. Loughborough had trouble getting the ball out of their own half as Hartbury dug in relentlessly. Hartbury held the ball in Loughborough's 22 until the final whistle blew at just over 50 minutes to crown them the champions for the second consecutive year. So the pride of Loughborough has undoubtedly been dented 23-15 defeat to Huey Hartbury. There's lessons to be learned. I'm sure the coaches are going to work out exactly what went wrong. Put it right for next Wednesday's match, the Real Varsity.
All right, guys. Well, not the perfect preparation for today's game. 23-15 to Hartbury in the end there. Mike, we were down there on the day. How did the guys feel straight after the game, do you know?
It was a massive loss. Emotionally, they were really down and upset. They just wanted to really thank all the fans that went down there and all the families that went to it. But obviously, fortunately for them, they've got this game in back up to try and get that one straight out of the way and get another win in underneath them.
Absolutely.
Underneath the belts.
A lot of people watching on, Tom, will think, okay, well, you're putting on the showcase as the Real Varsity event, the 2 best sporting universities against each other. Why aren't Hartbury out here and Bath are?
Right. Well, for me, it's just because they haven't got a futsal team, to be honest.
Let's be honest, yeah.
It's about full sporting programme, really. And Hartbury might be very good at rugby, but they haven't got the quality in all the other sports that Loughborough and Bath seem to play. So until they come up to that sort of standard, let's not get them involved in this conversation.
Yeah, well, I think that's a fair point. And obviously, the event of going down to Twickenham is such a fantastic day. It doesn't come round that often, but I know you, Tom, have had the opportunity to go down twice, once as a spectator and once as a player. How was it like getting out on the Twickenham pitch?
It's a fantastic experience. It's something you dream of as a young rugby player, really. I mean, the good thing about the guys this year that Mike's already alluded to is the fact that they've got this next game to make it right. When I played in 2000, we obviously lost, and it's a bit of a nightmare. The season sort of finished after that, but these guys have got this game to make sure they finish on an absolute high and really put all that negativity into a positive, and make it happen.
Too right. And there were some positives to come out of that. Who do you reckon was the players that really stood out and that we might want to be watching out for tonight?
Well, for me, from the forwards, I thought tighter prop Tom Erpins had a really good game. He started off scrummaging. He really bullied his opposite man around the park. He was getting big carries. He scored a try. although Ian Kench is trying to rob that one, but it was officially Tom Erpin's. From the backs, I'd have to say centre Giles Pryor, who's throughout the season has been absolutely unbelievable. In the game, he just showed he put his skill, his speed and power all into one big game, and he had an absolute blinder. Hopefully he can do the same again today.
And the boost actually coming out of that game, because he wasn't initially in the team sheet, was he?
Yeah, that's right. Because injury worries. It was the same again today. We've had a couple of boys who have had to have fitness tests. So I think from what I've heard, he's pulled through. Hopefully we'll get a good performance out of him.
Excellent. Okay, and now looking forward to the match that will come later on this evening. Bath, unfortunately, are still to win in 3 attempts. 4th time running over here at Loughborough. They'd love to do it, wouldn't they, Tom?
Well, I'm sure they would do, but I mean, everyone likes to upset the apple cart, but I'm really not thinking they're going to get anywhere close to us today. I think the boys are going to be that psyched up for it and that ready to do the business. I think Bath better be watching out, to be honest. The storm is brewing.
All right. Well, on that catchphrase, we'll keep an eye on that game later. Right, well, after the heady heights of a booster final and the devastation of losing on the biggest stage, you can't envy the feeling of those guys that received runners-up medals last week. One man has a responsibility of getting his players motivated and back on track. Dave Morris has been there and done it before. Will this time be any different?
He's Loughborough men's rugby first 15 coach with booster golds and wins over Bath to his name. This guy might just know a thing or two about the Real Varsity.
My name's Dave Morris. I'm the head rugby coach at the university.
For the players, it's massive in that, especially a home fixture, they can be on their own first 15 pitch, playing in front of their friends, playing in front of the rest of the student population, and be mini heroes for one night.
Thank you very much, everyone.
On an emotional level, the profile of this fixture makes it very special for the players.
Undergoing his assessment for the RFU Level 4 Coaching Award, Dave Morris's drive to reach the top level of coaching in his sport is apparent. He's certainly got the winning mentality.
We should be beating Bath, and although we're really proud of obviously to get 3 in a row, we see that as the norm. That's what we should be achieving. Obviously on the 30th of April, we can continue that run going.
Much to the displeasure of his opposite number, Bath coach Neil McCarthy, he ensured it was a hat-trick of wins for Loughborough in the 3rd annual Real Varsity match last year. A man always gracious in victory. So what of this year in front of a 4,000 strong home crowd?
We go about it the same way. We obviously, it might be something we touch on with the players about, how they're going to add that extra pressure. But as a player and as a coach, as soon as the whistle goes, you're pretty oblivious to the crowd anyway. You're just concentrated in on your job for the night.
And what about Bath?
Certainly, looking at their BUSA results in the Southern League, they haven't done as well as historically they might have done before. But the Bath will always have a habit of, they've got quite a few guys who play at Bath Rugby Club and Division 1 clubs, and I think they're going to be unearthing some of those players who haven't been playing for them in the BUSA campaign for the Varsity. So we're not really going to take too much notice of the results. So my job as a coach is obviously to make sure the players are confident but in no way complacent. Regard to style, anything that they bring, we have to adapt to that and deal with it. And I feel confident that we've got the players to make the decisions on the field and enough about our game to actually adapt to what they bring to the table.
No doubt the players look ready for the massive game, but what about the feelings of their coach?
I'm actually quite relaxed about it, and we had the guys back for a training week in the last week of the Easter holidays, and that went really, really well. You could just see the sort of the buzz and the enthusiasm in the boys starting to generate. It's who deals with that pressure on the day and manages to play with a little bit of ambition and also cutting out the mistakes. I think they're the guys who are going to come out winners at the end of the day.
So in such a long and hard season, how does a team maintain its motivation and focus?
All season we've very much had a one game at a time mentality. I think as soon as you start getting ahead of yourself, and I'm not talking about the next fixture, I'm talking about ahead of yourself in the next training session, etc., performance will dip. So yeah, it's all about what happens next and one game at a time.
And the secret to success?
I think just a week in, week out performance. We've actually performed consistently throughout the season, and that builds momentum. And hopefully we're a team that can adapt, and if we find ourselves down, we know we can fight back from that. If we find ourselves up, we know we don't get complacent.
With two curtain raisers to the men's game in the shape of the women's matchup and the Boost charity tag final, Dave is very happy about these two additions to the event.
I'm absolutely delighted with the whole structure of the day. Obviously, the women having a stage like that, playing on the first 15 pitch. There's girls in that side who, you know, their commitment, their professionalism to what they do is outstanding. The Boost project, which is a project where we send university students who we've developed as coaches into the local community, is just absolutely fabulous. It's really nice that we can put something back into the community. So for those kids to come down and play in front of a couple of thousand people as well is I talked about our guys feeling like mini heroes for the evening, but you know, for those kids it's just absolutely fantastic.
So with promotion to the National League, a Booster final at Twickenham and the Real Varsity match to cap it all off, what does Dave Morris have to say about his most successful season to date since he took charge at the rugby club?
If any of us sat down at the start of the season and said we'd achieved all that, you know, we'd have been absolutely delighted. But it's, as I say, it's just all about not thinking too far ahead. We've just got to think about our next training session, next game, and what will be what will be.
All right, Tom. Well, Dave looking pretty relaxed there as coach. He's already done one varsity win over Bath. You know him quite well. How do you reckon he's really feeling about this game?
Well, I think Dave's been focused on this one ever since the final whistle of the Twickenham final there. He definitely wants to end the season on a high, and I think he's really psyched up for this one. He's quite a focused individual at the best of times, and I think this one's really one that he really wants to finish on and finish the season with the league victory and with this one, another victory outside of that as well. And unfortunately, they've messed up on a couple, but let's make sure they take this one home.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, Mike, you're injured at the moment, so you can't play. But how's his reaction in the dressing room, and how do you think he'll be gearing up the guys before the game?
Yeah, to be honest, before we go out and play, Dave doesn't really say much. He says everything at training, and then he leaves it up to the captain and the boys themselves. I just think ahead of this game, Dave and the players know that Bath, in terms of Booster, got knocked out quite early and have not got much game time in them. Whereas we've had our Booster final last week. We've had the league Midlands one's only just finishing now, so we've got plenty of game time in us, so he knows that hopefully that should cut the little edge out ahead of him.
Fantastic, yeah, that's right. Bath still to come back to Twickenham since they lost out to Loughborough in 2006. Well, anyway, the women's match is coming up pretty soon, and we'll turn our attention straight onto that. Not long to go before they kick off, and the first meeting between these two in Real Varsity. Karina Stainer and Gabrielle Sampi kept an eye on how Loughborough geared up for this very crucial game.
The 4th annual Real Varsity event, Loughborough versus Bath. They're the biggest rivals in university sport.
The introduction of the women's match will make it that extra bit more real.
Forget the small numbers on the sideline. A massive 4,000 are set to watch this match, and Captain Ollie Paul is looking forward to leading her team out.
Having 4,000 people watching us is going to be an awesome, really exciting day for the girls because we don't get a chance to have a showcase. It's really good for the development of women's rugby as well because it gives us an opportunity to perform in front of everyone and show how much work we put in through the season.
And the season couldn't have started any more emphatically. 50-odd points put past another of Loughborough's bitter rivals, Birmingham. So the mood is good going into their encounter against the old enemy.
We're feeling confident, not complacent. I'm not going to say complacent because you never know, we've never seen them play before. But no, hopefully we've worked hard so we'll be able to finally click at the end of the season and run in a few tries.
We're pretty confident and we've got a really good squad, training and playing together, so fingers crossed we should win on the night. No need to cross your fingers when you can enlist the help of the England rugby coaching staff. The England A coach has recently been in training with Loughborough. No doubt he's seen it all, and he may also know the best way to beat Bath. It's really nice to actually play someone different because you tend to play the same teams over and over again. So having a bit of the unknown makes it a bit more exciting. The girls love the big occasion. We obviously, when we get to the Booster finals, we played at Twickenham before.
2 years ago, they reached the Booster finals at Twickenham, and a comparatively disappointing season 1 year on saw them knocked out in the quarter-finals. So why the below-par performance?
We just haven't performed at the end of the day and just haven't got through. I mean, like other unis have been much stronger this year, which has been quite unexpected. So we haven't been up the top of the league, which we usually are for the whole year. We could have just got knocked out of Booster and thought, yeah, that's our season done. But the Real Varsity match has given us something to look for, to train for, really.
And they'll deservedly run out under the lights of their home pitch, but it won't be the final season spectacle.
We're going for our third Booster Sevens title in a row, and potentially if we get through to semis there, we can go to the Euros in Rome in July, so that will be exciting, but obviously varsity is the next big thing, so that's the focus for the minute.
Chair of club, Leanne Ashworth, is content with the way her team is progressing and is also happy to be at the centre of the club breaking new ground.
It does make me very proud to be chair of the club when it's the first ever varsity.
But how is she feeling about playing in front of such a large crowd?
Yeah, it's going to be a bit surreal, I think, but it should be good.
So with training going to plan and a possible trip to Rome on the horizon and the odd England international at hand, Ollie and co are looking in good stead for the big game.
Booster may be out of the window,
but for Loughborough and Bath, this is the biggest match of the season.
It's the varsity match, it's the real deal.
Guys, it's really difficult to gauge how these women's matches are actually going to fare because they've never played each other well for a long while anyway. A few divisions below each other as well. Tom, how do you think they're going to fare out there today?
Well, obviously 3 divisions below is going to make a vast difference in the quality of players that are going to be going against each other, but it's a one-off game. You know, you can never really write people off in these sorts of things, even though rugby tends to the better teams.
Tom, I've actually had this in now that the players are coming out on the pitch. Thanks for your chat, but we're going to hand over to our commentators for the evening and get the Real Varsity underway. It's Dave Rogers and first Ben Croucher.
Thank you, Ore. Now Loughborough versus Bath, 2 of the biggest sporting rivalries in the country. Passion, pride and pure grit and determination are going to provide gripping entertainment over the next 70 minutes. Expect no imitations in this pulsating match of women's rugby. Alongside me today is Dave Rogers, our very own Jonathan Davis. Dave, what can we expect from these two sides today?
Good evening, great to be here. It is going to be a fantastic atmosphere. We've got a picture there and we can see the stands are already starting to fill up. The teams are out there. I think we can expect an absolutely gruelling encounter from the 2 proudest sporting universities in the country.
Yeah, we can see the crowds filling the stands at the back there. The banners are waving. What kind of an atmosphere is that going to create for the players? First time in front of a crowd like that.
Well, you'd expect that it's going to be a pretty partisan crowd in favour of Loughborough, but there are internationals, there are top standard club players in both sides, therefore they'll have played in front of big crowds. For the girls who've not done so, maybe we might see the nerves settling in early doors, but as soon as that whistle blows, they'll block that out and they'll just get on with the job.
And here we can see, Dave, the Loughborough women coming out to a rapturous applause. Absolutely fantastic to see there, the support in the stands, massive ovation. And there they come, Olivia Poor leading her troops well. Incredible atmosphere.
Absolutely. Well, ever since the stand was erected, there's been a huge buzz around campus. It's great for the girls. It's the first time that the Real Varsity has extended as far as women's rugby, and I think they're going to do everything they can to make sure that it maintains its place and becomes a permanent fixture in the Real Varsity calendar.
You can see here both teams locked in a huddle. I mean, what kind of focus does this kind of match take?
It takes a big focus. Everything's been said in the changing room. I think both captains will be saying everything we've said, everything we've done is nothing now unless we give it 100% on this pitch.
Now hopefully we'll be able to have a look at the team sheets. Loughborough University have made a few changes to what's in the programme notes, had a few changes in the forward lines. What do those last minute changes have an effect on the players?
Well, there's always uncertainty when changes are made, but the girls have been brought in and make sure that they give it 100% for their team.
Now you can see here, Loughborough are going to kick off this match by the looks of it. Referee in charge of this match is Mark Elliott, and you can see the players looking fired up. Bath have gone to their standard formation. Now kicking off the match for us should be Danny Knight, who's playing at fly half. Expecting a big game from her, Dave.
Oh, absolutely. She's had a great season. She will be looking to form up a quality half-back partnership with Charlene Barter, and we're underway.
Yeah, there we go. A great catch there to start with by the players. Driving down as Loughborough look to set up nicely.
Early doors, we can see the defensive line for Loughborough very much intact. I think that's going to be a key thing today.
They're driving them back. They're not letting them get out of their own half very easily there, Dave.
I think it's going to be a key thing. If Loughborough can maintain defensive pressure, then the crowd will come into play. Bath will start feeling that they're finding it difficult, and that's where Loughborough look to capitalise.
Well, you talked about the defensive pressure. You see there having to kick it away very early there from one of the backs. Not found a bad touch just inside the Loughborough half. The line-outs, what kind of role are they going to play in the match?
Set pieces are always key. I think what we saw there are Bath are looking to play territorial rugby. They've seen Loughborough assert themselves early doors, and now they want to do the same in midfield.
And the referee's blown that one up. The line out wasn't straight. We'll go down to a scrum down to Bath. Not the best of starts from Welly Clark there playing at hooker.
No, she won't be happy with that, but she'll have to put that to the back of her mind.
In terms of an early start like that, is it important to make a good start in these kind of matches?
It is, but if that's not the case, then I think it's very important that you put it to the back of your mind and just try and make sure the next one's spot on.
So we can see in the front line for Loughborough today, we have Meg Watton, Welly Clark and Laura Dreddy Eddy. The referee's just getting them settled there. The players are looking raring to go for this scrum. First one of the competition. It'd be interesting to see how it goes. And the ball's in. Number 8 for Bath there. Jenny Doyle's taking the ball out. Quick ball, which is very good to see straight early on. Crunching tackle there. Brilliant stuff from Bath. Keeping the turnover away from Loughborough. Kick there from fly half Jane Uden. Picked up inside their own 22. They're going to try. They're deciding to run it. I think touch might have been the better option there, Dave.
Yeah, but what we saw then was Loughborough really asserting.
Oh, that's a careless mistake straight on. It's a careless knock on there. Although the referee looks like he's given a penalty. Straight away, Bath not hanging about, trying to make their early domination in this match count. Very physical contest there. About 5 metres away from the Loughborough 22. And they trek the ball right across the line. They've got numbers on the outside there, Dave. Oh, what a cracking tackle that was.
Loughborough really have shown defensive awareness, and they've really dominated the collisions in midfield. Again, great cover defence. It looked like they were going to have the overlap, and an absolutely fantastic covering tackle there from Loughborough outside centre, Sophie Nicholas.
Yeah, cracking play there. Bath seems to have the numbers there. They just didn't get the ball over quickly enough. Loughborough put the pressure on and made the mistake. Brilliant defensive start there from Loughborough. Early mistakes being made as well.
Well, like we said previously, I think there's going to be a lot of nerves out there. The crowd are really getting behind the Loughborough girls. They've shown that they can make the hits in midfield, but they also seemed very nervous when they finally got their hands on the ball.
I think Loughborough will want to try and retain the ball in hand here, just to get a bit of early confidence with it. And you see Loughborough still have the ball. Coming back, the fly half looks like she's setting herself to clear it. And what's the referee giving here?
Knock on, Loughborough ball.
So a scrum down to Loughborough. You see the contest is being maintained very early on in the forwards here. Were we expecting that before the game, Dave?
Yeah, I think so, because if one pack can assert themselves over the other, that really will help set the platform for the outside backs later in the game.
Now, obviously a scrum in your own 22. For those people that aren't too sure of rugby, what's the main play that you want to do from here?
I think the team with the put-in this case Loughborough, will just look to clear their lines and set up in midfield.
And no sooner said than done. Loughborough clear their lines, being chased down hard there. Bath are running the ball, missed the tackle there. It looked like the number 15, Lucy Black there for Bath, doing very well, the fullback there. And have Loughborough turned this over? It looks like they have. Cracking play from Loughborough's defence. Now it's slow ball out. Who's going to have this? It looks like the forwards are setting themselves, but it's gone out wide. Good run there, cutting inside, brilliant play. Driving forward over the halfway line. Listen to the crowd, they're absolutely roaring. Loughborough's forwards are pushing them on. Scrum half, Jane Uden there. Sorry, Charlene Barter there. Jane Uden would be the Bath scrum half.
Loughborough have the penalty advantage here.
Rachel, can you get steady counter, zoom in more, fill the screen.
And good ball there, getting it out wide, passing it in hands and going through. Cracking tackle by the number 12 for Bath there, Sarah Holloway. Bath, RFC player as well. And a chip over the top. Are we going to chase that one down? Bath have recovered that nicely and look to run down the wing. That's a cracking run down the wing, left hand side. Good tackle. They're keeping the ball in the hand. They've held that up nicely. Scrum half Jay Newton. Oh, a careless knock on again. It's silly mistakes that are being made early on here.
Yeah, I think the girls are still very nervous. What we've seen early doors is that Bath seem to be dominant in the scrum. They're definitely getting the shove on a lighter Loughborough pack. However, in broken play, Loughborough seem like they could cut Bath to ribbons. It's really, this next 10 minutes is going to be important. If the Bath pack can continue to assert pressure on Loughborough, then I think their backs are going to find it very difficult to find the space that they potentially could do.
We saw a cracking challenge there earlier from Sarah Holloway. She's 22 years old and she's in her 4th season at Bath University. I'll be expecting a big game from her.
Absolutely. It's games like this, these cup final environments, where the experience really comes to the fore.
And the experience is something that Bath University do have among their ranks. They've got a lot of Bath RFC players, whereas Loughborough tends to be dominated by a lot of freshers and a lot of youth.
Yeah, you're right.
Getting a push on there far too early.
We can just see there, though, Bath really looking to put pressure on that Loughborough scrum. That's something that the Maroons are going to have to deal with if they're going to compete at these set pieces.
Yeah, I mean, what kind of pressure do you put on in the scrum? I mean, driving forward too early. What does that, if you're a front row for Loughborough?
Well, obviously, it's against the laws of the. Oh, and that's a penalty to Bath.
Interesting there.
Obviously, it is against the laws of the game. However, if you can assert that sort of pressure, then it really is going to make the tight five for your opposition struggle.
And Loughborough have turned that one over. Brilliant play. They're looking for quick ball. Great pick up there. Great hands by the number 14, Danny Allen. Fantastic play there. And they're looking to cut back inside, drive it through with their forwards, but Bath's defence looks resolute as always. Slow ball again. That's not the best pass from the scrum half there. Oh, a massive hit there from the forward. Carol Thomas there, the number 1 prop for Bath University. Cracking play, but it looks like... Is there a foul in there? Penalty been given. The referee making the decision. It looks like it's gone to Bath, is it?
I'm not sure. He's calling over the number 9, Charlene Barter. I think he's having a word. He's got the captain. Unfortunately, we don't have a ref link, so we're not sure what he said. But it's important that Loughborough don't give away these silly penalties and therefore territory in this match.
Here we see Kate Eddy, the number 10 for Bath University, looking to find a touch deep into the 22. And she's not found touch. That's a bad mistake there, Dave.
Absolutely criminal. If you don't find touch with your penalties, that's just gifting the ball back to the opposition.
Now Loughborough will be looking to clear their lines nice and early here. And they do that quite successfully. Getting it out early and finding a brilliant touch there. That was a fantastic clearance from inside their own 22 to over the Bath halfway line. That's the kind of defence that Loughborough have been used to all season.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll also be interesting to see how confidently Bath start with their line-outs, as we saw Loughborough hooker Welly Clark missing with her first throw. Let's see how Davina Montero's arrows are.
You see there, setting up with 6 women line out even. Going up early, that doesn't look straight, and the referee has called that. So early pressure on the line outs there.
Absolutely, we see both hookers obviously letting the nerves get to them. I think there must have been a line infringement there that we missed, as Bath seem to have a penalty. They really do seem to have had the brighter start.
They're using the ball very quickly. They're confident with running the ball in hand, not tempting to go for the territory. As you see, number 7 there, Izzy Knowles-Smith, driving over the Loughborough 10-metre line. Oh, nearly fumbling it, but a good kick forward there from Kate Eddy. Going in deep into the Loughborough 22. Has she found touch? We can't see from that angle. But it looks like Bath have cleared it out. Deep inside their own territory. This is going to be nervous time for Loughborough.
Absolutely. Really been a confident start from the Blue and Golds. We saw early doors that the Loughborough girls were trying to mix it up, trying to put a few big hits in midfield, but it's Bath that have been a lot more composed and in fact have had the best of the territory.
So about 9 minutes gone in this first half. Bath with the line out there, taking it well, but the referee looks like he's called it back for a not straight again. Trouble with the line outs. Is the wind playing a factor, do you think?
Yes, I do think the wind is playing a factor. It's interesting that we haven't had a complete line out yet. I think this is something that both sides are going to have to look to improve if they're going to assert any sort of pressure.
Interesting also to see that scrum half Charlene Barter deciding to go for the quick one as opposed to trying to find touch. It looks like Loughborough trying to play a running game as opposed to a territory game as well there, Dave.
I think it's important that Loughborough use their strength, and their strength is definitely their open play.
And you see, penalty to Loughborough. What was that for, Dave?
I think it was an infringement at the breakdown.
And you see,
Bath
quick
player
ball
with
again.
hands on.
Quick ball again. They're finding it wide. Mistake there from number 11, Joe Kirkby.
Big chance, but she did make a great cover tackle there.
And Bath retaining the ball very well, just inside Loughborough's 22. The crowd are absolutely going wild for Loughborough's defence. Quick ball again. This is good to see, running that look forward, and now he's knocked it on again. It's mistakes being made in this early period that seem to be setting the tone for this game. It's a very nerve-wracking encounter, playing in front of the crowd for the first time for many of these players. It looks like the nerves are hitting the players hard there.
Yeah, I do think so, but Loughborough are definitely making hard work of it. Bath are doing well to get the territory, but then they're making silly mistakes, letting Loughborough off the hook, and Loughborough really need to clear their lines here, start showing the Bath players what they can do other than defend.
You see Bath putting pressure on in the scrum there again, which is seems to be a recurring theme in these opening 10 minutes. Referee just trying to sort out the scrum so maybe we can get the play going here again. The Loughborough players setting a nice formation there. They look up for this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's about time that they dug in and showed the Bath forwards what they can do in return. Bath winning the collision there.
Trying to turn the scrum around from Bath there. Brilliant play. I think that's the number 7 there. Izzy Knowles-Smith, the Bath RFC player. Very experienced player is Izzy. She actually plays for Bath. Used to play for Columpton as well. And there's another mistake. Has that ball gone backwards? We're going over the line. Who's going to get hold of that one as it comes out? There's a maul in there. It looks like Loughborough has retained possession. Brilliant last gasp defence from Loughborough there. They're going to set up. They're going to need to clear their lines. I don't think their running game is going to help them there. And it looks like, is there a knock on there? Oh, terrible error there. Right in front of the post from Charlene Barter. Just the knock on. And as we go, scrum 5 metres right in front of their own posts. It's going to have to be some resolute defence here, Dave.
Absolutely. The game has been littered with handling errors, and right underneath your own sticks is not a place where you want to do such a thing.
Now we've seen the Bath scrum very solid so far. It looks like it's very good again as we come inside. The number 10 back out. Brilliant players. They drive over. Have they got the touchdown? Is it over? Who knows?
No, that'll be a scrum to Bath.
It was brilliant play from Kate Eddy there, taking the ball then, putting it back inside to Jenny Doyle, the number 8. Brilliant play by the forward, driving over, but resolute defence again from Loughborough, but they held her up well.
Absolutely. Great handling from the Bath forwards, but Loughborough doing well to get underneath.
Now you see here number 14, Liz Jones, on the outside.
Better scrum from Loughborough.
Definitely a lot better, but Bath look like they've retained possession, have they? Number 1 picking it up there, Carol Thomas, but brilliant defence from Loughborough, driving them back past the 5 metre line. They've got the ball out quickly. Good hands. Number 7 there, making a slight mistake. Izzy Knowles-Smith there. But Bath even have retained possession. Loughborough's defence looks strong. And they're forcing them backwards. The Bath are going nowhere here, Dave.
Absolutely. It seems as though Bath are on top at the moment, but if it stays this scrappy, I think with Loughborough's quicker backs, then it could benefit them in the long run.
And that's a mistake. Can they look to capitalise on that? They're getting quick ball out. Carol Thomas there doing a brilliant job again. But Loughborough gained possession. That's a brilliant defensive move from right in front of their own post with that 5 metre scrum. They've done well there, Dave.
Loughborough have absorbed the pressure, and it's really important that they clear their lines now.
13 minutes gone in the first half here. It's still Bath 0, Loughborough 0. The stands are starting to fill up for the men's match. Enjoying a cracking game of women's rugby so far. Very tense, but it looks like Bath have got the put into this scrum.
Yeah, once again, Loughborough failing to clear their lines after doing all the hard work. They really are making it difficult for themselves with constant infringements and handling errors. Let's see if Bath can turn some of this pressure into points.
It seems to be a big thing for this half that Bath playing a lot of the possession in Loughborough's half. I mean, they have to make that possession count.
Well, at some stage, they're going to get hit on the counter-attack. You can't continuously spend time in the opposition, because to be honest, aside from the one opportunity where they got over the line, Loughborough have dealt with them really well, and they don't look like scoring. If Loughborough's cover defence continues to go as well as it has done, Bath are really going to have to work hard to get over the whitewash.
I think we can see Thomas there for Bath. Looks like she's gone down with a slight injury. Seems to be holding her arm maybe, but it gives the chance of players to recover. It was a gripping first 13, 14 minutes there.
Absolutely. I think the Bath players looking to get on some service for their injured prop. I think the Bath players will be thinking much of the same. Let's stay here, let's stay in the 22, let's make them work hard to get out, let's force the mistake, let's get that penalty, let's get that try, and let's get in the lead. I think what Loughborough captain Olivia Poor will be doing is getting her girls and saying, look, we've defended our hearts out, we're doing well, we're covering our own line, let's clear our lines and let's build.
Yeah, indeed. I think we see Thomas has gone down. I think it's a nose injury actually for her. Thomas has played for Wales full women's team, Dave, and is also a bar manager and rugby player at the same time. But it looks like, has she come off or is she still on the pitch?
I think she's still on.
We might have got a replacement on, but she might still be on. Medical team doing wonders, as always. A lot tighter scrum from Loughborough there, but Bath looked pretty solid. Getting it out to number 10, Kate Eddy, who's releasing quick ball there, but another handling error. Number 14, Liz Jones, just staying out of that pack. Have Loughborough turned it over? Not quite. Jane Uden there, acting scrum half, but a knock-on from Bath there. More handling errors, handing Loughborough back the advantage. They have to make this pressure count.
Must be frustrating for the centres. Big looping passes from Kate Eddy. She's not really giving them the service that they require in such good positions in the field. This is a big opportunity now for Loughborough to finally clear their lines and start playing some rugby where they want to be playing it.
I think one thing that's been a key factor so far in this first half, Dave, obviously the handling errors, the mistakes are being made, but a lot of the ball's being kept in the forwards. Who's that going to favour?
Well, obviously in these scrummages, Bath have had the best of the early exchanges, but we see a much better scrum there from Loughborough.
Bath
if they
put
can
the
start
push on well there.
If they can start to assert their pressure in the scrums, then I really think they can do well.
Charlene Pony Barter there with a driving run over the halfway line. All from the scrum, so Loughborough have really improved that. Number 6, Hannah Balston, acting scrum half there, and another handling error, but it's gone backwards. They've kept possession. Jo Kirby picking the ball up there, gone back into the Loughborough half. This is where we want to be playing the game, Loughborough.
That's what we were saying though. Loughborough in the loose can do really well.
Charlene getting a bit aggressive. It's getting a bit heated there. Looks like the number
tasty.
8, Jenny Dawes,
Passion's
getting
boiling
involved.
over.
The crowd are absolutely loving to seeing a bit of fury. Charlene was actually hitting the opponent on the back there. I mean, is that allowed?
Well, you know, all rugby matches are prone to a few handbags, but I think the referee will just bring the captains in, calm them down. I don't think he'll bin her for this. Oh, he's reaching for his pocket.
Getting the card out, the sin binning.
10 minutes.
And it looks like Charlene is going to the sin bin for 10 minutes. That's going to be a crucial error in the halfback region there. The scrum half going off. Who then takes that place?
That's a big blow for the home team, particularly as they've just strengthened up the scrum and she made a fantastic break from the last one.
Seems like a bit of a careless error again.
We're going back to a replay. I think we're going to see the replay of the event
Incident
that
again.
occurred.
Here we can see Charlene just coming back from her break. Loughborough driving through, but I think there might have been some binding on the ground there.
Yeah,
trying
she
to get her
release
off.
the ball, lying on. Bit of ill discipline there. What we saw was the Bath player lying on. We would have had a penalty to Loughborough. Unfortunately, her ill discipline cost her team. It's important now that they carry on with their fantastic defence and try and fill the hole that'll be left by the number 9 as she's in the sin bin.
Now we can see Kate Eddy, the fly half for Bath. Another Bath RFC player as well. She's Bath Ladies player and coach, and she's also a senior strength and conditioning coach at the university and the rugby club. And has she found touch with this kick? Can't see from that angle. It looks like she has found touch with this. A lot better play deep into Loughborough 22. Nervous times again for them.
Big opportunity here. They've got the throw in at the line out. They're in the 22. They've got all the width of the field to play with. Let's see if they can make it count.
Now, can we see a proper line out for once? It looks a lot better.
Good ball, much better ball.
A lot better ball from the line out, and you see the forwards driving on.
Carol Thomas looking like a very strong ball carrier for the Blues.
Definitely playing there. Here's Jane Newden. Slow ball for Bath. They'll look to get this wide. Good angles there. Good. It looks like it's been turned over. Brilliant play from Loughborough. Again finding that quick ball released from it, but it's a knock-on by Loughborough. Brilliant play there, Joe. They've released the pressure.
Well, no, it's actually a knock-on off Loughborough, and we've got another Bath scrum, yet more for the Loughborough players to endure.
Well, what was pleasing to see there from the Bath point of view, a line out made successfully, and their forwards did really well to drive deep into the 22. Handling errors from the backs again costing them, but they've got away with it.
Well, Davinia Montero, the hooker, will get a lot of confidence from that. A good throw to the second jumper. Carol Thomas also, another good drive, and I think Bath are growing in confidence.
Davinia, of course, played in last year's competition between these two sides, and a brilliant tackle there. It looks like Loughborough have regained possession. Fantastic defence. Number 4, Jenny Floyd, getting involved in the ruck there.
More good turnover ball from Loughborough. They really have turned over well.
But again, the defence is on their own 22. The forwards are going to try and drive them out. Making quite good ground there, gaining about 5 metres outside their own 22. Looking to keep the ball in hand and run with it as opposed to try and find that territory. Do you think that's a good play there?
I think it's important that they continue to build pressure, but at the same time, they really need to get out of their own half. We haven't seen Loughborough attack yet.
It's been a fantastic start from Bath University here, defying all of the odds. The early season form had them down as underdogs for this match. Indeed, they lost 4 games in a row in November and December, finishing second bottom of the Western Conference Women's A booster, whereas Loughborough had a lot stronger season. And yet Bath are defying the odds with a fantastic start to this match. 20 minutes gone in the 4th annual varsity match between Loughborough and Bath. It's still 0-0. Cracking game so far.
Absolutely. We see Bath once again with a fantastic ball.
And you see Loughborough running the ball out again, defying the fact that they do have 14 women on the pitch.
Absolutely.
But they're playing very nicely. Misplaced pass there. Doing very well to recover there, the number 11, Jo Kirkby. But again, more handling errors, putting themselves under more pressure in their own 22. But they've retained the ball really well. I think they just need to clear their lines here. And they've done it. It's been charged down. It's gone out for a line out. That was absolutely brilliant play from the Bath forwards there, charging down that kick. And let's have another look at that charge down from the Bath forwards there.
We see there the balls come back very slowly. Second row and back row both putting great pressure on. Unfortunately for the Bath team, they didn't get the bounce of the ball on that occasion.
To be fair, do you think that was a bad move by Danny Knight? It looked like she was under a lot of pressure straight away.
She was, but Loughborough found it difficult to clear their lines the whole time. Maybe she needs to sit a little bit deeper, find that touch, and then regroup from a better position on the field.
And you see one of the Bath players has gone down injured again. Grueling contest. They're going to take some knocks in this game.
Well, we saw right from the very first tackle of the game that the impacts were definitely going to be out there.
Here we can see the Loughborough bench. Ludi Lacrosse there, one of the superstars of Loughborough's Superstars competition that happened in March this year. Available to see that on LSUTV.co.uk, of course. And the players looking up for that. Do the players have to stay constantly warmed up?
They do, but we can see here the Bath pack obviously plotting something. They're in there, they've got the huddle going, and they're really going to be looking to get some points on the board. Loughborough will be feeling pretty confident that they have taken everything that Bath can throw at them, and they'll just be looking to get out and sort of play some rugby of their own. What we did see, however, that they are struggling to clear their lines. Bath are playing the territory game very well, and if it wasn't for a few handling errors, they may have already taken the lead in this encounter.
And it looks like quite a bad shoulder injury there. I can't quite make out who that is. It's possible that it's Thomas again. I think she had the scrum cap on before.
I think she's been in the wars, but when you're taking on the sort of ball that she's taking on, you're always going to be putting yourself up for a knock.
Brave play from Bath University, typifying their first half performance so far, but it looks like quite a serious shoulder injury there. She doesn't look too mobile, but it does give the players a chance to regroup.
Absolutely, it's been an absolutely breakneck opening quarter of the game. All the collisions, all the run-in rugby, everything's been there that we need to see. Everyone will be looking to sort of improve the handling, and if Carol Thomas is in fact injured, then I think the Loughborough girls will be breathing a sigh of relief.
She's had a brilliant start to this game, of course, Carol, the Bath RFC player and university student.
Tell them
it's
stand
also
by
good
him
to
to
see
sort
just in the background there, the crowd starting to fill up. Obviously the food and the beers tent there, so tends to attracting a bit more action than the rugby at the minute. But it looks like Thomas is getting up. Bath players getting some tips from their coach there. And we might be getting back underway with this game very shortly. 21 minutes gone in the varsity match so far, still scoreless, but it's been all Bath so far.
Yeah, and I think that's something that Loughborough are definitely going to have to put a halt to.
What does Geraint Davis do? Obviously head coach for the women's team.
Well, what I think he's going to be doing is getting out there and trying to get his girls to get out of their own half at the moment. It's really frustrating from a coach's point of view when you just see your players not reaching their full potential because they spend the whole time tackling.
Would this have gone against his game plan, do you think?
Oh, definitely. He'll have been looking to really cut the backs loose early doors. But once again, we see loose ball, Loughborough not able to assert themselves.
Leanne Ashworth doing very well there to recover the ball. And indeed, the Loughborough defence is looking solid, if unspectacular. We've not really seen too much from the Loughborough back so far, but they have got a penalty.
Big penalty. We see once again the Loughborough back row have been absolutely fantastic in grafting and turning over ball. They really have been making up for the mistakes that the rest of the players have been making. Now's the opportunity Loughborough have been looking for. Clear your lines, go through a few sets.
I'm not doing anything, so I've been sent out.
Fly half Danny Knight there looking to find touch. She's not found too much ground there. I think she might have been looking to hit it a bit nearer the halfway line.
Perhaps so, but I think they'll be happy with that because it's just an opportunity to get their hands on the ball.
Big opportunity also here for, it doesn't look like it's Welly Clark actually taking this line out.
No, I think Danny Allen. No, that is Ollie.
Possibly Sarah Mullane. Anyway, good line out there. They've kept the ball. Now he's giving them a chance for the backs to run. Great pass there from Danny Knight as Loughborough look to break out of their own 22. The crowd are roaring as they come up to the 10-metre line. Brilliant break there from Loughborough.
Yeah, once again we see that it's Loughborough that look the most dangerous in the backs. Now if only their forwards can find some.
And here we go, Danny Allen storming down the right wing, but a crunching tackle from Jo North Lewis there of Bath. But brilliant break there at the Bath 10-metre line. Here we can see Loughborough when they get the ball in their backs. This is them making the time count, and down to 14 men, of course. 14 women, sorry.
Absolutely, we saw a fantastic break there, really finding the gaps in the backs, but what a fantastic cover tackle by the left winger, Jo North Lewis.
And you see, it's got down on the halfway line there.
No, knock-on advantage to Loughborough.
And you see they're driving the ball forward really well here, grinding out the territory, and you hear the crowd filling up in the background there, giving Loughborough some real support. Looks like Leanne Ashworth's filling in at acting scrum half with Barter being off for that sin bin.
Yeah, a little bit scrappy again from Loughborough. If they can keep it tight, they've shown that they can breach the Bath defence. I think the referee's bringing it back for the knock-on advantage, and it'll be Loughborough scrum.
In that kind of situation, obviously when you've got the maul down there, how easy is it to knock on the ball?
Oh, very easy. There's a lot of boots, a lot of bodies flying around, and I think it's really important. This is where the cool heads come into play. This is where you go for your experience. They'll be looking towards their captain, looking towards the back row, who've worked really hard so far in the first half, but this is a great opportunity with a lot of pitch to play with. Let's see how dangerous Loughborough can be.
It's also quite a crucial time because obviously Loughborough, without their scrum half, going to take one of their away from the backs, but it looks like Bath have been penalised there. Breaking forward over the 10-metre line, deep into Bath territory. Brilliant angles there, but a great covering tackle from Bath. Loughborough will look to recycle that ball quickly and get it out to their backs. They've got numbers out wide, looking, but it's slow ball. Bath have dug in well. Have they turned that over? And holding on to the ball there. Crucial error.
good work. Bath showing that they can also do the defensive work. Fantastic turnover there.
And you see, driving forward, were they penalised 10 metres though, Dave?
Yeah, I think there was a bit of back chat there, possibly from the captain, Paul.
Again, loose work from Loughborough. It's not been the best of starts. Ill discipline, obviously, with Charlene Barter being a sin bin for striking an opponent. And you see they're going deep into Loughborough territory again.
Yeah, I think Bath will be a little bit shell-shocked. Loughborough came at them pretty hard there, and now they'll be thinking, right, we're back where we want to be. Let's do the business.
The Bath line out. Looking solid, but it's gone to number 7 at the back there. Izzy Knowles-Smith driving forward into the 22. That's a brilliant run from Izzy there. And as we come, they're recycling the ball, getting it out to Kate Eddy, bringing it round to Holloway. Brilliant offload.
Ooh, big hit in midfield.
Crunching hit, and it looks like Loughborough might have an advantage here. They've recycled the ball's come out of the scrum. And they've got a penalty. Was that going in from the side there, Dave?
Was going in from the side. I'm not sure the Bath players are 10. No, the refs missed that. Loughborough, though, looking like they want to get on with it, looking like they realise that they've got the speed over Bath.
It's good to see with about 26 minutes gone in this first half. Loughborough just starting to find their legs. It's taken them a while, but you see when they get the ball out to the backs, the game's come to them.
Yeah, indeed. We've seen there Captain Ollie Poor taking the tap penalty, looking to go quick, looking that they are smaller and faster than Bath, and that they're willing to sort of try and go round them as opposed to through them.
Now, obviously, Loughborough women were the favourite here. We can see Charlene Barter coming back onto the pitch after their sin bin. Loughborough's most dominant period in the game has come with her off the pitch, so now with 15 women on the pitch, we'll be looking to get nice and strong from Loughborough again.
She'll be looking to impose herself, looking to get that 9-10 partnership with Danny Knight.
And that's nowhere near straight, and the referee has called that. Tough. You see the linesman's flag there, waving in the wind, maybe having a slight issue. Loughborough's season has been below par by their standards, finishing 3rd in the Premier North A, heavily losing to Leeds Carnegie 65-0, but then recovering nicely to finish 3rd, and in the Championships quarter-finals got knocked out again by Leeds Carnegie, this time only 10-0. So we've seen gradual improvement over the season from Loughborough.
Yeah, they said at the beginning of the season that it was going to be a rebuilding year for them, and they really look towards this Real Varsity encounter as the pinnacle. They'll probably be a little bit disappointed with the start, but they seem to be getting back into it now, and with Charlene back on from her sin bin, then they'll be looking to really stretch out.
Brilliant angles
Lovely
there.
Line.
Trying to break on, quick offload as they've gone backwards. Still playing here. 28 minutes gone. Number 12, Carrie Smith, driving the ball forward on the halfway line. This is where the game should be being played, Loughborough. It looks like one of the Bath players has gone down injured behind there. The game's still going on. As Loughborough will look to get the ball out wide. No, they've come inside again, driving over 5 metres short of the halfway line. But the quick ball again, getting the ball out to their backs. Knight, they're driving forward, handling mistake there from Danny Allen. Another one from Loughborough. She'll be disappointed that, but she's had a brilliant start to the game. Obviously that driving run earlier on.
Yeah, we saw there again Loughborough looking to move it early. They got the quick ball. The forwards are absolutely doing a fantastic job of that when given the opportunity, but both sides are being let down by handling errors at the moment.
But one thing to notice, in the last 10 minutes, Loughborough have been playing the game a lot more in Bath territory. So they're getting their foothold in the game after a brilliant start by Bath, who had a 5-metre scrum just in front of the line, but Loughborough's defence held out. Will they be looking to rue that decision, rue that time, do you think?
Looks as though the Maroons are growing in confidence, but Bath still looking to put the pressure on. Good kick there, turning the full-back, and a good chase by the number 12, Sarah Holloway.
Ali Wright did a brilliant job to cover there, but it looks like Loughborough looking to run the ball out of their own 22. Not quite the position to do the offload there. They're recovering back. But it looks like there's an advantage to Loughborough with the knock-on. Slow ball again, but they'll look to regroup, find the territory. And there's that foul touch. It's not but a handling error there from Jane Uden. And she's missed, 2 tackles have been missed there. I think one of those was Danny Knight, the fly half for Loughborough. but they've done well. Izzy Noel-Smith grinding out that ball there. Crucial for the forwards to get involved here.
Oh, always, yeah. It's really been the forwards that have been doing all the hard work so far. I'm not entirely sure whether the knock-on advantage happened there, but I thought there was a big high tackle came in that the referee missed.
Maybe we'll get a chance to look at that again sometime at half-time. One for Ore to look at, perhaps.
Oh, bit of off the ball.
There we see number
Vicky
3,
Heslop
Vicky
with an
Heslop.
absolutely rubbish punch.
We wouldn't expect anything more from the women's game, I don't think, Dave.
No, I think we might be able to see a replay of that, though. A little bit of replay of the violence. We've seen it boil over once already, with Charlene Barter being sent to the sin bin. However, Vicky Heslop getting away with a sly dig there, I think.
Tensions boiling over, perhaps. We've seen a few minutes of ill discipline. If we can have another look at this, perhaps. Referee talking to number 4. Let's have another look at this then. Maybe not.
No.
Oh, here we go. Here's the replay. You see Vicky
Yeah, a
Heslop.
bit of off the ball. She's getting driven over. Looks a
Bit
bit
of
like a
handbags.
sumo contest, and that was a pretty average punch.
I'm not impressed with that. Welly Clark there getting involved, but Loughborough will look to start getting the ball deep into Bath territory, but they haven't found touch. That's a crucial error, but the ball's bounced quite nicely. They're in the Bath 22 for the first time all game, and the crowd are really lifting them here.
Yeah, absolutely. The crowd have played a key part so far. I really think they came in as the 16th man, particularly when they were defending, and Loughborough really looking to build the pressure here.
Now this is where their defence will pay dividends, but it looks like it's a knock-on by Loughborough, so Bath will have to put into the scrum. But this is where Loughborough want to be playing the game, putting Bath under pressure in their own 22, playing the back of their own game for the first 20 minutes there, Dave.
Absolutely, and I think now they're in this 22-metre zone, they'll really look to put pressure on the kick, really look to build, and most importantly, really look to get on that score sheet.
And here we can see Charlene back in the scrum there, of course, after her sin binning. For those of you that are just joining us, Charlene Barter has been sin binned already in this game for striking an opponent in the maul, serving her 10 minutes time. Ironically, that was the best time that when Loughborough started to play their best rugby.
Yeah, Loughborough have started to impose themselves now. Bath looked a lot bigger and a lot more physical early on. Perhaps that will affect them fitness-wise, as they have started to look a little bit haggard.
Loose ball there from the scrum from Bath, and it looks like Loughborough have the advantage. Knock on again, more handling errors from Bath, but this time it's crucial. It's in their own 22. Loughborough strong. Now's the time that it needs to be firm. Now's the time that it needs to be resolute. Now's the time they need to get quick balls to their backs, find the space on the outside, and drive over for the opening score of this game. 0-0 between Loughborough University and Bath here at the first 15 pitch at Loughborough University, with about 5 minutes to go in the first half. Sorry, nearly 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, 0-0, but the game certainly hasn't been short of talking points. Aside from the handling errors, the standard's been fantastic and the competition's been really heated.
Here we see a break from Leanne Ashworth off the back of the scrum there. She's done brilliantly. Bath don't look like they've got numbers on the open side there as Loughborough get quick ball out. Brilliant hands there from Loughborough. Number 10, Danny Knight driving through. Has she got the pace? She's going over for the opening score of the game. What a cracking move from Loughborough from their own scrum. Brilliant play. The crowd are going absolutely ballistic in the stands. What a fantastic move. Danny Knight going over there for a brilliant score, Dave.
We saw it would come. Danny Knight there, great looping run. We saw number 13, Sophie Nicholas, hit the gap there. I think the Bath players will be very angry. They might think it's crossing. However, she carried on her run and I don't think she caused any obstruction. Danny Knight will be over the moon. She really sold in the dummy there. 5-0 to the Maroons.
Hopefully we can get another look at that replay there. Brilliant play from Danny Knight. The sidestep on the line seemed to throw the full-back Lucy Black there by the looks of it. But the crucial thing was the angles there, Dave.
Oh, absolutely. We saw the dummy runners. She absolutely sold the Bath defensive line right up the river there, and this is a great chance to open up a 7-0 lead.
Now right on the deadline of half-time. Crucial time to score the game. Bath have had the upper hand for a large percentage of this first half, but it's Loughborough that look like they're going to come out on top. Charlene Barter setting herself for this conversion. Crowd are going silent for the kick. And ball goes there. What a cracking conversion by Charlene Barter. 7-0 Loughborough lead.
That'll settle her nerves as well. We've said it right from the beginning. When the Loughborough backs have had the ball, they've looked dangerous. The forwards have done their fair share of graft, and now they've really started to sort of get on top in this. Bath will be looking to get their territory back. They'll be looking to start to dominate proceedings like they were early on, and now of course they need that score to get themselves level.
Now not long to go in the first half, just a few seconds left. Not the best of kicks off there, but it seems to cause some confusion in the Loughborough defence. Not a knock on there, it hit the player on the knee.
No.
Or is he giving it?
He's given a knock on.
It looked like that hit the knee there, Dave.
Yeah, it did do, but the referee's decision is always final in these encounters.
Going into the last few seconds of the first half here at the first 15 pitch at Loughborough University for the 4th annual varsity match. Loughborough leading 7-0. Brilliant try from Danny Knight, converted by Charlene Barter. Good ball from the Bath scrum there. They're looking to get numbers. Good angle, but resolute Loughborough. What a massive hit there. The crowd loved that.
Plenty of pepper in that tackle from the Maroons.
The confidence is definitely on Loughborough's side. Bath are going to have to dig in deep. Eddie kicking the ball forward, but a good confident catch. And they'll look to get quick ball out of this move. And now a good break. Barter there driving through. She's got through one tackle up to the halfway line, just being held short. Brilliant break again by Barter. She's done a couple of those now.
She finds the gaps very well. I think as we come towards the end of the half, Loughborough will be happy. I think Geraint, the coach, will be over the moon with the way they defended and the way they bounced back after Bath had a lot of the early exchanges. I really think Loughborough will be going into half-time the happier side.
Looks like the early mistakes are starting to creep back into this game at the end of the half. Another handling error. But Loughborough's scrum has improved a lot during the game.
Yeah, it's tightened up. I think as we're approaching half-time, both teams will be breathing a little bit, and I think this scrum here will be a good indicator as to how the set piece will go in the second half.
There we can see in the background the crowds starting to fill up, really enjoying this contest between two of the fiercest rivals in British university sport. And good play from this Bath scrum again. Good hands from number 10, Kate Eddy there, but a bruising tackle, cracking stuff, driving them back over their own
advantage
halfway line. But it looks like it's been a knock on. Referee playing advantage, seeing if anything comes from it, but nothing's come.
Leanne Ashworth, the women's rugby chair, with a knock on there, just looking to get a cheeky steal. Unfortunately, it didn't come off for her that time.
One thing that's really impressed so far in this game has been Charlene Barter, a Canadian player, of course, one of our foreign imports. She's just returned back from the training camp for this match.
Yeah, aside from a moment of madness, she really has been one of the differences. Sniping around that ruck area, she's absolutely deadly.
One thing that's also interesting to notice, she does have her own socks. She's got such small feet, she wears her own socks. However, for the first time today, she will be wearing the Loughborough colours.
Oh, fantastic. We saw there the Loughborough scrum absolutely annihilating the Bath scrum. They're not going to be happy with that, as that was one of the ways in which they were inflicting so much damage on the Loughborough team early on in the match.
Coming into the closing seconds of the half now, of course, Loughborough will be looking to keep it tight, not concede any points. But from the looks of it, they look like their best form of defence is attack.
Yeah, lovely line again there from Sophie Nicholas. If Loughborough could get another score before half-time, that would really, really make them happy when the whistle went.
Just coming up to the Bath 10-metre line, it looks like they've turned it over. Brilliant play from Bath there. Their defences look pretty solid, apart from the one lapse in concentration. Brilliant break by Danny Knight to get the try there, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. The Bath forwards really have worked hard, as have the Loughborough pack. It's been the back rows that have been doing most of
what
the
a
ground.
fantastic hit there on number 4, Jenny Floyd. Brilliant strike. Stopped her in her tracks after that quick penalty.
Yeah, that's Ollie Poor, the captain, really leading by example. And I think they've turned it over.
There's a lot of players in that, but they have turned it over. Brilliant play from Loughborough again. Charlene Barter passing it to Knight with the hand off there. 5 metres inside their own half. Look like they're driving it forward really well. Looks like the legs are starting to get a little heavy at the end of this first half. They were looking for the break to come. Brilliant tackle there, though. Fantastic to see. Lovely close-up shot we've got there of this maul.
Yeah, Loughborough a little bit guilty of not clearing their lines early enough, particularly as we're coming so close to the half now.
Big hit again by Davinia Montero there. And will they look to get this one wide? Good hands from Loughborough. Passing it across their back line, but it's been turned over, has it? It looks like a knock-on from Loughborough. Handling errors again. 5 metres inside their own half with seconds to go in this match. In this half even. And has she found touch with that kick? Danny Allen recovering there, deciding to run it. And again, another handling error from Allen. We've seen a few of those. She had a good break in the first half, but since then it's been littered with mistakes.
Yeah, I think both teams have been guilty of the handling errors. Must be frustrating when you're looking to launch an attack. But Bath, this is Carol Thomas again. She's been a fantastic ball carrier for the Blues.
Izzy Knowles-Smith's also in there trying to keep the ball. And she's gone over, the ball was out. Brilliant play from Loughborough there. Looks like the number 13, number 15, sorry, Ali Wright doing the work. And Charlene Barter doesn't know where she's going. Outside the 22, please, Charlene. And that's brilliant stuff. She's broken the tackle.
Great break from Sophie Nicholas.
Sophie Nicholas is driving on. The crowd are willing her forward. Coming up against the fullback. Brilliant tackle there from the fullback, Lucy Black for Bath. But what a fantastic break. 15 metres inside the Bath half, but I think it's a knock-on again, but a fantastic break. Can we get another look at that, perhaps?
She found a fantastic gap in the defence there. Unfortunately, there was no one with her for the 2-on-1 with the full-back, but she'll be happy with that, and that'll give her a lot of confidence going into the second half.
And is that half-time whistle blown? And yeah, that is. The half-time whistle has gone. It's Loughborough 7, Bath 0. Now, if we take a quick reminisce over the first half there, very strong performance from Bath at the start.
Yeah, the Bath forwards really came out and looked to impose themselves early doors. We could see that Loughborough had the defence in the tank. They were putting in a few big shots of their own. And of course, when Bath went over the line, they held them up, which was a great effort. Once Loughborough realised that they were in a match, they really thought, well, you know, we're the home team, we've got this crowd behind us, why don't we take it to them? And they did that with style. The stylish Danny Knight did incredibly well to find a gap in the defence, sold a dummy to the fullback, and she put Loughborough in the lead. I think Geraint will definitely be the happier of the two coaches at half-time.
What do you think Geraint Davis, the head coach of the women's team, will have to say to the side at half-time?
I think he needs to say, stop fannying around, clear your lines, play in their half, because Loughborough have tried to run it out, which is very admirable. Obviously the crowd don't want to see a game of kick and clap, they want to see running rugby. However, Loughborough are putting themselves under a lot of unnecessary pressure.
Well, there we just saw a quick shot of the crowd. Really looked to be enjoying that game, cheering the Loughborough side. One thing that was key to notice in the first half, Loughborough only had the one attack, but they made it work.
Absolutely. We were saying right from the first whistle that the Loughborough backs looked as though they could do damage, and as soon as they got the chance, they really made it count.
Interesting to see their Bath staying on the pitch at half-time. Loughborough decided to go into the changing room, looking to regroup. The Bath coaches look like they're having a word. What's the Bath coach going to say to the players?
Well, we saw that they started the stronger of the sides. I think the Bath coach will be saying, look, you've shown what you can do. You've shown you can play the territory game. You've shown that you can be the physically dominant force. What they need to do is find that cutting edge and stop the handling errors in key positions.
Now, with another 35 to 40 minutes to go in this match, it's been a pulsating first half, and Loughborough leading 7-0, of course, thanks to that Danny Knight try, converted by Charlene Barter. Now, if we talking about Charlene Barter, key incident in the first half there was the sin binning.
Well, I think she was a silly girl for the sin bin. I think it was very unnecessary, but she has shown that she can really do the damage in the open play.
Now, I do believe that we have our pitch side roving reporter Scotty Reynolds on the sidelines. Over to you, Scott.
Hi guys, I'm just at pitch side now, and what a first half. I mean, how tense can it get? That late lead by Loughborough, maybe tipping the scales a little bit, I don't know. I'm here now pitch side with Ashley. How's the game so far for you, Ashley?
Pretty good so far.
Pretty good. What have you enjoyed so much?
Both sides have been quite physical up front, entertaining the backs. There's been a few knock-ons here and there, but it's a close encounter. Loughborough are actually nicking it just 7 at the moment, but I think Bath are going to come back second half.
I mean, Bath have been in our half quite a lot, haven't they?
I think it's just handling the errors and unforced errors. Really, it's just kept like both sides in the game. I mean, if people cut their unforced errors out, I'm sure one side's going to dominate a lot more.
Thank you. Right, thanks very much, guys. Back to you, Ore.
Errors coming into play there. A sin bin from Loughborough, lots of massive tackles coming in there, and 7-0 to Loughborough. We didn't see that coming up in the first 10 minutes of the game, Mike.
Yeah, that's right. It's obviously Bath came out with the stronger of the team for the first 20 minutes. Agreeing with what the commentary was saying there, it's as if Loughborough are trying to play in the wrong places. They're really getting the crowd behind them and playing all the rugby, but just in the 22 it's not risky. It's too risky. They're putting too much pressure on themselves. Second half they just really need to make things simple, get the ball out their own 22, clear to kick to the corners, and when they've got the ball in the right territory, start scoring some points.
Yeah, and well, we got some points eventually, and as Dave Rogers said there, inspired by Charlene Barter.
Yeah, there's no doubt there's some class in that Loughborough backline. Mine says we've just got to get the ball in the right positions and then get the ball to them. They can definitely cut through. We just got to make sure we're in their 22, not our 22 when they're doing it. Because you saw at the end there, you can't go 80 yards and score a try. If we get a bit closer, those cuts and those breaks are going to count for points, and we're going to start piling them up.
Yeah, well, we anticipated that Loughborough were going to come out of the blocks much better. Got that wrong a little bit. We also anticipated that Bath were going to get a bit nervous. The mistakes did come, but what about that for pressure in the first 20 minutes on Loughborough?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we've got to take into consideration that neither team would have played in front of a crowd like this before. So it's just to get the first half settled into it. Second half, I think, will be a completely different ball game. The nerves will be calmed down. The coaches will be into them now, telling them to get back to the game plan, start making things a lot more simpler. Bath, I think, will be really upset in the fact that they didn't score in the first 20-25 minutes with all the pressure that they had. Loughborough, I think, the coach can say the defence was spot on. Let's now start looking after the ball, get people around, start working off our 9 and 10 and get some points on the board.
Yeah, no, that's right. And there was disappointment, obviously, for Loughborough, not just before this game. They got knocked out in the quarterfinals in Booster earlier this season. Plenty of experience in the Championship, though, but we talked about the fact that they're a few divisions below. Is it a case of Loughborough showing their resolve and actually sort of playing not too well, but still scoring points?
Seems a lot like that, really. You know, the unique sign of a good side is to play badly and still win, and that looks like what Loughborough are doing at the moment. Excellent defence in the first 20-30 minutes, just starting to get some ball now, starting to get on top, and hopefully they can keep that going for the second half.
All right, I think we've got a replay of the try and the almost try that very nearly came up there for Loughborough coming up soon. But yeah, we talked about the coach, Gareth Davies, for Loughborough. I mean, he would have been happy with this play after that 20 minutes.
Yeah, definitely. She looks like a really strong runner. As we said earlier, we just need to get the supporters around the runner a bit quicker. One thing we noticed was when Pony got sin binned, the play seemed to really slow down, and around the breakdown the ball wasn't getting out quick enough, which meant that the Bath's defence was able to get back in the onside position and make tackles, which they were doing. We just really need to speed the ball up, because I think we could see the first 25 minutes Bath were firing and fatigue started to get into them now. I think Loughborough just need to power through now and really speed the game up. Yeah,
well, couldn't have been more speedy there from Sophie Nicholas, but we're going to have a little replay of the try scored in a minute by Danielle Knight, and I think on that case, Tom, just another fantastic break from Loughborough driving forward.
Get the ball to the right people at the right time. Simple as that.
Yeah.
You know, she's cut through. There's some people might argue maybe a little bit of crossing, but referees let it go, and she's done really well. Fair play to her. She's finished it off in true style.
Well, they're going back out on the pitch now. Another gripping second half of action I think we're going to have, and we'll hand back to our commentators, Dave Rogers and Ben Croucher.
Yes, thank you, Roy. The players are back on the pitch. Looks like the second half's already underway. Missed the start there, Dave, but never mind. And looks like Bath deep in their own territory again. Good ball from Barter there.
Yeah, Barter looking to begin the first half where she ended the second. Fantastic offload there.
Brilliant run. She's sidestepping. Brilliant tackle. Last gasp tackle there. Fantastic
the Bath fullback Lucy Black has absolutely earned her supper with her covering tackles so far.
Brilliant chip from Barter there. Being closed down by Ali right now. The pressure's deep in Bath's 22. Forced to kick out. Brilliant pressure from Sophie Nicholas, but a fantastic start. Defence to attack. Straight away there, Dave.
Strong start. The Loughborough backs once again showing that they can cut this Bath defence to ribbons and then follow it up with fantastic defensive effort, great pressure. Now they've got the throw in 5 yards from the Bath line, looking to extend that lead.
Now it's important here for Loughborough to make their line out count. We saw in the first half, wasn't the strongest part of their play, but if they could get it here, drive that maul over the line, they'll be looking good.
Yeah,
and
good
a brilliant
take there.
line out there. Loughborough now looking to drive it through with their forwards. Meg Wattam at the back, number 1 there, driving it through, but it looks like Bath have turned it over. No, it's come out. Barter passing it on to Knight. Back to Knight. They've got numbers on the outside. Get it out. And it looks like the number 11 there is going over for Loughborough. Joe Kirkby, what a fantastic start to the second half. Loughborough going over for the try. The Bath players don't look happy. The Loughborough crowd are ecstatic. Fantastic move. Players on the bench are really enjoying that, but it just shows again, quick hands.
Yeah, dream start. Once again, number 10, Danny Knight, pulling the strings. Lovely little turn up. Got the numbers on the outside. And number 11, Joe Kirby. That's probably the easiest try she'll score all season.
Now, Joe Kirby, it's interesting, she's never picked up a rugby ball before coming to Loughborough last year, but her pace has ensured her place in the first 15 for a second year in a row. She's held the position of sponsorship sec at the rugby club, and she's really proved her worth to the team here. Barter looks like she's going to line up for her second conversion of the game. Will it be as successful as her first?
Yeah, Kirby there, showing she's a quality athlete. Give her a little bit of space. She knows where the try line is, and away she goes. 12-0 to Loughborough. Great opportunity to make it 14.
Barter just composing herself before the kick. The crowd were going wild at that try. It's important to notice also the wind has died down a little bit to make the kick easier, and another fantastic conversion from Barter. She has really stepped up her game.
Yeah, 2 from 2. She really has been the standout player for Loughborough so far. She has made things happen.
And let's take another look at that then.
Yeah, she composes herself well. We can see she's just blocking out the crowd.
Nice and focused. Important players. Johnny Wilkinson seemed to be the first one that tended to have the same routine for each kick.
Yeah, we see she blocks out the crowd so well. Sweet strike, 2 points.
Not a long run up there at all, but a brilliant strike. Nice and accurate. Now it looks like Bath, straight from the restart, have a scrum down on the halfway line. It's important for them, 14-0 down, to get back into this game quickly.
This first scrum of the half will be very important. We saw in the early stages of the first half the Bath pack were absolutely dominant in the scrum, but as the half went on, the more nimble, fitter Loughborough pack really found their way to the top. We can see that they win the collision.
And you see Loughborough turning the scrum there. Brilliant work from their forwards, putting Bath under intense pressure. How that's turned around from the first half. We saw early on in the first 10-20 minutes the Bath forwards and the scrum being really dominant, and now Loughborough have managed to get their foothold in this and turn it around. Running the ball out of their own 22 here. Good handoff. Brilliant stuff as they're running through.
Ali Wright showing fantastic strength there with the handoff, making yards, gets the offload away there to Carrie Smith. Loughborough looking like they could do the business.
From their 22 to their 10-metre line. Great gain there.
Yeah, absolutely. We're really seeing Loughborough reach the potential that we thought they could in the first half. Have Bath got a turnover?
Loughborough are trying hard, but it looks like the Bath have the advantage.
Yeah, the
and
bigger Bath pack doing well to slow the play down there.
Going in from the side. The penalty there, Dave.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if they go for the points here, although perhaps they've not got a confident enough kicker.
It's a long way out. They've decided to run it. Kate Eddy running the ball there, kicking it through with a little dummy run. Wright picking it up in her own 22, but she looks like she's messing about with that a bit too much. It looks like Bath even have picked up the ball in the Loughborough 22. I think now's when their defence has to be solid.
Yeah, what Loughborough will be looking for here is fantastic defensive pressure from Loughborough.
And
they've
Meg
got that
Wattam
ball back.
picking the ball up there. Fantastic covering play.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll be happy with that. After the mistake, Ali Wright going from hero to villain in the space of 30 seconds with that big break, then that mistake to almost let Bath sniff over the whitewash.
Ali has played for the West Midlands in the past 2 seasons, also plays for Lichfield Ladies. Very experienced member of the Loughborough team, and people will be looking to her when the times get tough.
Absolutely, she's a very strong runner, as she's shown, and she's usually very confident when dealing with balls at the back. Obviously, as she is a fullback, we've just got to stop in play for a Bath forward at the moment. The physio's on. It'll be a good opportunity for Loughborough actually while they're in their territory to regroup.
She looks in quite a lot of discomfort there. Looks around the shoulder region again. Common injury in rugby, that one?
Well, you know, all your joints are going to be in line for an injury if you play a collision sport such as rugby. Obviously knees, elbows, hips, shoulders. When you get a knock on them, obviously it's going to hurt. But I'm wondering whether or not she'll be able to carry on. You see Jenny Doyle there. I do believe that she is a strength and conditioning coach, so maybe she knows a little bit about what's going on. But I don't think she's going to be able to continue. What do you think, Ben?
It doesn't look good, I must say. Jenny Doyle obviously giving her some advice how to try and loosen that shoulder up, just to see whether she can continue on in the game. But she's going to get up to her feet. It looks like she might be able to carry on in this game.
Yeah, Loughborough have got the hydration station out there. Obviously, we know that keeping your fluids high is key, particularly in such a gruelling encounter.
Obviously, the weather today a bit overcast. Obviously, might have been expected some warmer weather, but I mean, fluids in terms of this game. Do you tend to lose a lot?
Oh, absolutely. Particularly when the girls are going at it as hard as they are.
Definitely. Now we see the put in to the scrum. Charlene Pony-Barter doing a brilliant job so far for Loughborough, probably the standout performer, and just outside their own 22. Key, Bath have got the push on early, but Loughborough done really well. Leanne Ashworth picking the ball and driving it out there.
Yeah, she's the go-to girl when they need to set the ball up quickly.
Running the ball out of their own 22, slightly risky, but it looks like Nicholas has done a brilliant job.
Ball's gone forward again. They'll be disappointed with that. Definite criticism of Loughborough has been their reluctance to clear their lines. Often their best friend can be their worst enemy, and I think that's been the case on more than one occasion today.
We've seen when Loughborough do get the ball in Bath's half, Bath have looked quite fragile. And to some extent, they've only had 2 attacks in the whole game, and they've scored from them both.
Indeed.
Is that a lesson to learn for Loughborough?
Yeah, I think so, but obviously they'll not want to be doing as much defending as they have been. What we have seen from Loughborough, though, is a great defensive line lift. Look how far they've pushed Bath back.
Yeah, Loughborough have kept 2 clean sheets this season. Crunching tackle there.
Yeah, that'll give Jo North Lewis a lot of confidence. She really has hit her up top and bundled her into touch there.
Now going back to the Loughborough season so far. 2 clean sheets were against St Mark and St John's women's first team and Edinburgh women's first team. Both very close matches, but Loughborough's defence holding them strong there.
Well, it's that old cliche that the defence wins you the game and the attack decides what score. Obviously, we've seen some fantastic tackling technique from these girls, really putting in the crunching hits, particularly in midfield, particularly early in the game when they're looking to impose themselves. Also, I'll be interested to see this line out from Bath.
Well, it's gone long again. Izzy Noel-Smith not quite collecting that. She's had a couple of those to deal with as the line out has gone long on a couple of occasions from Montero.
Yeah, Loughborough with the put in here, a lot of pitch, a lot of space to work with. I think they'll be looking to mount an attack right from the very first play.
Now we've seen Loughborough on several occasions running the ball out of the scrum. Danny Knight's not been given too many opportunities to kick. When she has, we saw her in the first half, they're deep in her own 22, she was closed down. Maybe the confidence isn't quite there for that, but we have seen strength in the backs from Nicholas and from Wright, that they have got the running game in Loughborough.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. The scrum half's been pulling the strings all game. Oh, but she's made a big mistake there.
Brilliant pressure there from the Bath back line. Turning over the ball very quick. Looks like Loughborough's defence holding strong there. Number 20 for Loughborough doing the job for them. But Bath, little chip over the top, but well recovered there. Brilliant stuff from Jo Kirkby. try scorer, of course, doing very well just for that little chip over the top. Bath did have the advantage. It looks like they're coming back for that. Intelligent play there.
Yeah, absolutely. Kate Eddy at number 10 looking to pull the strings, looking to start making things happen for her side as they need to chase the game now they're 2 scores down.
Now, of course, 14-0 to Loughborough. Important for Bath to get points on the board just to give them a springboard, a platform to build on for the last 30 minutes in this game.
Well, they're going for the sticks here, which is very, very interesting. I think number 12, Sarah Holloway, is going to line up, and she is going to try and slot 3 points over here for Bath. I think they can definitely be criticised as they didn't turn their pressure into points in the first half, and this must have been something that was mentioned in the coaches' talk at half-time. Get on the score sheet.
Yeah, it's important to see here. Also interesting to see that the inside centre, Sarah Holloway, is taking the kicks, not the fly half, Kate Eddy. Sarah, 22 years old, playing for Bath, rides horses in her spare time. She runs up for the kick. The crowd have put her off, and she's kicked it wide.
The partisan Loughborough crowd really being the 16th man there, don't you think?
It's brilliant stuff. There we can see the sombreros are out. I'm not quite sure what they're meant to be, but they look like they're having a good time regardless. I think that might have been the Bath supporters that we saw there.
Yeah, perhaps so. I do believe they brought a few coach loads up. Big mistake
bad
there.
Mistake, a knock-on from Jenny Floyd there. One of the more experienced campaigners in the Bath side. 24 years old. She's been at Bath since 2004 and a German player. Don't tend to see too many of those.
Well, obviously, women's rugby's coming on leaps and bounds, and we see some really athletic girls take into the game. Obviously, this game's no exception. We've got some of the top players, we've got internationals on both sides, and they really are putting on a good show for the crowd.
And obviously, the biggest international on show has been Pony Barter, the Canadian player. She's done a fantastic job so far, but Bath really putting the pressure on now. They've sensed that Loughborough are slightly weaker at the back. Having given away that penalty, they'll be looking to make it count.
Yeah, Loughborough making slow ground, really doing the hard yards well here.
And to some extent, Bath do need to chase the game. I mean, Loughborough are 14 points to the good. They can just not sit back and take it easy, but make sure that they don't do anything stupid, keep their defence nice and solid, and it really is Bath that do have to make all of the running.
Well, they'll have been happy that Bath looked to get the points on the board with that last penalty. It's shown that obviously they're finding it difficult to score tries, and that they're going to look to the sticks to get themselves on the score sheet.
Brilliant challenge there from Noel Smith again. She's been one of the driving forces in the Bath front line.
Yeah, she's been at the heart of everything they've done. It's been a really gutsy performance from her. But the players around her, unfortunately, haven't really had the attacking play.
Oh, and a brilliant challenge from the number 23 there. Turned it over quite nicely. North Lewis looking to get in, but failing. Brilliant tackle from Thomas. She looks like she's recovered from her earlier injury.
Yeah, this camera angle really gives us a good idea of the intensity that's going on there as well.
And it looks like one of the Loughborough players is down on the near side. Let's hope she can recover from her injury quite quickly. As you see, just over the 10-metre line inside the Loughborough half. A lot of the game's been played here. Of course, the first 20 minutes in the first half are played here. Brilliant challenge there from Southwell for Bath, stopping Kirkby in her tracks.
Yeah, it's turned into a real midfield battle, which will suit Loughborough with the lead, because it means that Bath have got a long way to go to the try line.
Here we can see the crowd getting behind Loughborough, of course. 2,000 in that far stand, 2,000 also around the ground itself. This match has been billed for a long time as one of the highlights of the season. For the players themselves, it will be the only match that they've been looking forward to for a long, long time, and it's lived up to all expectations so far.
Oh, it's been a huge expectation. We've had the nerves, and now we're having the class.
And a penalty for Bath. What was that for, Dave?
I think more infringements. The Loughborough forwards really struggling to cope with the more physical Bath pack there.
Oh,
big
and a
hit in
fantastic
midfield.
dump tackle on the number 2, Montero. Brilliant stuff, driving the hooker for Bath into the air. Took 2 of them to stop him, but did brilliantly. Now Eddie's got the kick over the back of Kirkby, but she looks like she's recovered quite well. Broken the first tackle. Looks like she's trying to break down the left wing with the crowd behind her. She's just staying inside. 2 missed tackles from Bath there. Not the best defence that you'll see. The Loughborough were looking to drive their pack up to support the attack here.
This is where Loughborough are dangerous. We had the left winger there tiptoeing like a ballerina along the touchline. Good support from Leanne Ashworth to pick up the offload. Loughborough at their best.
And there we see Knight with the up and under. And it looks like...
Great take from Ali Wright.
Ali Wright looking to charge through. She's got support on the outside, but she's going for the line herself. And there we go, the third score for Loughborough University. Ali Wright, the fullback, doing brilliantly, but it was all about the build-up play from Danny Knight. What an up and under, and what a move from Loughborough University. We see when they play the ball in the Bath half, they are really unstoppable.
We've been saying all game how classy Ali Wright is. We saw a lovely little kick over the top there from Danny Knight. She's been pulling the strings all game. Her and Charlie Barter at the as a half-back pair and really have done the business. Lovely chip over the top. Great awareness from Ali Wright. She hit the gap and then showed that she knows where the whitewash is.
She still had a lot to do not forget that. She picked up the ball on the 22, still had 2 or 3 players to beat, but her pace took her away from the Bath defence. And now 19 points to nil with Charlene with a 100% record so far, going for the conversion. The Bath players looking to regroup behind the uprights there. Charlene, she looks composed, she looks steady.
Yeah, if Bath are going to have any chance in this game, they need to get the next score. We can see the scoreboard there, 17 and a half minutes to go. They're now...
Oh, she's dragged that kick wide there.
She'll be disappointed
Probably
with
one
that.
of the easiest conversion chances that she's had. Still, Loughborough 19, Bath nil on the first 15 pitch here at Loughborough University. Looks like one of the Bath players receiving attention on the far side there.
Yeah, we also see Geraint Davis on there, just offering a few words of encouragement. She won't be too worried about that other than for her personal statistics, but it's just important for Loughborough that they keep on attacking and important for Bath that they get on the score sheet very quickly.
Now Davis, of course, a very experienced coach for the women's team, has actually spent a lot of time in the Caribbean coaching rugby out there with the Jamaican women's team and the Barbados under-19s, so he brings a lot of experience to his role, and as you can see in the game so far, he's got it tactically spot on.
Absolutely, the girls have done fantastically well, and obviously they've got a very experienced manager at the helm.
A great kick-off there from Bath, well picked up from Ashworth, just outside their own 22 in the Loughborough half. It's early days, still 16, 17 minutes to go, but Loughborough do look to have this under control.
Well, anything can happen, but what I think has been the key difference is the way that Loughborough have been absolutely amazing with their forwards in the second half. Bath were really dominating the contact zone, really dominating all the rucks and set plays in the first half. As soon as the Loughborough forwards found their feet, that's when they started to get a foothold in the game.
Now we can see a loose pass there has given Bath the line out just outside the Loughborough 22. It's important for them to get on the score sheet early if they're going to make any impact in this game. 3 tries is a long way back, but they can do it. Here we can see the Loughborough players warming up on the touchline there.
Yeah, it's always a nice time to come on when you're 3 scores up, so all of these girls will be hoping, well, maybe I can get on and get my moment of glory.
We saw Tina Kwok, Penny Taylor and Sarah Mullane there warming up on the sidelines, getting the stretchers out of the way, making sure they're nice and warm for the game. And I'm sure they'll be chomping at the bit to get on, Dave.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, there are a lot of forwards on the bench, and they'll be thinking, well, the Bath lot are still going to try and sort of muscle us out up front, and they're going to want to get on there and show that they can't do that.
Solid scrum from Bath there, getting nice ball, but again, fantastic defence from Smith, doing a brilliant job to hold the Bath line up. They really have been impenetrable at the back, hardly getting into the Loughborough 22 at all in this second half, and a brilliant tackle there. Danny Allen, I think that was, on the right wing, doing a brilliant job. Number 13, South was pulled out wide, but it going back inside.
Yeah, we're seeing Bath now looking to play some expansive rugby, but the Loughborough defence really look as though they're up for the task.
And there's some space behind there. Eddie's looked into it, but the fullback's coming across to cover. Nice idea from Eddie. The Loughborough just had it all under control.
Yeah.
And far too often in this game we're seeing Bath's, everything they're throwing at Loughborough, they're batting away quite comfortably.
Ali Wright, obviously on a high after scoring that try, dealt with that tremendously well, composed herself and got her team 30 metres back up the pitch.
And it looks like we can see number 17, Sarah Jones, looking to come on there on the touchline. And we see the Bath players getting ready for their chance to shine as well in front of this packed house here at the first 15 pitch at Loughborough University. And again, not the best line out from Bath. Montero there made a few mistakes so far with the line out. It's not easy, but you would expect better things. She's been building up for this game for a long time. A brilliant hands there from Nicholas, driving through. Fantastic hands, nearly lost
Great
it, but
expansion.
recovered well.
Once again, we see the delayed pass and the centres hitting the gap. Sophie Nicholas, she's done that well all day, but unfortunately, Loughborough have let themselves down and given a penalty away.
Holding
again.
on to the ball there, it just seemed like a bit of a careless thing to do. Why don't players just release the ball and let the opposition have possession?
Well, no one likes a turnover. That's all I can say. It's just unfortunate that the Loughborough players aren't getting in support of their runners, and unfortunately they're giving away a lot of ball unnecessarily.
Not long to go in this match now, but it looks like Bath have to put in for the scrum. We're seeing with about 13 minutes to go, this is the time when the substitutes could come on and make the difference. Fresh legs is going to be crucial for the game now.
Yeah, obviously Loughborough are huge favourites for the game at this stage with the score at 19-0. They've shown that they can defend well, but all it takes is one bounce of the ball, Bath get a score on the board, and then obviously doubt creeps in, Bath get their tails up, and we could be in for a big finish.
Now we've seen so far a bit of a topsy-turvy game. Bath started the stronger side earlier on in the competition, in the match even. First 20 minutes playing a lot of the ball in the Loughborough half, but then with one flowing move did a brilliant job, and I think it was Danny Knight went over for the try in the first half. Coming out after the break, we've seen tries from Kirkby and Wright that have just taken the game away from Bath.
I think the difference between the two sides has been the Loughborough backline. The Bath forwards have worked tirelessly, and the Loughborough forwards have spent a lot of the time on the back foot dealing with that constant threat from the 8 Bath forwards. As I said, the difference has been the backs. Whenever Loughborough backs have got their hands on the ball, they've looked really, really dangerous, and we're yet to see any real attacking threat from the 7 guys outside for Bath.
There we can see Lucy Black just going down on the sideline, getting some attention to her hamstring. A bruising game. Some players are going to be sore for the next few days, but they will have given everything for their cause.
We see Carol Thomas there is stepping in at number 8 for Bath. Obviously, she's been fantastic for them as one of their chief ball carriers. Maybe they're going to look to her to cause a big impact for the last 15 minutes or so.
Definitely, as we can see on the far side of the pitch, Loughborough will be looking to get this out wide, but another brilliant kick there from Knight. She's done really well, but a fantastic catch from the number 20 for Bath there.
Great chase from Knight also.
On the halfway line, looking to get quick ball out to the backs, but pressure's been put on. Fantastic challenge there. Now Loughborough playing the ball where they want to play it, but Bath getting their defence regrouped, looking to recover the ball, but I think they might have turned it over. Indeed, Barter looked like she's ordering her troops very well. And again, the ball nicely done. Back inside. Oh, that would have been almost brilliant there. I think it was Captain Olivia Poor.
Yeah, with the inside ball, and then it was club chairman Leanne Ashworth looking to come back in on the angle. I think Loughborough may sense that it might be time for the champagne rugby as they look to really take this game away from their opposition. It's important for Bath that they stay switched on defensively because this game really could get away from them if they're not careful.
And here we see a fantastic game from Sophie Nicholas there.
Yeah, she'll be very happy with her performance.
Brilliant move in the first half. Just coming off, taking a well-earned rest. The break in the first half put Loughborough into the Bath half, and from there went on to score their first try, so she's played a crucial...
Yeah, I think she'll also claim a crucial hand in the first try as she ran a fantastic dummy line to let Danny Knight through that big gap.
And here we see Eddie kicking again. She's been comfortable with the kicking game, more so than Knight, I think.
Absolutely, I think...
A brilliant break on the far side there. Crunching tackle from Joe North Lewis, I think that was. And Loughborough right over by the crowd. They're getting their money's worth for this game.
Oh, absolutely. Going back to Kate Eddy, she really has done well with her boot to try and relieve the pressure. Unfortunately, the defensive chase hasn't been there, and they've allowed the likes of Ali Wright to deal with any pressure.
And brilliant break through the middle. Who's that there, Dave?
I couldn't quite see who that was, but the offload's there. Loughborough really looking to take the game away.
Charlene Barter there coming through. just coming up to the Loughborough 22. I think the number 12, Sarah Holloway, got her hands in there, but it's been a knock onto Loughborough, but another fantastic break. The speed of Loughborough has just been absolutely staggering so far in this match.
Big let off there for Bath. Loughborough really showing all their class there, showing that they don't have to go around the outside. They've got enough class to go through the middle. Maybe we could see a few more scores in the dying moments.
Quick offloads out of the tackle seem to be crucial there as well.
Oh, hugely so. The Bath players favouring to go quite low with the tackles, and the girls really keeping their arms free and finding their support runners.
Loughborough putting on a lot of pressure, turning
oh,
the
they've
scrum
turned
round,
that one
they've
over.
Turned over the scrum. What a fantastic scrum from Bath. Knight now with the ball, getting it out wide, but handling mistakes again are costing Loughborough. They're looking to regroup. 15 metres inside the Bath half. The momentum is certainly with Loughborough at the moment. Barter there trying to get the ball out. Looks a bit scrappy again.
Yeah, we see Loughborough, have they turned the ball over there again? I really do think it's curtains for Bath now, unless they do something special.
Time is really running out. A bit of a loose pass there from Knight, but brilliantly taken up there.
Ali Wright once again showing her class, running with the ball in open play.
She seems very comfortable running with the ball in her hands. She's won Booster gold and silver playing in last year's Booster Sevens, one of the more experienced campaigners, and she's been fantastic in this match, culminating in that try, of course.
Oh, of course, yes. She, obviously, there was the one mistake where she nearly let a Bath player in for a score. Aside from that, she hasn't put a foot wrong, and she's dealt with everything that's been thrown her way very comfortably.
And there's that accidental offside there. No. Referee says no. Barter's coming through well, driving up to the Bath 22. The crowd are going absolutely crazy in the stands, willing Loughborough on for yet more tries. Barter coming back on the side. What a brilliant chip through. Who's going to win that chase? It's very close on the side. Have they got it through? Going over. Brilliant last cast defence from Bath there, but fantastic play from Barter again.
Yeah, Bath showing a lot of pride there, a lot of guts, not rolling over when Loughborough put the pressure on. They're going to look now to get this 22 dropout started as quickly as they can and mount an attack of their own.
And looks like they're giving possession straight back to Loughborough. Perhaps not the best choice, as Loughborough have looked very strong on the attack in Loughborough. Brilliant offload to Smith there, and again to Wright. Looked comfortable running with the ball in her hands. Was going to offload that. She's kept onto the ball really well there, Dave.
Yeah, absolutely. There was an opportunity for Bath to go short with the dropout then, which I'm surprised they didn't, showing perhaps they are lacking confidence in their handling in the second half. I hope that it doesn't turn into a damage limitation exercise for them, because I'd really like to see them finish as strongly and live up to some of the...
Another handling mistake from Kirkby, and that's let Bath in. Driving forward.
Big chase.
Is she going to get to the last man? Who's there? Brilliant tackle at the end. What a fantastic
Danny
the crowd
Knight.
Absolutely loved that.
Danny Knight showing she can do it in attack and defence. Great covering tackle. Obviously this clean sheet means a lot to the girls, and they want to try and stop Bath getting over that whitewash.
Would have been interesting to see if a back had taken that on. Obviously the pace not in the Bath forwards, and it looks like Loughborough have the advantage, getting the ball out, clearing their lines, and that is fantastic defensive play from Loughborough there. Getting it almost up to the 10-metre line, but can we have another look at that tackle, I wonder?
Here we see she looks as though she's in. Obviously Loughborough on the attack, the full-back out of position. Danny Knight never gave up, did well and set herself. Captain Ollie Port turning the ball over. Great defensive work from Loughborough.
Absolutely fantastic play from both sides there. Brilliant attacking play from Bath, but again, Loughborough's resolute defence. Sturdy as always. They're like a brick wall at the back there, Dave.
Oh, they really have been a credit to themselves and their defensive coach in this encounter. We see Welly Clark there being subbed off.
She's had a brilliant game, Welly, leading the front row.
She's been great in the loose, but I think she'll be disappointed with the way her lineouts have gone today.
And here we can see Loughborough pushing Bath hard. Bath knowing that time's running out, 10 minutes to go.
Another turnover.
In the fourth annual varsity match, the first time that the women's match has been played. But Kirkby's dancing along the touchline at the back there, stepping inside, moving through the tackle. As the whistle gone, what's that blown up for? Unlucky for Kirkby there. But a fantastic run, just showing what she can do. Obviously culminating in the try earlier on, but it's absolutely brilliant play from Kirkby there.
I think we've just seen Sarah Mullane being subbed on for, was that for Welly Clark?
Perhaps. Not quite sure what that's gone for, but we've just seen Jo Kirby put her foot in touch as she went along the line there. Did look like she was getting very close. That line out did not look straight at all.
Again, Montero missing her jumper. She'll be very disappointed. Obviously, the set pieces were somewhere Bath were looking to dominate, and they really haven't done so in the line-outs today.
She's had a disappointing game, Montero. One of the players with the experience of playing Loughborough before, but she's not made it count. She's been disappointing from the line-outs, and I think she'll be taking a long, hard look at herself after this game.
Yeah, she'll be very disappointed, but there's about 5 or 6 minutes left in this game and a good chance for her to regain some pride in her performance. Quick throw in there from Paul. Loughborough really looking to take this game away from their opposition in the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, brilliant play. They're looking for their skipper. Now's the time when Olivia Paul will make her name. This is when the players are starting to tire. Oh, a bad offload there, but brilliant defence recovering there from Loughborough. Poor offload. Bath should have made that one count, but the danger's still not over for Loughborough. Just outside their own 22. Bath will look to reset that ball. Hands in and there perhaps. Not too much width coming
More
in, but
turnover
fantastic turnover for Loughborough there. Brilliant play by the sub Sarah Jones. And it looks like a Bath player has stayed down after that crunching encounter this.
Laura Eddy doing tremendously well there, but has she been turned over? No.
Loughborough 19, Bath 0. Here at the 4th annual Real Varsity event. With just under 10 minutes to go, it's been an absolutely pulsating encounter. The game started brightly for Bath, but since then Loughborough have taken the mantle and really put their foot in the door.
Yeah, they've shown their confidence that when they've got the ball, they can really run it from anywhere. Whether it's been on their own try line or in the opposition's 22, Loughborough have looked to be expansive. It's what the crowd want to see, and it's obviously a strength in their game. The Bath pack look like they've come and they mean business, and in fact they did dominate the early exchanges, but as soon as the Loughborough pack began to get parity there, then they really have done fantastically well.
There we can see our reporter Scott Reynolds on the touchline having a few words with the players, and we also saw Danny Allen. Had an indifferent first half. She made a really good run down the right wing. A few handling errors might have let her down, and she sat this second half out. But obviously only a fresher first year. She'll have gained loads from this experience.
Oh, absolutely. To get a big win on a big stage does a tremendous amount for the players' confidence. Also, if Bath are unable to fight back in this game, I think it's important for the experienced members of their squad to sort of go to the less experienced members, pick them up, and just look forward to building for next season.
We can see the supporters in the stand there clearly enjoying the game, trying to get the Mexican wave going. It's not quite working. Maybe later on.
Yeah, maybe later on, but it's good that the crowd are up for a carnival atmosphere. They've certainly been entertained by this match. Both teams giving it 100%, and I don't think anyone can ask for any more than that.
It might be a carnival atmosphere, but there's been no clowning around from this Loughborough side. They've been absolutely brilliant, and the referee has pulled that back for a penalty to Bath.
Discipline in this game has been an issue for both sides. A lot of handling errors and a lot of needless penalties. Unfortunately for Bath, they've been unable to capitalise on a lot of those opportunities. Neither have Loughborough, but fortunately for them, in the open play, there's been enough opportunity for them to show what they're good at, which is running with the ball in the backs.
Eddie finding a good touch there into the Loughborough 22. There's not long to go in this match now. It's a long way back for Bath, but they'll still have the belief that they can do it. But having said that, Loughborough will be absolutely determined to keep their clean sheet. Important moment for Montero here.
Yes, it really is about time she's sort of found her range. She's had enough opportunities. Great chance for Bath.
And the lineouts caught by Loughborough there. Another
very, very disappointing for her.
Another one as they come up to their own 22. I think they'll be looking to clear their lines again, but have Bath turn this over? The referee's pulled the play up by the looks of things. Not quite sure what for at this moment.
And that is full time, I believe. In terms of player of the game, I think Bath have had a few candidates. Carol Thomas carried the ball magnificently, and Kate Eddy kicked fantastically. In terms of Loughborough, I think Ali Wright had a tremendous game. I think the whole pack, especially the back row of Balson, Poor and Ashworth, worked tirelessly. But my player of the match, despite her yellow card, is Loughborough number 9, Charlene Barter. I felt every time she touched the ball, she looked to make something happen. She sniped well, she marshalled the troops well, and she had a fantastic half-back pairing with her outside half, Danny Knight. Player of the match, Charlene Barter.
Brilliant to see just what this game means to Loughborough. 19-0 the final score, of course. Traditional rugby salute at the end, forming the guard of honour for the players. Even though this match has been bruising, it's been a battle for the players, they still have the respect at the end of the day. It's been an absolutely brilliant match so far. 3 tries from Kirkby, Knight and Wright, and it looks like their injured player Lucy Black is coming through.
Yeah, there's a lot of mutual respect between both teams, and I think they can be very proud of the way they both.
And we're going to go back to Ore in the studio.
Spinal research. Change, please.
Behind them and really showing Bath what they're about.
Yeah, definitely. It was everything that we hoped for. Really switched on in the second half. The coach said at the start of the year that the idea was for this year to be used as a development for the future. If they take anything out of that second half, they can surely use that, because it was a completely different team. And a sign of good things to come from that sort of squad.
Yeah. Dave giving Charlene Barter as his player of the match. Tom, who do you think actually stood out there? Daniel Knight scoring the first try and getting them off. I thought Joe Kirby did really well on the wing.
Yeah, the wing and the fullback as well. But I'm sure Michael agreed that the forwards are the ones that win games and back to decide by how much. But the pivotal point between those two sets of people is the scrum half, and she had a very good game today.
Yeah.
And you could see from the 10 minutes she didn't have that Loughborough were a poorer unit without her.
Well, that's right, actually, and we're hopefully going to get some chat from Scotty coming a bit later. We've got the presentations going on at the moment. Loughborough players obviously are going to be ecstatic. The first game on this stage, and well, they didn't disappoint, did they, at the end of the day, Mike?
No, not at all, and the thing is, their season was over quite a while ago. So they've been training hard for the past 2 weeks with this game in mind. So it's really good for them to get something out of it in the big win. So it's really good for them now. I'm sure they'll enjoy this moment and enjoy the rest of the night.
It really does look like they're enjoying it, I'll say that much. We've already said how much it would have been a fantastic event for all of them to come out between those guys on the grandstand there. How do you reckon Bath are going to be feeling now, Tom?
I don't know. It depends what type of person they are, or the type of players they are. Really, there's some of them that are going to be quite disappointed, and some of them are going to actually try and take this opportunity to learn something from this sort of game. Not many of them are going to be in this situation again, and it's quite a good life experience for some of them, probably.
Absolutely. We talked about those guys that were really important in the game. We saw so many hard tackles going in there. Those guys not afraid to put their bodies on the line, Mike. What do you think? What do you think that's all about? Is it the stand and everybody really excited about the game? Or?
Yeah, it's the buzz, the whole feeling around it. I mean, they're never, well, unless they've got a great career ahead of them, I'm sure they'll not have many experiences like this ahead of them. And for the Bath players, if they're a team that are 3 leagues below Loughborough at the moment, they did themselves a big bit of justice today. They showed what they can do.
And as we can see there now, the Loughborough girls really ecstatic about how they go. Well, understandably, and I'm sure they'll be celebrating in fine fashion.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll give the boys a boost as well to hear the girls have won. Yeah. You know, get them just a little bit more G'd up. Let's hope so.
Yeah. Well, I can say actually on that point that it's now sort of level in the varsity after Bath actually, we're going to hopefully get an LCR report later, but Bath actually won that futsal.
Oh, terrible.
By 3 goals.
We had money on that as well, didn't we, Mike?
Yeah, we did.
Well, I must admit, apparently we're going to get a match report, as I say, from LCR later, but apparently, right in the last second, in and out off the post from Loughborough. So it was there on the line, but nothing like that today. Bath really came out, Loughborough, pardon me, came out of the half-time really storming. Try within the first 2 minutes there from Joe Kirby.
Yeah, that's right. The coach must have had a really good word with them. The players know within themselves what they were capable of. Obviously, in terms of silverware, they've not really won anything this season, but that's a great way for them to finish it as a unit together, as all the hard work pays off in moments like this.
Yeah, and obviously, having got knocked out of the booster in the quarterfinals, we spoke about it earlier, but major disappointment, and now, like you said, Mike, a massive high and a brilliant way to end off.
I mean, it depends, you know, when I was playing, these sorts of games weren't involved, so the booster was what it was, the be all and end all, but this, you know, seems to become a sort of, only a small second to that really, and there's a lot of kudos behind this game, and the girls will love winning this one, and the game's about, you know, the season's about these two games, so two parts of it now, and if you can win one, unfortunately not do so well in the other, it's still not been a completely negative season.
Yeah, and Ollie Paul said in the match preview focus that we had earlier that it's an excellent showcase for women's rugby. I like to think that LSUTV is making a great job of broadcasting it live, but an outstanding effort from both teams really. And I mean, I think entertainment-wise, obviously you could see by the spectators out there that people really wanted to see a fantastic show of rugby first up there.
Yeah, definitely. It's good for promoting it itself. Like, I'm sure there's going to be plenty of girls that are in the crowd who fancy a little bit of rugby now that they've seen that playing on a stage like that. I mean, it's look at the pitch, it's outstanding, the stand and everything. Look, really good environment. Good thing to be involved in.
You know, the thing I've been impressed with as well is, like you say, the tackling you alluded to earlier. It's the tackling and the intensity of the game. It's even the cheeky rubbish punch from the side. It's a game that's, you know, improving all the time, and a good one for girls to get involved in.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've got a little sneaky peek of the guys. Bath team warming up over there on the rubber crumb. We'll soon switch over to those guys and their preparations, but we've got Scotty actually pitch side with some post-match reaction, I believe.
All right, guys, Scotty here again, and wow, what a match. 19-0, what a grueler. I'm just here with Gina. How do you think the game went?
I think it went incredibly well.
Incredible. You couldn't really hope for anything better, could you?
Yeah, no, yeah. I just thought if we got to the back line and we just pulled through, we would get it, and we definitely did.
They definitely did. And what's plans for the future? Playing much more rugby?
Yeah, I'm going to go back home to the States and play more rugby. So.
What are you going to do to celebrate tonight?
Get drunk.
There you go. You deserve it. Back to you, Ore.
Absolutely deserve it. Absolutely deserve it. And, well, we can hear it in the studio. The pitch is literally just next to us, and absolutely fantastic celebrations for those girls, the Loughborough guys.
Yeah, definitely. And like I said before, the lads that are going to be playing soon enough, they'll be hearing that, and it's just going to buzz them up even more. I'm sure the warm-up's going to be crisp, and they're just going to be so excited to play. But yeah, full applause for the girls. Great performance, great result.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, that's 2 down, 1 to go. And after a thrilling dose of rugby there, Loughborough, like I said, are 1 apiece in the Real Varsity event after this match going to the Loughborough and earlier futsal match today. 2 down, 1 to go. Men's kickoff is about 30 minutes away, and as I said, it's the 4th annual meeting between the two, Loughborough and Bath. We're going to have to say goodbye to Tom Woolrich. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your analysis, mate. It's been fantastic to have you with us. But after the last time it was staged here, Loughborough have 5 players in their side this time around that won the last time it was staged just behind us in the studio. All of them looking to take part in and impose yet another victory over Bath. I caught up with the guys for a very informal drink after training. 3 varsity matches gone and 5 veterans from Loughborough who played the last time it was at their home ground. Always hard at work, these guys, pulling their weight in training, but just enough time to talk to me about their experiences in this event. Why not? We're just going to go to JC's and have a chat about tricks, life. Rugger. It's always nice to go out to JC's, have a drink with the rugby boys in the rain. So cheers to you all.
Cheers, mate. Thank you
Nice
very much.
one. No, thank you for being a part of it. The most experienced is Andy Wright.
Well, yeah, I played as a fresher on the bench. Now I'm doing my masters, so it's 4 years.
So you've been in every one of them, mate?
I have been every one of them.
Stevie Collins will play in his second after missing out last year.
I played in my second year. Came on about 10 minutes ago, and then hopefully be starting this time.
Yeah, at 10.
Yep, lost that anywhere.
Why not? Get rid of the fit.
I'll do a job.
I'd be happy if you ousted the Phipps. Hard-working hooker Jason Phipps has played in just the one, but flanker Jamie Thompson is getting ready for a third Real Varsity.
I was in the varsity, yeah.
How come you made the jump up?
As a fresher?
Injuries.
Actually, I think your hair actually was exactly the same as it was 2 years ago.
Yeah? What? No, you used to wear scrum hats, so you didn't see my hair.
Let's face it, it's always been pretty offensive, isn't it?
Third also for Ian Kench, but all of them have now played in a booster final at Twickenham, and they're sure to let me know that. Has there been two?
What booster finals?
In the last 3
3
years?
years, yeah.
Yeah.
One, both?
Well, there's been 3, but we just weren't in them.
You're done, mate. You're done. You're done. Fifth veteran and club captain Andy Hodgkins might well miss out on the night after recurrence of his operated on knee injury. Did he possibly push too hard, do you reckon?
I don't know. I think he really wanted to get back playing.
And who wouldn't? These guys were born for the big stage. No, which is better, coming out here at Loughborough or coming out at the Rec?
Definitely Loughborough.
Yeah?
Loughborough's a good crack.
It's got to be at it.
Just 'cause you know everyone's going to uni afterwards.
Forget the rugby. So we go, hey you,
Just go straight, hey you.
lads.
Sounds good.
Plus, when you're playing down at the Rec, there's the majority of Bath supporters booing you and stuff like that, isn't there? So it's obviously better to come out of Loughborough.
Where were you, Stevie, when these guys were getting an earful down in Bath?
I was in the crowd actually. I was booing.
But he, like all the others, will need to be there and firing on all cylinders this time around. The thing is, though, they had chances early on, didn't they?
Got so many players that they bring in, they just bring all their boys back
From the academy.
Right.
From like
Again,
Bath.
it's such a big game that they're going to raise their game for it.
Apart from you guys, then, who's going to be key in our team? Who's going to drive us through?
The fit.
He did well last year, the FIP, so he set the standard.
And that idiot behind the camera over there.
He's not supposed to be here. How you doing?
I'm a quiet one.
Falvey certainly won't be quiet on the night, and the PA system always helps get them going.
That was a special moment.
We have a real show for you tonight. Forget Oxford, forget Cambridge. This is
Apparently, though, my efforts on the tannoy didn't go down too well.
Tipsy had told all the crowd, if Ore starts any chance, no one say anything, no one join in, just to make you look like a fool.
Well, on that case, you're going to have to make him look like a fool on this.
Yes.
He'll look great after this, I'll tell you that for free, my friend.
No, I'm not.
What's wrong?
I don't like film, mate. I don't like
Fit, suitably, now looks the clown. And don't be surprised if the celebrations get out of hand if Nigel scores a try or two.
If you score a try, can we get like
We'll get some try scoring in there.
I put knock off Nigel on.
I will walk off the pitch and come to the business school to find you.
Well, 3 tries in 2 varsity games for knock-off Nigel himself, and who would bet against him doing it again? What's certain is, though, in front of the home crowd, these veterans of varsity will want to put on a show.
It's all our last games, yeah, so we want to perform in front of all our friends and family and stuff, and we want to enjoy it, yeah.
Guys, good luck in the game. You'll be awesome, yeah?
Yeah. Cheers, Dub.
Cheers.
Cheers, man. You get your
To Rug.
Yeah.
What up, mate? What up, mate? I'll tell you what, I had a really great time, actually, talking to those guys out there. Great banter, you might say, back there in the dressing room.
Yeah, definitely not holding back. It's all building up, all taking in good spirits.
Is it really Fippo that drives the team forward?
I think they're taking that a bit too far, to be honest. He's too small to lead a team like this.
Well, I think it's important that you say that because he'll be watching later and I think he needs to know his place. Anyway, in preparation for the match, those 4 guys, Hodgie looks like he's going to be fit to play in this game, which is fantastic. Those 5 guys together are going to be such a massive influence in this game, surely.
Yeah, definitely. They all add so much to the team in themselves, like all massive ball carriers, decision makers. We've had a couple of games where we've been missing a few key personnel, and you can just tell from the noise and to the actual performance of the team. Them lot together as well, 1 to 15, including the bench as well. It's so important for them as a unit to click together.
And 2 of those guys in the England students squad.
Yep.
How must that influence their play for Loughborough? You know, playing on an even bigger stage.
Yeah, it's good. Ian Kench as well. Obviously, he was a captain. He had the honour of being the captain this year. I think in terms of their experience and learning the odd piece from other teams as well away from Loughborough, they can pick out certain things on other positions. And when they come back to the university, the boys themselves just think it's brilliant, and obviously they're always behind them. Important thing is like some people have got to miss this game because they're playing at the weekend in another England university's game. So it's a tough fixture list. And it's all about priorities, and the main thing is that the coach's drill is that Loughborough comes first. Yeah,
and we said 2 of those guys out of the 5 in the Loughborough squad, but we've got 4 players in the Bath squad. You said that you've played with some of those guys yourself. That must, it's going to be slightly evenly matched on representation anyway. Yeah, that's right. Both squads are jam-packed with some great talented players. Not just in terms of university standards. Many players have been at Premiership clubs, clubs all over the world, all different standards. So it's just going to be such a great game. All right, so where do you reckon the differences will be between the sides then? The differences, in my opinion, the thing is that Loughborough are so used to playing men's rugby. They've been playing National League, well, they're playing Midlands 1 rugby, and the different levels of physicality within that, I just don't think Bath are going to be able to deal with that up front. In terms of the back-wise, I've already mentioned Giles Pryor, Stevie Collins at fly-half, his little dummy show and go. The boy. He's a little flair player. Although he's so small, he's just such an influential player. Yeah. My opinion is it's going to be a 30-pointer to Loughborough. I can't see Bath being able to deal with Loughborough. All right, well, we'll see about that when it comes. But currently on the first team pitch is the Boost Tag Rugby Championship that Dave Morris is so passionate and spoke about earlier. The charity set up for Loughborough Students Rugby to find leaders in the community. And you never know, we might well see some of those kids gracing the same pitch in some years' time. One guy they may well be looking up to, leading out the team this evening, is Dan Falvey, and the honour will lie with him to lead out his team. Let's see how he geared up for this game. He definitely trains hard for his team, does Loughborough captain Dan Falvey, and he's had to in a season that's thrown up some very personal highs and lows. You want to get yourself a tyre on that, Falvey? That's nothing. I'm pulling out for fun, brother. Good to see that you put some graft in. We don't like slackers in this team, do we?
There's a few of them as well. There's a few of them. Absolutely flawless.
Not only has he got a great singing voice,
hear my word.
Come on. But he's got an excellent eye for women's wear.
That's a woman's gilet. Yeah.
What's the problem with that? I've got no problem. And on to more pressing matters. Your freshers year, Fowles, you weren't in the varsity side. What was that all about?
I was like, I played 2s most of my freshers year, but I got injured as well. So towards the end of the year, I was watching in the stands. Good fun.
Good fun, or not as good fun as actually coming out?
Playing in bare, but it's good.
And it'll be the first time you run out in front of 4,000 people.
It's going to be good fun, huh?
That won't be too bad. Yeah? Checking out the location before the grandstand went up, Fowles can only imagine the feeling he'll feel immediately before the game.
You'll get the buzz for a little bit, but the stand will be here, won't it? And then we'll be warming up in there.
Yeah.
So when you run out, that'll be the thing. Like, you'll hear it then and be like, oh, it's on.
This is why we're here.
Exactly. Hodgie was captain for the start of the year, and when he got injured, I was asked to take over, and it was one of the easiest decisions I had to make, because like the bunch of guys, it's quite easy to captain them. Like, not a lot needs to be said, and then there's quite a lot of leaders in the team as well, like people like Kenchi, Tomo, people like that. They just really lead from the front, righty.
Yeah.
There's a lot of guys who will just like chirp up and like get involved, so there's not much I have to do really.
Those players aside, he'd be left cursing the luck of a captain after a knee injury spelled the end of an excellent season.
I was just gutted. Like, I thought that was it. My main fear was not getting to play with my mates again. That's like one of the big driving factors, getting back from fitness. It was just like one of those things that you get annoyed doing. You know what I mean? Like, you always get annoyed when you're injured, but the way it happened, I was just so annoyed with myself.
And how did it come about, the injury itself?
It was just like one of those like, sort of freak occurrences where like you think everything's going really well, and it's just like just got caught in this turf, and then just twisted my knee, and then that was it. And luckily we got Paula Wild, and she like put me through some rehab and really helped me out. So I'm really happy to be back.
With Paula and co able to work their usual magic, Fowles led his team proudly out at England's home of rugby, Twickenham. The result may not have gone to plan, but there'll be great incentive to finish a wonderful season on a high.
To play in front of your mates would be a completely new atmosphere, wouldn't it? Because like the people there cheering you on, hopefully. And then I think it'll be brilliant. I think it'll be the perfect way to end off a year, hopefully with a win. I don't think you can really ask for something better than that, can you? It's like you work hard all year, the league, the booster, but then just to end it here. Everyone's looking forward to it, like building up to that, and just like running out at basically your home ground, but then with all the stand and people around it, all the atmosphere, music, stuff like that. That's going to be a big incentive for the last week of rugby term. Coming here afterwards as well for a bit of a good time. It's going to be good fun.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah,
you can't get enough of it.
I can't. I'll be there for the varsity, mate. Good luck.
Cheers, bro.
You deserve it, man. Excellent stuff. Dan Falvey there. Definitely will be nervous, surely.
Yeah, he'll be nervous, but he's played in many big games. He's certainly got the head for it, as you'll have seen the size of that thing. And when it starts moving, he definitely goes forward, and he's always the loudest man in any room. So he's a good person to have in the changing rooms with you.
And he'll be proud to lead his team out again. Obviously, led them out fantastically well. Led the team well on last week in the booster final, but today in front of all the guys, like you said in the V2.
Yeah, definitely. Like a lot of the players themselves are always at the start. I remember when I first came, I was asked what sort of captain that you'd look up to and you want in your team, and it's someone who'd lead by the front, take the game by the grip of take the game to the opposition, show what we're all about, and that's exactly what he does. You'll see him pick up at 8. He'll just take the team forward. It's all he knows what to do. He's a big physical ball carrier, constantly talking to the team, keeping them uplifted, keeping them going. You could see it at the end of the boost final. He's in tears. It's how much it means to the guy. He's here next year, so it's not his last game for Loughborough, but he knows that there's plenty of players in his team who will do anything for him, and he's the same, will do anything for the team.
You're right. Well, it's nearly about time for them to put their lives, university lives anyway, on the line, because as far as my clock goes, we're less than 10 minutes away in time to get their game faces on, and I think hopefully we've got Scotty. He's down pitch side, getting a vibe on the feeling at the pitch now.
Right, guys, this is Scotty again down at pitch side, and what can I say? What a first game, and there is no doubt that the second game is going to be equally as good. It's starting to fill up. You can see all the spectators. Everyone is getting in that electric kind of atmosphere, and I cannot wait until the end of this game. I cannot wait. Back to you, Ore.
I don't know why you're saying you can't wait to the end of this game. I can't wait to the beginning of this game, all right? I'm psyched, and everyone else should be, because all eyes are now on the Real Varsity match. I think it's time nearly about time that I might hand back to our commentators, Ben Croucher. But first, Dave Rogers.
Here we are. Everything is looking fantastic. We're coming out. We've got the pitch. The stands are filling up. And everything is set for this, the culmination of the Real Varsity 2008.
It promises to be an absolute cracker, Dave. The Loughborough team is full of experience. That seems to be the key issue here. Bath's team looks very strong at the same time, but I think the important thing to note in the Loughborough side, a lot of England students players, a lot of finalists playing, not many freshers.
I think the key thing is Bath have had what they would consider by their standards a very disappointing season. This is a huge opportunity for them to finish on a high. As for Loughborough, well, they can have what many would deem a dream season to an extent. Obviously gaining promotion from Midlands 1 to the National League 3 North, reaching the booster final, unfortunately losing out to a very, very strong Hartpury side in both the first and second team competition. But this is just another opportunity for them to sort of stamp their authority and really say, we are student rugby, Loughborough Students Rugby Football Club.
Looking at student rugby on a slightly younger scale, I think here, Dave, we can see the players of that tag rugby tournament really enjoying the atmosphere of playing on such an important occasion in front of a few thousand fans, really enjoying it. What would this mean to someone that young?
Well, we see there. We see Alex Cheese Laybourne there among the other Boost coaches. They do a hell of a lot of work in the local community. Also, you mentioned the Caribbean. Geraint going to the Caribbean to coach. That's something that the Boost charity does. They have a huge link with Loughborough Students Rugby, and in fact do a lot of work with the children. We see them having the opportunity to play as a curtain raiser for a massive game like this. It'll mean a lot for the kids. They'll be looking up to players, thinking, "Wow, maybe one day in the future I'll be able to be one of the lucky boys or girls that pulls on a jersey that means the world to me in front of a crowd like this." So they'll be happy with that.
Looks like they're forming the Guard of Honour there. We can see in the background there, looks like Loughborough getting ready for their match, getting the preparations in the back, and we see the players looking ready to form a Guard of Honour. About 5-10 minutes before the players come out onto the pitch for the kick-off. It's been a brilliant contest so far. I mean, we've seen an absolutely cracking women's match played under some overclass conditions. Weren't quite expecting this though.
Yeah, however, thankfully the rain has held off and we've seen some running rugby. Hopefully that'll be the same for the men's game, because obviously the crowd don't want to see a negative contest. They want to see two physical packed, and they want to see some fast backs and some running rugby.
And there the kids go, doing a lap of honour of the pitch, trying to get the crowd G'd up. I think the rugby will speak for itself in a few moments' time, but the kids are lapping up the atmosphere here, loving every minute of it. Done very well to get their final of that, slapping the hands of the spectators, living every minute. This has got to be a dream come true for a kid like that.
Oh, absolutely. This will mean the world to these kids, especially playing on a pitch like this. I mean,
bit of a race down to the touchline there. Oh, and a sliding finish. Celebrations is what I like to see there, Dave.
Absolutely. I mean, most of the students at Loughborough dream of playing on that pitch, so for these youngsters to be given the opportunity is huge. Going back to the weather that you mentioned earlier, unfortunately the scheduled skydive had to be cancelled. Loughborough student skydive team were meant to be parachuting the ball onto the pitch. Really? Yeah, unfortunately that was cancelled. But hopefully all the fireworks will be done by the players, and I'm really, really excited about what's to come.
Yeah, like we saw, the blustery conditions are affecting the game so much, and I think we might be going to have a look back at some of the highlights from last week at Twickenham.
Twickenham, the home of English rugby. Loughborough have made it to the finals of the Booster Championships 2008. Was there any surprise there? Don't think so. This is like the practice really for the varsity. Some people say it's more important. I'm not so sure. Let's see how they get on. Coach loads of supporters from both universities turned out for the match, and Liz was on hand to catch the excitement before the game.
I found myself some very enthusiastic supporters.
Very
Boys,
enthusiastic.
who were you supporting today?
Hartpury College, all the way.
All the way. And tell me, what's the preparation been like? Are the guys pumped up?
Beer, very lots of attention on rugby, and aiming to destroy Loughborough University.
Do you hear that? Aiming to destroy. These guys mean business. Here with Joe Monroe, Athletic Union President. Thank you very much for joining us, Joe.
It's an absolute pleasure.
So, who are you supporting today? Obviously Loughborough.
Obviously the mighty Loughborough, yes, certainly am.
And tell me a little bit, how much have you prepared for this game?
Well, me personally, I just managed to get myself down here. I mean, the boys that are playing have been doing, it's a whole season's work, isn't it? They've had a terrific season. They're a great bunch of guys, the strongest team Loughborough's had in a while.
Loughborough just come onto the pitch to limber up for the big final against UWE Hartpury. And they're just over there, they're just doing their drills and getting psyched up as well. If Loughborough win today, this will be the 28th time that they've won the Booster Championship since they started. That's an unbelievable record, and let's just hope Loughborough have got what it takes today to make it 28. Although Loughborough played rough, it wasn't enough to hold off Hartpury, who seemed an impressive offensive side. With many clearances from their own try line, Loughborough looked shaky. Hartpury, however, proved to be masters of the breakaway. It wasn't Loughborough's defence that let them down, but mistakes off the ball. The referee eventually awarded Hartpury a penalty kick after this. Loughborough was swift to counter though, with this try from Jamie Thompson. Hartpury's reply to this came swiftly, and at the midpoint of the first half, Henry Trindler intercepted the ball and made a valiant dash towards the try line. Loughborough struggled to hold him back, and Trindle managed just to touch down. With the extra conversion points, this secured UWE Hartpury in the lead. And then Loughborough gave away their second penalty kick, which well-practised Tim Stevenson sailed over for a further 3 points. But in the dying minutes of this half, Loughborough gave an impressive show of explosive power and expert footwork, which Ian Kench concluded with a try. Okay, the first 40 minutes are over with. Loughborough are 1 point ahead. There's not much in it. It's 12-11. Let's see what the coaches have to say.
First half, it looks a bit unorganised. We seem to be, the nerves are getting to us a little bit. I think Loughborough are a pretty well drilled side. It's just our mistakes that are costing us really. So.
The first 30 minutes a little bit wobbly, and then we start playing good defense, and the try we are a little bit narrow, but if you correct 2 or 3 mistakes, we're gonna be okay.
2 minutes into the second half, and UWE Hartpury's number 18, Ross Kenwright, was sin-binned, giving Loughborough an opportunity to increase their lead by 3 points, with a penalty kick taken and scored by Pointer. With one man down, UWE Hartpury came right back with another try by Andrew Rose, retaking the lead 16-15. Stevenson, however, missed the crucial conversion that set the pace for a further 2 missed conversions from each side. A number of injuries and stoppages meant that the second half, however, slowed down in pace, with UWE Hartpury's number 22 being taken off with an injured left ankle. At 33 minutes, UWE Hartpury drove through the Loughborough defence at the 5-metre line to secure another try by Matt Gilbert. Stevenson successfully converted this try to increase his team's lead to 23-15. As the team's supporters sang opposing songs from the stands, tension increased as the game went into injury time. Loughborough had trouble getting the ball out of their own half as Hartpury dug in relentlessly. Hartpury held the ball in Loughborough's 22 until the final whistle blew at just over 50 minutes to crown them the champions for the second consecutive year. So the pride of Loughborough has undoubtedly been dented after that 23-15 defeat to UWE Hartpury. There's lessons to be learned, and I'm sure the coaches are going to work out exactly what went wrong and put it right for next Wednesday's match, the Real Varsity.
Brilliant action there from Twickenham. Dave, how's that loss going to affect the players?
I think it'll affect them because obviously it's such a huge stage. I mean, Twickenham is literally rugby HQ, and it's a dream for any rugby player, no matter what nationality, to play there. What I think we will see, though, is they'll be looking to bounce back, finish the season with some class, and maintain their unbeaten record in the Real Varsity competition.
Now, I think Aure's got some interesting things to say. Back to you in the studio, Aure.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. Werns, obviously disappointing, but couldn't be a better stage to come back into the forefront of rugby, and for those guys that are leaving from Loughborough, couldn't be a better stage, eh?
No, you're right, there couldn't be a better stage. Last week was a disappointment. They've all been together the whole time, they've stayed as a collective unit. They've watched the video, they've been gutted, they know where they've been weak. They've trained on it, they've worked harder than ever before. I mean, it's been a hell of a long season. We were back here end of July, early August, for moments like this. We didn't win Boosa. The next game was the Varsity. Yep. Let's make sure we win this. A couple of the guys, last game at home, never mind just for Loughborough. It's going to be an emotional ending. Hopefully it'll be a good ending with a win.
Well, we'll see about that. And if you didn't know exactly what we're doing here, you didn't know what Real Varsity is, hopefully this will sort your mind out.
To the limit. Far, far away from Earth. I wanna dance in outer space. I wanna dance across the universe. I wanna dance in outer space. I wanna dance.
Oh yes, it's just about time. Wernahm, last words on the game.
Get the set piece sorted, keep the cohesion there, win by 30 points.
30 points.
30 points.
30 points is the quote from Mike Wernahm. I was rubbing my hands in anticipation for the game now. Squeaky bum time. Let's go back to Dave Croucher, Penn Croucher and Dave Rogers.
Thank you very much, Jorge. It looks like apparently got a streaker on the pitch. We don't want to see this. Oh, that's a horrible sight. The stewards have got him. Oh, they've missed the first tackle. That's interesting stuff there, Dave.
I'm not sure if we can get a replay of that. I just hope the standard attack is better in this match. I hope the standard attack is better than it was from the steward there, who gave him a job.
Better than that tackle.
Unbelievable. Tackle everywhere.
Anyway, thank you very much, Ore. Welcome back to the first 15 pitch here at Loughborough University. We've had some interesting sights so far. I don't think any are quite going to top what we've just witnessed. We're broadcasting live on LSUTV and Unibox. He still hasn't been caught, I'm being told in my ear. We've witnessed some scintillating action already, Dave.
Absolutely, and if the girls' game is anything to go by, then this is going to be an absolute bruiser. These boys are keen. Obviously, Loughborough coming off the back of that devastating defeat, and Bath looking to make up for what can be described as a disappointing season for them so far.
Okay, so if we take a look over the teams, we can see a wealth of experience, as we mentioned earlier. Here we can see in the back rows, Grant Pointer filling in at fullback, Andy Wright, Giles Pryor, Mark Wright, Mark Cody, and the half-back pairing of Lewis Barker and Steve Collins. Going to be a vital game for those two. Looking into the forwards, we've got Andy Daniel, Jason Phipps and Tom Erpens. An absolutely huge front row for Loughborough. They've got an important role to play, and a number 8, Dan Falvey. We saw in the previews before the game what a loud mouth he's got, and he's going to be looking to rally his troops for the game. Taking a look at the Bath side, Rydian Maguire, the most experienced player in the Bath team, captain the side on many occasions before. Duncan Steele as well. He'll be looking to get some fierce tackles in today. Rob Neve and Tom Cracknell there got a big role to play with the boot. Tom Foyster, Alex Donaldson and Andy Lawrence there. Big contest against Daniel Phipps and Erpens, and also Ollie Cooper Miller at number 6 at blindside. Big game from him. Tom Booth as well, an ex-England students player. He'll be looking to be one of the standout players for Bath. Dave, what can we look forward to from these players?
I think the key, if Bath are going to have any chance in this game, is they've got to get parity up front. Loughborough have been playing Midlands 1 rugby this year. They've won that league relatively comfortably, and they're going to be playing in the National League next year.
And here come the Bath players. Sorry to interrupt you there, Dave. The Bath players are coming onto the pitch. The crowd, bit of a mixed reception from the crowd. The Bath supporters that have travelled up from the West Country are making the noise heard, and the crowd are giving them a nice reception. It's going to be a huge game for them. In the famous blue and yellow shots, there we go. A bit of abuse from the crowd. The Bath players will like that though, Dave.
Absolutely, that'll really get them up for it. Partisan crowd, it's where the real performance.
And here we can see the crowd have lifted themselves up. The Loughborough boys are on their way out, playing in their change strip of white. It's going to make for some interesting action. Led out by skipper Dan Falvey. Makes for some interesting viewing now, Dave.
Oh, absolutely. You've got Captain Falvey there sporting a really offensive mullet hairdo. He is a dual code international, should I say, also represented Great Britain at amateur rugby league level. Like I was saying before, Loughborough are going to look to dominate the forward exchanges, and Bath are really going to have to work hard to counteract that. Promotion into National League 3 North has been huge for the Loughborough team this year, and they're going to be looking to finish on a high after the disappointment at Twickenham last week.
It's important to note that there are the final games of their Loughborough careers for Kench, Thompson, Collins, Daniel and Andy Wright, the number 14 right winger. Is it going to be an emotional time for them, or are they going to be look beyond that?
I think every game's emotional, particularly games of this magnitude. Like we've mentioned previously, Bath, by their standards, have had a very disappointing season, finishing 6th in Premier Men's South A this season, gaining only 3 wins all season, but that will mean nothing if they taste the sweetness of victory over their bitter rivals today.
The referee is Mark Elliott. The touch judges are Mark Hunt and John Hill. Going to get us underway in this match is Stephen Collins. He's a finalist student in maths at Loughborough University, and he's fired up for this game, I'm sure. The crowd are going absolutely ballistic. It's incredible. The weather's not dampened the spirits at all, and the crowd are really up for this. The referee is just checking to see if the game's going to get underway. The crowd are absolutely on the edge of their seats here, Dave.
Oh, it's going to be huge. This first collision, I would not fancy being the ball carrier who takes it in, because the Loughborough forwards are going to be baying for blood. It's important for Bath early doors to make sure they get a good contact, win the forthcoming ruck, find a good touch, and really build from there.
About to get underway here on the first 15 pitch at Loughborough University, the 4th annual varsity match. You can forget your Leeds Carnegie, you can forget your Oxford Cambridge. This is the Real Varsity. We're underway, and a brilliant take there from the Bath backs, straight in. Loughborough looking to set their defence up. Bath on their own 22.
Great
and
pressure,
brilliant
turnover.
Pressure, given the foul coming in from the. Is it coming in from the side there?
Yeah.
Dave?
He'd have thought he's coming straight, but the referee obviously not going to take any messing, going to assert his authority. He's got a very important part to play today, because this has got the potential to boil over.
I think it's wise words indeed there, Mr. Rogers. Found a brilliant touch there from the fly half, Tom Cracknell, on the Bath side, deep into the Loughborough half, in between their 22 and the 10-metre line.
That'll certainly calm the nerves of the Bath players. They found a good touch early on. Obviously Loughborough looking to put the pressure on, but Bath are going to try and cut this defensive line to ribbons.
Now, as we saw in the women's match earlier, the line out is going to be a crucial part of the game. Charged with that responsibility is Alex Donaldson for the Bath team. And the first line has gone very short, surprised the Loughborough side there.
Yeah, Bath looking to show their initiative. Loughborough still trying to mix it up in the tight areas.
Oh, a big hit there, absolutely huge. But Bath have still retained possession. He skipped through one tackle. Number 7, Jamie Thompson with the tackle there.
Yeah, Rydian Maguire also showing his fancy feet, showing his experience as a former Welsh Schools international, and he's really going to have a massive part to play for the Blue and Golds today.
Rob Neve has done a brilliant job there, sub in the last year's varsity encounter.
Yeah, we see Falvey, the captain there, taking no messing. He'll be happy with his side's early performance, looking as though they're looking to dominate the defence and trying to win every collision. Here's a good chance for Loughborough to get some territory.
Yeah, as we saw in the women's game, Bath made an absolutely fantastic start, pinning Loughborough back into their own half. But it looks like early on in this game, it's going to be a lot more of a kicking encounter, trying to play in the right areas. Is that important for the start of the game?
Territory in this game is going to be huge. If one team gets bogged down in their own 22, that's when frustration keeps in, and that's when the opposition are going to look to try and get points on the board.
Here we see Jason Phipps with a good line out, couldn't quite be taken there.
No, the ball's gone backwards, and Bath have taken advantage of that mistake from Loughborough, who have turned possession over.
Although the referee has given a scrum down to Bath. Good start here from both sides, not giving away too much early on. The crowd look thoroughly engrossed on the far side of the pitch there. 2,000 fans in that stand, another 2,000 enjoying the atmosphere around the ground. Specially set up for the first 15 pitch for this Real Varsity match.
Yeah,
the players have never experienced anything like this before, have they, Dave?
Well, there's a lot of players who played.
A fantastic hit! Absolutely huge hit there. That is what the Real Varsity is about, ladies and gentlemen. A huge
Absolutely.
hit. Number 6, Andy Hodgkins there, coming as a late replacement with the hit, I think.
Yeah, he's been struggling with fitness all year, had to have a knee operation earlier in the season, had the honour of captaining the side earlier in the season as well. He'll be happy. That hit will give him a lot of confidence. It'll also put a little bit of doubt in the minds of his Bath counterparts.
Andy Hodgkins is part of the Harlequins Academy, of course. There we go, on the ball, you see, making good ground almost up to the Bath 10-metre line on this near side. Quick ball from Bath. From Loughborough even.
Yeah, they're looking to get...
that's a brilliant break. Loughborough through early on, made the sidestep. He's been brought down inside the Bath 22. This is brilliant stuff from Loughborough. A wonderful start. Although it looks like there's been a knock-on.
Great cover
looking
tackle
behind
there.
the knock-on there. What a fantastic break from Loughborough.
Yeah, we saw a lovely line hit there from the centre, Mark Wright, but a fantastic cover tackle there from Rydian and Maguire. We said he had a huge part to play. He saved his team there.
And deep into their own 22, the Packs have got a really important job to play in this match. Whoever's going to win the scrum, I think, has an important job to play.
Cheeky little box kick there from Rob Neve.
Now this is a chance for Loughborough to attack. brilliant play. Oh, an absolutely massive hit. He's knocked him straight back. The crowd really enjoyed that. Driving up to the 22. We can see Ian Kench getting stuck involved there. Quick ball from Lewis Barker. Brilliant play, and it's gone forward, but it's a penalty to Loughborough. Fantastic start from the players. A little bit of argy-bargy there. Handbags at 10 paces. This is what the game means to the players, Dave.
Absolutely, and Ian Kench never backward in coming forward. We can see a little bit of mouth going on there, but Captain Falvey obviously showing he's taking no messing, but at the same time looking after his players. Great opportunity here for Loughborough to take a 3-0 lead. We also saw a little bit of biff in midfield. The crowd love that. The hits often getting as big a cheer as the tries.
Yeah, we saw a massive hit there. Looks like they're going to change the ball.
Yeah.
I think the initial run was made by Andy Wright there. An absolutely storming run.
I think it could have been, actually, Diaz again coming in, making a massive impact, really showing that he's hitting the lines, and even when he doesn't quite go around them, he's quite happy to go through them. But really, really steady start from Loughborough.
Good to see. Now it looks like, I think Tom Rogers has come off the sidelines here, number 21 on our score sheet. We have yet to confirm that, but it looks like he's been in charge with the conversion, setting himself up for this one.
It's Grant Pointer, actually. He's in the 21 shirt for some reason.
Playing at fullback today, of course, going up for the kick. Slotting it through the post. The crowd lift themselves up. 3-0 to Loughborough, just over 5 minutes gone. Let's take another look at that conversion.
The first point for Loughborough scored by 21, Andy Henderson.
Yeah, this is bread and butter for any kicker worth their weight. Straight in front of the posts on the 22, and there he goes. He dissects those sticks. We've got play back underway again. Captain Falvey with his first opportunity to run the ball in.
And you see there, it's taken 3 men to bring him down. Fantastic storming run up to the 10-metre line, and a handling mistake there. I think that was Ian Kench with the ball, but Bath looking to use it very quickly, not dwelling on the mistakes. A fantastic hit again off the ball. The crowd are absolutely loving these challenges so early on in the match. Only saw a couple of those in the women's game, but already we've been treated to a couple of bruising hits there, Dave.
Yeah, Loughborough obviously are going to fancy themselves as the more physical side after their gruelling season playing open age senior rugby. We saw a handling error there by Ian Kench in midfield. He'll be looking to make up for that, and Bath have a fantastic opportunity here just outside the Loughborough 22. Plenty of grass to play with.
Ian Kench, of course, the England students captain. He's represented England under 18s and now obviously within England students, who have a game this weekend actually, so a lot of the Bath players will have a couple of absentees from their team. But Bath using the ball well on the Loughborough 10-metre line, driving run through but brought down well. Loughborough forwards picking the ball up nice and quickly. They look like they've got numbers over on this side, calling for players, and there they've got a man out there. Brilliant step inside as they come up just short of the 10-metre, the 22. Not quite into touch there from Loughborough. And a free kick has been given.
Yeah, again, Bath looking to assert pressure and not really making the yards that they'd like to. Outside half, Tom Cracknell moving a little bit laterally. He's going to look to inject a little bit more direction. But again, this is the territory they want. Actually a penalty, and they're going to look to level the score up at 3-3. Challenging kick here.
Now for the right-footed kicker even, these kicks from this side of the far side of the pitch always tend to be a bit tricky. It'll be interesting to see how the Bath kicker will take on this penalty attempt to try and level the scores, of course. Grant Pointer converting a penalty just after 5 minutes to make it 3-0, and now Bath with the opportunity, a rather soft penalty given away, with the opportunity to get themselves back on level pegging. It'll be interesting to see how the crowd react to this after seeing such a one-sided encounter in the women's match. Hopefully, from a neutral's point of view, the game will be close. From the partisan crowd, hopefully they're looking for a Loughborough rout.
The neutral always wants a tidy game. I mean, we want rugby to be the winner, but in terms of the people in the stands,
and you see the crowd cheering. They knew that one had missed from the side. A hard kick, like we were saying, and let's have another look at that. Just see how far he missed that one by.
Yeah, it's a difficult angle to tell really, but right from the beginning, when the ball left his boot, you could see that he hadn't struck it the way he wanted. Perhaps he let the heckling from the crowd get to him, who knows, but Loughborough have got to make sure they stop giving away silly penalties after they win the collision.
Here, and good touch found there, is it? No, he's not found touch. Bad mistake there. Now with the chance to run at the players. Is that Dan Falvey there?
Once again, I think it's Grant Pointer actually. But Loughborough looking to go wide.
Oh, brilliant sidestep there from the number 14, Andy Wright. And they've been bundled into touch, but a brilliant break there. You see the speed of this game is absolutely engrossing so far. No time to catch your breath here.
Yeah, Loughborough really playing in the true style that the women left off in so much that looking to run it wide at every opportunity. It's what the crowd like. Everyone likes to see tries, everyone likes to see expansive rugby. When Bath get their hands on the ball, it'll be interesting to see whether or not they employ a similar style. It looks early on as though number 10, Tom Cracknell's going to look to put boot to ball and try and play territorially in the Loughborough half.
It's been a fantastic start to this game, just over 10 minutes gone in the 4th annual varsity match here at Loughborough University on the first 15 pitch, an especially constructed stadium for this game. The line out here, saw a cheeky one first time, this one's a bit more orthodox, but it's not gone right for Bath. They've managed to recover it, have they? No, it's been picked up by Loughborough, going over the Bath 10 metre line. Deep, going to look for quick ball. Nice play from the scrum half Lewis Barker there. Driving through, an absolutely punishing tackle, going through 2 tackles there.
Yeah, Phipps hitting a good inside line there. Loughborough
like
going to look to build.
The ball there, Dave. Hopefully those two can sort themselves out and get back onto playing the game. Forwards are moving it forward, just trying to gain those extra inches as they inch towards the Bath 22. There's a foot in there, but it looks like Ian Kent just managed to pick the ball up and recover that. Yeah. Barker getting quick ball out. The number 10 picking it up. Oh, wonderful play. Number 14, Andy Wright, doing brilliantly there, just being held up short of the 22. Barker looking to release the ball quickly again. Nice offload, and there's a bit of a handling mistake, and Loughborough's attack breaks down, but I think we're going to go back for an earlier infringement.
Yeah, some great work there from the number 6, which is Andy Hodgkins, and number 5, Ian Kench, realising that it wasn't necessarily on out wide, getting their hands on the ball and making the hard yards that are so key when you're trying to impose yourself on your opposition. We're going back for an earlier infringement, I believe. The linesman's on the pitch. Unfortunately, it was off camera, not something we could have seen. I hope we're not going to end up with a player from either side in the sin bin.
We did see earlier a little off the ball behind the maul. It'd be interesting to see. The referee, Mark Elliott, is calling the captain, Dan Falvey, over to have a little discussion. I think that is to do with that afters off the ball. I don't know if any punches were thrown. You can see 28 minutes to go in this first half. Loughborough are leading 3-0, and it's a penalty to Loughborough right in front of the post. This is a diamond opportunity for them, Dave.
Absolute golden opportunity. Bath seem to be content with pressing the suicide button at the moment. You can't afford to give away penalties in front of the sticks against a team that are dominating early proceedings. Fantastic opportunity for Grant Pointer to extend Loughborough's lead. However, Bath, from the resulting kick-off, really need to get back into Loughborough's half and start imposing some pressure of their own.
He's got the red boots on. Let's hope he doesn't see the red miss with this kick. Right in front of the posts. Confident with his first kick straight through the middle of there. To be fair, you'll be able to tell if this kick is successful just from the crowd, I think, Dave.
Yeah, absolutely. They were certainly very vocal when Bath had an opportunity.
And they cheer again. It's 6-0. A fantastic kick there. The red boots doing their job. Brilliant stuff. Let's have another look at that conversion here. Stepping up confidently. Straight through the middle of the uprights. Johnny Wilkinson, eat your heart out.
Yeah, fantastic strike of the ball. He'll be delighted with that. Certainly it calmed his nerves with the boot. It always helps when you get 2 easy ones under your belt. Really important now that Bath don't let this slip away from them. They need to get a bit of territory.
Duncan Steele getting the game underway. He's also wearing the red boots. Maybe it's got something to do with the kicking. Bit of lucky red boots, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe so. Might fancy himself.
And a slight knock on there, meaning the scrum down to Bath. Inside the Loughborough half. Fantastic start to this game from Loughborough. Bath haven't put too many feet wrong, just a couple of careless penalties in dangerous positions.
That's the thing, but so often is the case in rugby these days, it's not the great things that win you the match, it's other teams' mistakes, and it's 2 Bath mistakes that have cost them 6 points so far in this game.
A good scrum from Loughborough there. Bath managed to hold it up nicely, and it's been charged down. Brilliant charge down there. The kick not quite going to plan. I think there might have been a knock-on in there. There was a knock-on by 3 knock-ons by the looks of the referee's decision. First one was made by a Loughborough hand, so we're going to go down for a scrum down in a similar position. Important for the front rows. Daniel and Foyster got a tough battle ahead of them.
Absolutely. The scrummage has been interesting so far. No one really gaining the upper hand. Bath once again, though, showing that they like to put boot to ball. I think the wingers are going to have to be very, very eagle-eyed.
Holding the ball up nicely there. They've got a man out on the outside, but that's number 15, Rydian Maguire there, one of the most experienced players in the Bath team. He'll be looking to have an important game for them, as we see Wernahm going down on the close side. As they've been bundled into touch, they've kept the ball alive brilliantly there. No, the linesman's flag is up. Brilliant defence from Loughborough there. Very tight. Bath did everything they could to keep the ball in play, but Loughborough just did enough.
Yeah, it's been a confident start from Loughborough defensively. I think Bath are going to have to start being a little bit more creative, running a few more lines if they're going to make any dent into this Loughborough defence. Maybe one of those little chips over the top will come off, and we could see a spectacular try if so.
And a good line out there from Jason Phipps. He's known as Pancho to his mates. If any of you have seen the TV show he's from,
Dirty Sanchez.
It's a load of Welsh people making a bit of a fool of themselves.
Yeah,
you know
absolutely.
what that's like, Dave?
Yeah, he does bear a striking resemblance to a certain character from that show. However, he'll be looking not to make such a fool of himself today. He's had a steady start in the line-outs, and we're seeing yet more fantastic impacts in midfield. Bath finally finding their feet defensively. Steve Collins there looking to have a little bit of a show and go. It's hotting up, Ben.
It's getting quite tasty, and as a penalty to Bath, not rolling away after the ball has been played.
And I think we're going to have a break in play for an injury to a Loughborough player. That's the captain, Dan Falvey.
Hopefully he won't stay down for too long. He's probably the most crucial player in the Loughborough side. Might not have the most prettiest of games, but it sure is effective.
Or in fact the prettiest of faces by all accounts.
Or haircuts.
But yeah. No, he's lying there. I think he's just going to take it all in. The last thing he'll want to do in a game of such magnitude is to take anything. In fact, he's going to want to get straight back up there. He'll be begging the physio to strap his knee up, and he'll go on that for as long as he can.
Here we can take a look at the Bath replacements. They'll be coming into play in the second half. Nathan Catt, like his Bath namesake, is one of the most crucial players in the side.
I'm pretty sure he doesn't play for Bath.
He used to play for Bath, I'm sure. Mike Catt, of course, we're talking about there. Good touch found after that penalty on the Loughborough 22.
Big opportunity here for Bath. 2 penalties down at the moment. They'll be looking to impose themselves. They've had a bit of a mixed bag in the line-out so far. So important that your line-out steady if you're going to get any sort of quality possession. Really
Definitely,
great.
We can see the crowd there. Alcoholic beverages in hand. They're enjoying the game. Obviously, we do not promote drinking on LSUTV, but the crowd look like they're having a brilliant time.
It's very evenly poised. Big opportunity here. Bath looking to impose themselves in the forwards, but Loughborough up to the task at the moment.
They're holding on nicely. Bath look like they're driving forward deep into the 22. Now they've got the ball out. Can they get it round to the backs? Brilliant play there, running it, but the lines just run out. They didn't have the angles, but he's broken off from the tackle just inside the Loughborough 22. Bath using the ball really well here, getting it out quick. Going for the little dummy. It looks like it's a scrappy ball in there. It looks like Bath have conceded a knock-on, but Loughborough still have the ball. They'll be looking to run that out. Brilliant break. Now we can see the crowd cheering. Is that Jason Phipps, I think, in there?
Jason Phipps finding himself in some very unlikely territory. I think midfield breaks aren't something he's particularly used to, but Loughborough showing a lot of composure in defence there. Bath perhaps pushed the kick a little bit sooner than they had to, but Loughborough recovered fantastically well.
On a brilliant break there, he's broken through 2 or 3 tackles. Nice offload to
Hodgkins,
brilliant stuff there. And they're getting the ball out nice and quickly. Bruising tackle. Tom Erpins crunching through the Bath defence there as they come to the 10-metre line, and they've got the penalty. Fantastic play, deep in their own 22 to the Bath 10-metre line. Fantastic play there, Dave.
Yeah, Bath also looking as though they can impose themselves, though. Again, like I mentioned previously, perhaps they forced the kick. I think they need to go through the phases. They need to realise that this is a very resolute Loughborough defence, and you're not just going to get through them straight away. If you do build on your phases, then perhaps they can force the mistake in the Loughborough line, but I really can't see them breaching it with those kicks at the moment. Loughborough, on the other hand, showing that they can soak up a little bit of pressure. They've had a few clean breaks in the last minute or so. Phipps the hooker fancying himself to go all the way perhaps, and I think he'll get a bit of stick for that later because that was a silly offload. But again, Grant Pointer, will he make it 3 from 3, and will Loughborough head for a more than a converted try lead?
We just saw a close-up there of Andy Wright. He's part of the Saracens Academy, played in the game last year and scored a try, and we could see the penalty attempt falling just short, just outside his range perhaps.
Yeah, perhaps so, but you won't be too worried about that. It's just important that he keeps going. Often though with a kicker, once they miss one, they miss all kinds. We'll just have another look at this.
Obviously his 100% record is now gone. I think it was just on the Loughborough 10-metre line. Yeah, you see smack on.
Yeah, we can see he leans back, just gets underneath it a bit too much. It's gone up, but unfortunately it's not gone far enough.
Looked like he had the direction, but it wasn't quite there, as we see Bath get underway with a 22 restart.
No, look, perhaps like a little knock on there.
Rob Neame there playing at scrum half for Bath. Sub in last year's match, of course. And the ball going into over the crowd.
Yeah, much better structure there from Bath to clear their lines. Unfortunately, it's not gone as far as he may have wanted it to, but Bath are going to have to soak up a little bit of more Loughborough attacking pressure, I believe.
Halfway through the first half here at Loughborough University on the first 15 pitch for the 4th annual Real Varsity match. It's Loughborough 6, Bath 0, and it's been a bruising first 20 minutes. Here we can see Jason Phipps with the line out. Crucial one here, close to the Bath 22, but Bath have turned it over. Brilliant play there.
Yeah, well nicked from Bath. They'll be happy with that. Now they'll be looking to clear their lines further.
Slow ball. But it's quality ball that Bath are concerned with at the minute. And a good clearance from the lines by Tom Cracknell there.
Yeah, they'll be happy with that. They've just turned the Loughborough line out over. Phipps the hooker, he'll be worried about this next one. If Bath can steal another one, they'll really fancy upsetting the apple cart for the rest of the match.
What kind of goes through a player's mind, obviously, after you've had one failed line out? Do you worry too much about the next one, or do you try and put it at the back of your mind?
Well, he'll be happy with that one. That's good quick ball. And oh, no, not straight.
That's 2 line-outs now from Jason Phipps. He's a third-year sports science and chemistry student here at Loughborough University and played in last year's match.
Yeah, he does have a wealth of experience, and he's been a big part of the club for the last couple of seasons. I think he may have been picked because of his quality line-out throwing, and the next couple are going to be key to vindicate his selection.
Bath doing well from the scrum. Look very solid there so far, and another huge clearance, but a brilliant take at the back. Going for the long clearance as opposed to the up and under. The wind swirling, and he's not taken as that goes into touch. That's an amazing clearance, and they've kept it on deep in their own 22. Now Bath are under some serious pressure. That's not the best of play, and Loughborough force him out wide. They're picking the ball up. The ball is still in play, and they go over for the score. What a mistake from Bath.
Fantastic play there. He didn't get the score, but Grant Pointer was magnificent. Big swirling up and under. I'm not sure if we can get the replay, but fantastic swirling up and under. Really, really put the left winger under pressure. We can see him here. He makes all sorts of a mess of it. There we go, tackle. Looks like he's going into touch. Doesn't want to deal with the line out. Forces the silly offload and pops it off to
number 20. We've got on our score sheet Jamie Hood. And that's a fantastic score. It came from a long way back, deep in their own 22, just a seemingly innocuous clearance down the line. It wasn't taken, bounced into the 22. He didn't go into touch, and that's a huge mistake from Bath. Gifting the points
All
there.
about the chase from Grant Pointer there. All about the chase. A kick is only as good as its chase, and he showed there that that was one quality kick. It was John Aston that got the final touchdown. Great play from the boys to support the kick, and the right winger for Bath, Chris Ridgers, will not be a happy boy.
And the conversion attempt, we can't actually see whether it's successful or not.
Nope.
You can tell just from the crowd's reaction that it wasn't gone over. But that's now 8-0 to Loughborough. No, sorry, 11-0 to Loughborough. Fantastic start from them. 2 penalties and a try in the opening 25 minutes of this game. It's a brilliant start. I don't think that their coach, Dave Morris, could have wished for anything more.
Again, though, like I mentioned previously, it was 2 Bath mistakes for the penalties, another Bath mistake for the try, and I'm not sure that kick's gone 10, but the refs decided to play advantage. Loughborough will be over the moon that they can force the mistake, and they'll be looking to put the right winger under pressure for the rest of the game, I think.
Yeah, it's all about spotting your opponent's weaknesses in this game. Free kick taken quickly by Neem. And they're looking to break through on the 22. Storming tackle by the Loughborough back line there. Looking to get the ball out nice and wide. Brilliant hands, quick hands, but a poor pass there. A bit of a hospital ball perhaps. And a slight knock on from Bath, handing the advantage back to Loughborough. Bath really do have to make the most of these opportunities, Dave.
Well, they're showing that they're not scared, and they're not too fazed by the fact that they've just conceded a try. We can see Phipps there might have taken a bump in the loose. Looks as though he's clutching a shoulder there.
Bedford Blues player Phipps. He's also played Southwest under-18s.
Yeah, so it would be a big blow to lose him. However, he's not hit his line out so far, so maybe that's his excuse for his bad shoulder.
Obviously, if the worst were to happen and he were to be replaced, what kind of strength and depth do Loughborough have on their bench?
There is a lot of depth. Obviously, all of the squad have had experience playing in Midlands 1 this season. He's just going to take his time, I think. He'll probably be blowing after that big break of his in midfield. So he's just going to have a little rest, and I think he'll just take it all in his stride. What we've seen from Bath, though, very impressive. Looking to come straight back at Loughborough after conceding that try. I think it's important that the forwards start to build and that the half-backs show a little bit of patience, because too often so far the 10, Tom Cracknell, and 12, Duncan Steele, have looked to go to the boot a little bit too quickly when they've had good field position and they could have built. We see Phipps is back in the game, and we're ready to go again.
Important addition to the Loughborough scrum, of course. Be a big blow to lose him. Falvey picking the ball up, storming through 2 challenges, making up some ground from that scrum. Barker picking the ball up, deciding to go it alone, being brought down, making good, just coming up to the 10-metre line of the Loughborough half, making good ground here so far. Now it's where the forwards really drive hard. You can see Kench getting in there, making his presence felt, and turning scrum half for that one was Jamie Thompson. And the number 13, obviously you have to let him up, can't tackle the player on the ground. And Falvey doing his job there and forcing him into touch. Again, resolute defence from Loughborough, but they had the ball there. Bit of a waste.
Yeah, good cover defence there. Loughborough have got to be careful that they don't sort of let all this go to their heads. I like the ingenuity, little kick in midfield, but sometimes it's better to keep hold of possession. On that instance, we saw 13, Ollie Mansbridge for Bath, looking to take advantage, dealt with that very nicely. And actually, we've seen Loughborough win a line-out, so hopefully Phipps has found his range for them.
Yeah, very good quick ball. Nice angles made there.
Look to touch forward, perhaps.
And there's a penalty given against Bath. Another mistake from there. That's 3 or 4 penalties they've given away. A couple of them so far have resulted in penalties that Pointer has slotted comfortably through the post. 11-0 here with about half an hour gone, Dave.
Yeah, there's a little bit of indiscipline out there. It's gone a little bit stop-start between handling errors and penalties. Perhaps the players are a little bit too enthusiastic, and and need to sort of keep their cool heads. Maybe the captains for either side need to sort of gather around and say, look, it's going to be the team that keeps the coolest heads that comes off with the big W here, and at the moment that's certainly Loughborough.
Obviously, one of the key confrontations in this game is at number 8 with two of the most experienced players in this game. Tom Booth for Bath, which studies chemistry at the university. He's also been called up to the England students 40-man squad. So him playing in this game is quite a surprise. Bruising tackle there.
Well, absolutely, yeah. And I'm sure Falvey will be... fantastic line.
Is he going to get through to the line? Number 12 there, driving for the line. Great hand off. Oh, he's knocked it on.
He's dropped it.
So close, but a brilliant break from, I think that's Patrick Diaz there, is it?
Yeah, Diaz at 12. A fantastic line there. Never looked like he had the proper gas to get outside Rydia Maguire. But Andy right there, lovely support in line. I think Diaz, a bit of an unnecessary flick. We can just see now. Maguire, a great covering tackle. He's tried to flip it out the back door, and Fresh has not quite got his hands to it. He'll be disappointed with that, and I'm sure he'll get plenty of stick from the boys after. Bath, though, Maguire, the experience, showing great cover defence. They got out of jail there. They'll be looking to clear their lines and to get back in the Loughborough half.
Pressure is still not over here at Loughborough University. Bath with a scrum on their own 5-metre line. Now's when Loughborough really put the pressure on. Falvey there and Booth both going hammer and tongs on the top. Sorry, that was Andy Hodgkins there. But the referee has blown up again. Bit of stop-start this game now. It's not quite got the flowing action that we had in the first 20 minutes, but it still makes for some engrossing viewing.
Absolutely, I think it can be. Expected. I mean, this is a massive game. Both teams have got so much on the line. This really is a chance for Bath to make up for various shortcomings that they experienced in their league season, and Loughborough are going to be desperate to maintain their winning record. So you can understand a few nerves creep in, a few mistakes. I think, what have we got, about 10 minutes to go in this first half. Maybe we can look forward to some fireworks in the second, but it's important that both teams keep their heads on, and discipline is key.
You mentioned the disappointing Bath season there. They go into this game having lost their last 5 games in the Booster competition, playing in the Premier Men's South Division A, finishing 6th in the table, losing their last 5 games. Quite comprehensively, losing to UE Hartpury, who actually knocked out Loughborough in the final, 7 points to 82. So form is going to play a massive role in that, and Loughborough seem to be using that to their advantage.
Absolutely, but I think in games like this, they're billing it as a friendly, but there's no such thing. All these boys are going to be out there. This is like a cup final.
And a play's called back there. Penalty against Loughborough again. A couple of those creeping in now, getting sloppy towards the end of this first half. I think Dave Morris is going to need to have a word with his players, settle them down, make sure we stop getting these silly errors coming into the game.
Yeah, I think both coaches will be a little bit disappointed with the way things have gone in the last 5 minutes or so. I mean, we see a close-up of Ian Kench there after his initial knock-on. He's done some fantastic work in making sure that Loughborough are dominating the forward exchanges. However, it's got to be said that Bath have really fronted up well in the pack. I mean, Loughborough have been playing against tougher opposition for most of the year, and that really hasn't shown. It's been a massive effort from particularly the tight 5 of Bath so far.
Yeah, as we near to the end of this first half, just coming into the last 5 minutes of the game. Decent touch found there, just inside the Loughborough half. Loughborough 11, Bath 0 here at Loughborough University. We are live on LSUTV.co.uk and Unibox. I hope you're enjoying the action back wherever you are watching it. And here we can see the Bath subs. I bet they're itching to get on, don't you think, Dave?
There's nothing worse than being a substitute. Absolutely nothing worse.
And see, brilliant line out there from Bath. They've really recovered that loose hand, brilliantly picked up on the right wing there, and a good offload.
Yeah,
Chris Ridge is there doing the work.
You often see a loose pass like that can open up a defence, and we saw that Chris Ridge nearly hit the gap.
Oh, wonderful hands there from Neve.
Huge hit from Falvey.
That is
and they've
why
turned the
we're
ball
here.
over. He certainly felt that one. Dan Falvey, the captain, massive hit and a turnover.
Falvey, who went down earlier in the game, if you remember, he's clearly recovered on the ball there. Quick hands, just going over the ball. Looked like it's gone forward there, but Phipps has done a good job And a forward pass correctly called there.
Looking like a netball team. It's pretty important that Loughborough, particularly in areas like that, don't let it get to them too much. They've given the ball away there in a key position. I've said quite often that Bath have been too eager to go to the boot. I think Loughborough have been very guilty of a reluctance to go to the boot, and I think someone needs to take control. Maybe Diaz at 12, probably Collins at 10, and just put a shoe on it and find their own territory.
Now, if we rewind 12 months, Dave, last year's varsity match, the third one, played down at Bath Rec, where the Bath team actually played their games. A really gripping encounter, that one as well.
Oh, it was fantastic. There's a great highlights package online, and you can see everything. Some fantastic tries. The key thing with this, really, I think, is the pride. We're just going back to the replay now, just seeing Loughborough just maybe trying to push the pass. Collins there, not got a great deal of direction, gets the offload away to Falvey, reluctant to put the boot on it, and then just a loose pass, Phipps again, referee eagle-eyed, not letting them get away with it. Good defensive pressure from Bath. They'll be very, very pleased with the way that they've responded when it looked like Loughborough were going to take a lead. But they've come back into it well, and they'll be looking to turn some of their pressure into points.
Not long to go in this first half. Bath looking to find a gap in that Loughborough defence, but so far in both games the Loughborough defence has been impenetrable. It's so far at the minute, you count both games, it's Loughborough 30, Bath 0, so still not breaking through.
Absolutely. I think that might be a touch optimistic and to make it a combined total, but Loughborough again really setting that defensive line fantastically well. Bath finding no way through, again forced to go to the boot, but this time number 10 Tom Cracknell finds a fantastic touch, and it's going to be up to Loughborough to find their way out.
We are live at Loughborough University. Not long to go in this first half. It's been a pulsating encounter so far. Just to catch you up, in case you're just joining us, 2 penalties from Pointer and a fantastic try from John Aston have ensured that Loughborough lead this 11-0. Good line out there. Bath have managed to recover the ball and look to be driving hard towards the Loughborough line.
Yeah, Bath really, really looking dangerous here. For all this Loughborough pressure, Bath will be right back into this.
That's
a great nudge.
Far side. But it's just running out. Fantastic play. Bath not afraid to go with the boot. We've seen this time and again in this half. Loughborough looking to get the quick restart on the 22, but Bath very comfortable to go with the boot. We've seen this so many times, Dave.
Clearly fancies himself as an attacking kicker. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if his left winger was anywhere near it that time, which is a shame because Bath really looked like they could have got the 5-pointer and got themselves straight back into the game there. But Loughborough's defence, again, ridden their luck at times. This time Collins does put boot to ball and they relieve the pressure.
Now not going for the up and under, deciding to run it but getting stuck on the halfway line. Collins looks like he's chased his own kick up. We can also see Patrick Diaz in there, who made the cracking run earlier on in the half.
He's a big man at 12, looking to really impose himself
fantastic hit there. Jamie Thompson getting himself stuck into the action, but there's been a knock on and another mistake by Bath, leading to turnover ball.
Yeah, Loughborough will be happy with that. Erpin's there, really imposing himself physically against his opposite number, resulting in a knock-on. Loughborough on the halfway line. This is where they want to be, attacking the Bath goal line.
I think the main aim for Loughborough now is to avoid conceding with only a couple of minutes to go till half-time.
Yeah, and likewise, Bath will be looking to get on the score sheet.
Big hit there.
Yeah, Loughborough just looking to build here. We see the big men in midfield, just looking to punch holes in that defence before they launch a real attack.
Falvey there breaking through, brought down on the Bath 10-metre line, but the forwards are taking it on. We've seen this time and again from Loughborough, letting their forwards do the hard work. Falvey almost getting in the way of his player, trying to not get in the way of his player.
Yeah.
But he's recovered himself now, and the ball being taken on by Kench there.
Yeah, more strong ball carrying from Kench. Really made up for that early mistake and imposed himself as a physical force in this game.
You see Barker getting the ball out. Fantastic pick up there. The drop goal attempt, that was very optimistic. Bath have charged the ball down.
And Wright looking to get himself in a bit of trouble. Got out well with a good offload.
Stuck on the Loughborough 10-metre line. A lot of the game's been played in the midfield. It's been a tight battle so far, but when Loughborough have got into those attacking areas, they have looked very dominating. Dancing down the left wing there, just gone into touch. A fantastic run. Was that Tom Urpins there?
No, it wasn't. In fact, that was Giles Pryor, and I'm not sure he'll be particularly happy with you comparing him to Urpins, the prop.
I saw the number 3 on the back. I didn't see the 1 there, Dave.
It is difficult to tell
Giles,
from our angle in the commentary box.
Giles, if you're watching this back, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But
yeah, great break at the left-hand side, though. Really did look dangerous. Again, good cover defence from Bath. Loughborough showing once again their reluctance to put boot to ball, but it nearly paid off there with a clean break.
Going wide, we see Loughborough is really where they have their strength. In midfield battle, they tended to be very close with Bath, but going out wide, you see their pace, especially from Pryor there, really extending the Bath line.
Yeah, Pryor the prop. Can't wait for him to see that.
Here we have a look at the Bath replacements.
Yeah, they'll all be sat there thinking, right, when I get on, how am I going to make a difference? Because 11 points is not much of a deficit. If Bath could sneak a quick try before half-time, they are right back in contention.
There we see Bath trying to get the ball down the pitch. A fantastic touch there.
Huge boot. Absolutely huge boot.
Just outside the Loughborough 22. This is where the crowd are going to make the difference for Loughborough. They're going to be the 16th man. They're going to be the one that stops Bath getting through, perhaps.
Fantastic. You can literally hear the chants. Really getting behind the boys, calling for the big hits, calling for them to keep them over.
And Loughborough
another loose line out,
winning the ball well there, driving through just outside their own 22 there. Such a tight and gripping game. We saw a lot of points scored early on, but since that try and the couple of missed conversion attempts, it's been a lot closer.
Absolutely, but we have seen Collins there finally realising that this Bath defence are not as penetrable as he might have initially thought, putting boot to ball and letting Bath run back at them.
It's been a gripping game so far. We are seconds away from the half-time whistle. It's been a fantastic day so far. We've had the Loughborough versus Bath futsal match and of course the 19-0 win for the women's. But this is the men's match now, and we are absolutely loving it here on LSUTV.
Well, after Loughborough looked like they'd had the better start, Bath have really got into this. Unfortunately for them, the Loughborough defence has just held strong. They look like they're trying to be a bit more creative now, though. Trying a few reverse passes there, not always come off. Unfortunately, we've had a bit of a knock on. Maybe that was Bath's last chance of the half.
The referee looking at his watch there, he knows there's not long to go. The Loughborough players probably looking to the half-time whistle. Just to have a few words of encouragement from Dave Morris. He's been at the university for about 3 years now as the head of rugby, and he's doing a brilliant job. Loughborough leading 11-0 under his expert guidance. Falvey there, brilliant offload. Pointers looking to go on the run. Well supported on the outside.
Good offload.
From Andy Wright.
Great offload. He's beating him outside.
Brilliant challenge. He's just been brought down. Is he going to get to the line? The crowd are cheering, and the referee has given the try. A fantastic run from Andy Wright. Brilliant move from Loughborough, and the crowd are going ballistic.
We'll have a replay of that if we can. We've just seen it there. Great break. It all came from the offload. Captain Falvey showing his awareness. Magnificent offload back outside there from Pointer. Andy Wright thought he got outside him. Good covering tackle from Rydian Maguire. Couldn't quite hold on. And the rest of the Bath defence were just too slow to get there. Andy Wright showing his strength and his class. Touchdown for Loughborough. 16-0. Perfect ending to the first half. Pointer with a chance to redeem himself with the boot as well.
Andy Wright, somewhat of a varsity specialist, scoring 2 tries in last year's 36-20 victory over Bath at the Rec. And he's done it again. A fantastic move. The turn of pace there was the thing that really did it for me.
Yeah.
Pointer now trying for the conversion. It was his break that set up the move, but Wright did all the hard work from the 22 onwards. Now this is a tough kick.
His awareness for the offload there was fantastic, and the support play, there was one either side. He could have gone either way, to be honest. It's a better strike, but again,
Nice
I think
strike. Oh, it's hit the upright. Fantastic effort. We saw earlier on in the game Tom Cracknell having an effort from that side of the uprights and hitting it a lot further wide. Here we see Pointer going up. It's never really looked over, but hitting the outside of the post, awfully unlucky. You can see the umbrellas are coming up. I think the rain might be starting to come down. How's that going to make an effect on the game?
Well, I think it'll be disappointing for the fans in so much that they won't get to see the backs cutting loose quite as much, but it will make it a lot more physical. Maybe that'll suit Loughborough as they look to sort of assert themselves as a forwards force, but the Bath forwards really have fronted up so far, and if it does rain, maybe that'll be a leveller and maybe Bath will be able to get back into this.
You can see the stands are just empty and they all want to get their hot dog for half time. Warm up a bit. It's not the nicest of day here on the 30th of April. The spring has certainly not arrived, but there's certainly been a spring in Loughborough step in this half. 16 points to 0 is their advantage.
Yeah, they'll be delighted with the scoreline so far and be looking for much of the same in the second half. In terms of how Bath can get back into this, I think they need one of these kicks to come off, to be honest. Obviously it's something they've practiced and it's something that they're supposed to have a little bit of telepathy with. Unfortunately it's not quite gone according to plan for them yet.
Can you explain what's happening here? They seem to be going for a conversion attempt from the kickoff.
That's pretty interesting. And we may have missed that from the replay, but maybe something was said. One of the cameras went down and there must have been something, maybe an infringement, maybe a little bit of off the ball.
But there we go, the half-time whistle has blown here on the first 15 pitch at Loughborough University. What a cracking first half we've had. It's Loughborough 16, Bath 0. We've had an absolutely scintillating first half. The crowd are cheering the players as they come off the pitch. The replacements are following them over. Dave, what an absolutely enthralling first half we've had.
I think everything before the game was pointed towards a big Loughborough win. Bath really have fronted up. The forwards battle has been very intriguing. The difference has been because Loughborough have been able to find those gaps in the defence. The crowd have also played a huge part. They've really got behind the Loughborough boys. They've liked what they've seen. They've liked the fact that it's been physical, and they've liked the fact they've seen some quality running rugby.
It's been an absolutely gripping and gruelling first half here at Loughborough University. The half-time score is Loughborough 16, Bath 0.
Never friendly Dave Rogers, April 30th, 2008. Mike, reaction from you in the studio. I guess you'd agree with Dave there.
I'm happy, obviously, to be up with Bath not scoring is good. I just think there's an element of the team being a bit frantic. There's a bit of nerves within both teams. You can see Rob Nee for Bath, he's trying his hardest to get the squad going, to get the forwards going and play the phases. I just think for Loughborough we just need to tighten up a little bit, play our game. I can understand where Dave's coming from in terms of kick the ball away in the right areas, but I just think we just need to play the phases and in turn get a proper grip on it, start bullying the pack about all over the place. I think it's possible.
Well, Loughborough definitely came out of the blocks the better of the two in the first half. The crowd really getting on their bandwagon, and two early kicks from Grant Pointer settling the nerves.
Yeah, he's been in great form all season, to be honest. Without a doubt, he's up there for player of the season. His boots obviously saved him in many situations. For the nerves, I just think it's good for the rest of the team when Grant's knocking him over, obviously, because it just keeps the points ticking over on the scoreboard.
Yeah, well, as Rogers also said, the team with the coolest head is going to come out on top. That was when it was at 6-0, and we saw again Pointer, who's making a name for himself to be man of the match, let alone player of the season, and a fantastic kick down deep in the pitch for the Ashton first try there.
Yeah, that's right. It's just cool heads again, knowing the pitch obviously well enough. There's a bit of a slant towards the bottom corner as well. He's been out. He's played enough. He knows what the conditions are like. He's just putting them on the back feet. Great forward, great defensive line chasing up, and obviously John Aston got on the end of it to get a nice cheeky second row try, which doesn't happen very often.
Well, I tell you what, I don't think he scored many that season. I was going to say, and he'll be happy to do that for definite. At the end of the season.
Certainly, yeah, definitely.
some fantastic lines run by Paddy Diaz in the midfield there. What do you got to say about that?
Yeah, he's having a stormer. I just think if we can just get a couple more people around him, where we're attacking the points of attack, we just get a few more supporting people around, we can get the cheeky little offloads in and get some more points on the board.
All right, well, I think we've got a replay queued up to have a look at what happened earlier in the match. And you said it was Paddy Diaz on the run here. It was, Andy Wright here, Nigel doing some fantastic grafting there earlier in the game. And, he scored 3 tries in the last 2 games before today. And it was that Paddy Diaz run that you would have backed him to score. A fantastic little cheeky pass out the hand. He just wasn't concentrating, really, was he?
Yeah, Fresh is going to get obviously quite a lot of stick for that because it was basically in his basket. But that's the thing with wingers nowadays, it's never a guarantee, especially with someone like Nigel.
well, he made up for it, didn't he?
Yeah, it was a great finish.
Wonderful try. Great finishing from him.
Great finish. I thought he was going to be caught. It looked like the defence. Fair play to Bath. They're throwing everything at Loughborough. The defence, some of the hits that have been going in again, just like the girls' game that we saw earlier, they're not holding anything back. Commitment's been huge from both teams. Fresh just was fortunate enough to finish it off with his determination.
16-0 and just about halfway past your 30-point Hull anticipated margin. There was a period in the match when they weren't too good. Jason Phipps with a few dodgy lineouts.
Yeah, he's throwing the ball. Anything can affect it. It could be wind, could be the ball, could be wet. The line-out pod might not be getting up there. Nerves, definitely. With a crowd like that, there's Bath supporters all over the place. Even though the Loughborough fans, it's something. We get a fairly good crowd down to the Loughborough games as it is, but obviously nothing like this. He just needs to relax. He's hit a few good spotters after that. Obviously, he's had one notch straight. But I think Phipps has been around enough. He's played in enough games. He'll be fine.
Well, I was going to say, actually, maybe cut the guy a bit of slack because in that Twickenham game, he got a bit of an earful, is just to say the least. A bit of a cauliflower ear coming up, and he's had to wear the scrum cap, which I know he's not a fan of.
Yeah, he's got a proper good cauliflower ear on the side of him there. He's going to carry that around for a few weeks.
Well, I don't think we want to see that after this game. Anyway, I would like to say, actually, is that if you're watching the game on LSUTV/Varsity, if you're watching with the interactive scorecard, then you'll need probably press the men's rugby link to get your scorecard up there. But so 16-0 to Loughborough, not bad, and potentially going to carry on exactly how they're doing in the second half.
Hopefully, yeah. Just play the phases, sort out our set piece. Just keep running at Bath. Bath are not going to give in. It's not going to be an easy fight. It's not going to be an easy win by no means. Bath have come here to do a job, and 16 points is nothing. 2 tries are right back in the game. So just keep playing the phases and let's get some more points on from a Loughborough point of view.
Fantastic. Well, in a second, I think we're going to be ready to get a report from the LCR futsal report that was played earlier in the game that kicked off the varsity event, but we're going to show a replay just in a sec. So what do you think has been the key to Loughborough's success in that first half, Mike?
I think it's just the experience of playing in games where they've got plenty in the locker in terms of like knowing what game to play. They know where to play on the park. It's our home paddock. It's a massive benefit towards us. Key personnel playing well. Falvey's had many carries. The centres are playing well. Diaz is having an absolute blinder. I just think Stevie Collins really needs to start putting the ball all over the park, start kicking to the corners. Grant Pointer, keep doing what he's doing, keep the points ticking over. In terms of the front 5, let's really start getting physical and bully Bath up front. Let's get some driven lineups.
Well, we'll show now a replay of Loughborough when they scored one of the tries. I think it was the second one that Nigel put over after what was really quite a terrible miss earlier in the game. But yeah, I mean, for Bath, they won't be too happy with their performance. I think Ben mentioned it earlier that 5 defeats in the last Booster games coming against a team that's just played in the Booster final.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, maybe from the point of view of Loughborough, myself included, we might have underestimated Bath, looking at their results at the likes of Hartbury and throughout their Booster tournament. They've not shown like they're a weakened team at all. They definitely don't look like a bottom tier division team anyway.
Yeah.
Just sheer determination.
Great
of
finishing.
Everyone coming in, and he's just had an absolute stormer to finish that off. Maybe he could have given it inside to Tomo. I'm sure Tomo will get him back later on.
Well, that makes it 4 tries in 3 games for Nige, Andy right there. But Yeah, like you said, he could have popped it to Tomo. Tomo would have loved to have scored in his last game for Loughborough, but I don't think you're going to take the ball away from Andy Wright.
No, not at all. Not in the form that he's been in this season anyway. He's just going to finish anything off when he gets a sniff.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, I think we're almost ready for an LCR futsal report from our reporter, Jon Naylor, who was there in the Sir David Wallace Sports Hall, reporting on the very first futsal varsity event, Loughborough versus Bath. Jon Naylor.
A thrilling match at the new sports hall in the Real Varsity's curtain raiser saw Bath's fledgling futsal outfit take on Loughborough, fresh from their booster gold success at the weekend over Hartpury. Bath took the initiative in the early stages, dominating possession in their own half without making too many inroads into a resolute Loughborough defence. The visitors managed to make the breakthrough early in the first half, with team captain Sean Kitson giving too much space and rifling the ball past Adafe Perez at his near post. Loughborough dug in and retaliated strongly, forcing Team Bath keeper Joe Dibben into a string of fine saves. Centre-back Luke Horrocks eventually got Loughborough back on level terms, flashing a strong drive into the net from distance. Scores only remained level for a matter of minutes though, as Bath scored with another fizzing strike that beat Perez all ends up. Loughborough continued to dictate the match without scoring, leaving it 2-1 at the interval. This trend continued into the second half as Loughborough controlled proceedings. Horrocks again provided the inspiration and smashed the ball into the bottom corner at the start of the second period to restore parity. The booster champions failed to take their chances for a winner and paid for it, with Bath striker Ian Parks finishing off a fine counter-attacking move by tapping in at the far post to make it 3-2. Striker Andy Brown and Liam Hopkins both went close to equalising before central midfielder Ben Havey agonisingly hit the post with just 30 seconds remaining. Bath managed to hold on though, with the match ending Team Bath 3, Loughborough University 2. Jon Naylor, LCR Sport.
Yeah, that's right. So Bath kicked off the varsity event with a 3-2 win over the futsal booster winners, actually, Loughborough. Loughborough equalising with a fantastic win for the women in the varsity, and now poised for a Loughborough win the whole varsity event really. 16-0. How do you think it's going to go for that second half?
I'm still going to back myself and maybe a little bit more.
You got a chance to stick or twist here, Mike?
No, I'm going to
still going to stick with the 30.
I'm going to stay with a 30-point deficit, and I would throw my neck out and say 1-0, but the kicker, he's getting a few penalties. But if they can get a nil, it'd be brilliant. It'd be absolutely brilliant. And it'd be a great way for these boys to finish them, and for the rest of them to go out in their Loughborough days. All
right. Okay. Well, it's time now. Get the pitch. The guys are coming out on the pitch, and we're going to go back to our commentators, Dave Rogers and Ben Croucher, for the second half of the Real Varsity match.
Thanks, Ore. Welcome back to the first 15 pitch here at Loughborough University. The Bath players are on the pitch, huddled up. They've got a big 40 minutes ahead of them, Dave.
We are live. We're under the floodlights. The atmosphere is electric.
It promises to be an absolutely cracking second half. We've already witnessed some scintillating action, but this second half promises to be an absolute stormer.
Yeah, Bath have got a big mountain to climb, but they won't be scared. You can see there, they're in the huddle, they're ready for it, and they just really, really want to go and do one over on Loughborough on their own patch. Loughborough, on the other hand, leaving the Bath boys out there waiting, trying to assert their home authority. They've already played the pitch. I mean, Grant Poynter knew that there was a camber going into the bottom left-hand corner, and that's the way that he put the pressure on the Bath right winger, Chris Ridges, to score the try. We see Loughborough coming out in one line as one team. Hodgkins there about to put on his head guard, ready for a battle in the second half.
You see the Loughborough crowd going absolutely wild. They have been magnificent. For those of you that are not from Loughborough or have not been following this quite closely, this game has been billed as probably the biggest of the season around campus. The posters have been heard, the advertising has been incredible, and you just can't really avoid this game, and the crowd have really got behind it.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, everyone talks about the Loughborough spirit, and Bath have a similar thing. The pride between the two institutions is huge. Let's kick off the second half.
And the red boots, the familiar red boots of Tom Cracknell, getting the game underway for this second half. Sorry, Duncan Steele even. The number 12, the inside centre there, and it's a decent kickoff. He's found 10 metres and he's put Loughborough under immediate pressure.
Yeah, I thought the ball could have possibly gone forward there. However, this is a great opportunity for Bath to get straight back into the game.
Brilliant start to the second half of Bath, driving deep into Loughborough territory. Kicked away well there on the 10-metre line. Driving through, I think that's Tom Booth. No, sorry, that's Rydia Maguire coming through strongly there. But Bath will get the ball, it's gone out. That is very poor defence from Bath. Ball obviously went out there. Patrick Diaz doing very well, but again, turnover. Sloppy play at the start of the second half here.
Yeah, it's getting a bit sloppy. Perhaps it's a fusion of Loughborough trying to pull away from Bath, and Bath just really trying to throw the kitchen sink at Loughborough, trying to get back into the game as soon as they can and snatch that win. We've got a scrum down here. I think it's a Bath put in, and this is another great attacking opportunity for them.
How important is it for Bath to get onto the score sheet early here?
Well, they need 2 scores, and
another careless.
No,
He's got away with
terrible.
that, but it's been called back for a knock-on. There was more sloppy handling, as we've seen the trend starting at this at the start of the second half here.
Yeah,
I think Loughborough will have the
I
push
see
into the scrum.
the umbrellas are back down, so maybe the rain has eased off a little bit, but that's not going to stop the pitch from being greasy, and obviously the ball was a little bit wet there, and the Bath were unable to maintain control.
Obviously we can see the floodlights coming on. It's 8:30 here at Loughborough.
Falvey with another strong carry.
Floodlights are coming on. How different is it playing under floodlights to normal conditions, Dave?
It's a little bit different, particularly when the high balls go up, but it really does lend itself to a fantastic atmosphere, and I think that'll make a big difference to the players in the second half.
Loughborough driving over the halfway line, but a scorching tackle there. They've made ground well there. We can see Falvey just getting his body in the way. Good play by Barker, quick ball. Loughborough not gaining much very quickly, but they're gaining, and that's the important thing. Just going through halfway, and he's broken through. Brilliant tackle
Lovely
there, great
offload.
offload. But he's stopped just before the 22, but a forward pass has been given. But again, we can see the speed of Loughborough's attack really showing through.
Yeah, absolutely. More great support play there from Andy Wright, but he won't thank his pal for the offload. Bit of a hospital pass straight into some Bath defenders, but Loughborough once again showing that they can find holes in the Bath defence.
I think one thing that you will see in the second half, as Bath try and go for the win, there'll be more gaps in their defence. Loughborough will have more space to exploit their more expansive running game, and I think Bath's kicking game that they played in the first half will just sit into Loughborough's hands.
Well, you could say that, but we've lost the ball for a second. I think it's gone into touch. Another good clearing kick. The 10-12 combination, Steele and Cracknell really have kicked well at times, particularly when relieving pressure. Unfortunately, they've not been able to transfer that success in the attacking third of the pitch. But Bath will be happy playing the game. Oh, sorry, we lost that. Seems as though there was a knock-on from Loughborough. Another great attacking opportunity for Bath.
One thing I think the important thing, you mentioned the Steele-Cracknell combination. I think along those lines you do need to look at the wingers to try and support them with those kicks. The likes of Francis, the likes of Ridgers really need to start supporting, and the whole of the back line of Bath has a really crucial 40 minutes to play.
Absolutely, yeah. The forwards did their job in the first half. Unfortunately, the backs were unable to find those holes. If the forwards for Bath keep working hard, then maybe the blue and golds can find a little bit of success in the second half.
A line out deep in the 22. 5 minutes gone here in the first half at Loughborough University. We're live on LSUTV, and the action is incredible. We've already witnessed a truly pulsating women's match earlier. 11-0 to Loughborough. Bath winning the futsal game. But here we see the line out.
Another scrappy one. I think that's been a trait of both sides today. Giving away cheap line out ball for Bath just gives Loughborough the chance to clear their lines. Pointer with another touch finder, and Bath have got to do it all over again.
Yeah, we see not the best of touches found there. He seemed to go more up in the air than getting the distance, but outside the 22 we've seen Loughborough have been strong on the Bath line out so far today. Alex Donaldson, the hooker for Bath, not quite finding his range, but he's found it on that one. Brilliant offload. They're looking to recycle it through the backs. Steele with the ball there. Number 21. He's been held up just before the 22. Still not able to break through those lines, but the forwards are doing their job now. Brilliant offload there.
Good collision.
I think number 13, Giles Pryor, doing the tackling on that occasion. And again, good hands by Bath so far.
Bath, though, showing that they've got a little bit of danger. They've shown a lot more patience as well.
And a penalty's been given. Sloppy play. Now we saw in the first half when Loughborough gave away penalties. When Bath gave away penalties in a similar region, Loughborough made them pay with the boot of Grant Pointer. Will Duncan still look to do the same for Bath.
Yeah, I think he will. It's a gift of 3 points, really. I mean, it's still early enough in the second half not to be worrying about chasing the game too much. This will calm their nerves, you know. They're not so much worrying about being nilled anymore. He'll slot this one over and it'll give them time to regroup.
Well, the prediction at half-time was 30 points. This one gets slotted over. It'll go down to 13. Maybe a few jitters will come into the Loughborough game. The first points of the half look like going the way of the West Country University. And we see as Steele sets up similar technique to the Wilkinsons and the Carters of the professional rugby league world. And he slots it home. The crowd trying to cheer him, but he slotted it through home. Very confident from Duncan Steele there. Really well played. Let's have another look at that one in just a moment.
Yeah, again, I mentioned the bread and butter kicks earlier. This certainly is one of them. I mean, there's no chance of him missing that, really. Smooth strike, chips it through the middle. Finally, Bath are on the board. They'll be very happy with that. Loughborough will be looking to respond in like very quickly.
And here we go with the restart. Kench looking to make himself known. A knock on there from scrum half Lewis Barker, but immediately putting the pressure back in the Bath territory.
Yeah, a little bit scrappy. This will suit Bath. This will definitely suit Bath. It'll allow them to regroup. What Loughborough really want is a little bit of time on the ball for themselves, and what Bath want to do is play the territorial game that earned them the penalty. Great scrum from Loughborough. A lot of pressure on that.
Oh no, I think he's given a penalty against Andy Daniel there. I'm not quite sure what that was for, but the advantage has been handed back to Bath. They'll look to kick this one out.
Yeah, I think that was a binding offence.
Please explain to our audience what that involves.
Obviously, the scrum is an absolute machine. You've got 16 lads going face to face. Obviously, it's very dangerous. We've seen a number of incidents over the years where particularly front row forwards have been left paralysed. So what the International Rugby Board do it seems as though every year these days, introduce a set of rules just so we can have maximum impact but maximum safety at the same time.
We obviously have had an injury to a former Loughborough University player, Dan James, as has been mentioned in the programme. He suffered a spinal injury about a year ago now, and at the university today people have been collecting in aid of Spinal Research UK for Dan James. So it's important for the scrum to work properly, and it has been functioning well for both sides today.
Absolutely. Ooh, big collision there. The little man Collins at 10 trying to put in a big shot. Ball lost forward.
They weren't quite sure whether the whistle had gone, but it's a knock on. Let's have another look. But we've got
Phipps is down again.
He does look in some discomfort there. You can see he's getting attention. Let's have another look at that.
Yeah, we see it's getting a little bit loose. Phipps going in there.
It looks rather innocuous, that.
Yeah, I think he was just trying to put in a big shoulder there, trying to get a big collision. Unfortunately, didn't go his way, but we all know that shoulders can go at any time. Nice little switch inside from Bath there, but the little man, Steve Collins, trying to throw his weight around in midfield.
It doesn't look good for Jason Phipps, it must be said. It's a shoulder or collarbone injury by the looks of it, but he's getting to his feet. That's always good to see.
Yeah, that's.
He's not moving his arm too much. I think that's the end of his game. But
yeah,
you can hear from the Loughborough crowd. They're getting behind him. He's had a brilliant game, don't you think, Dave?
Yeah, he's. We see a close-up of him there. He's had a good game. He missed a couple of line-outs, but he's worked really hard in the loose. He's replaced by number 17 Tom Cobb, who will look to shore the line-out up and fill the big shoes that Fippo's left.
Teammates tapping him on the back there as he comes off the pitch. Tom Cobb, Canada under-21s player, so a wealth of experience, and also another Canadian player following on from Charlene Barter in the women's game, of course.
Yeah, rugby, of course, pretty big in Canada. We see Loughborough making inroads at the right-hand side that brought them so much success in the first half.
Storming run through.
Big
almost
carry
up to
there
the
from Tom Erpins.
Big good ball again there. A lot of the players going through the forwards at the minute. Loughborough
Yeah.
seem to have had most success in the backs, though. Why are they sticking to the forwards?
Well, I think it's been a little bit scrappy in the opening exchanges in the first half. They're just looking to go to their big ball carriers, your Falveys, your Hodgkins, your Erpins, just to sort of shore things up, just to tire the Bath boys
And
out.
now Loughborough do
Lovely
get
little
it right.
nudge there.
Dummy run through.
Oh,
it's not quite gone through. The ball's still live. Collins has picked it up, but he's been put into touch. He's almost gone through the gate there. But a fantastic little drubber kick there from him.
Yeah, Collins showing some of the flair that Mike Wernahm talked about in the studio earlier. I'm not entirely sure if it's the right time for that just yet. Just as I was saying, Loughborough were trying to sort of shore the game up with their forwards, and the cheeky little number 10 cuts loose with a little bit of flair. But yeah, as we can see, the competition is certainly back on. Loughborough, well, I'm not entirely sure what to say, to be honest. I mean, they're doing everything that they can to try and stop this Bath onslaught, but Bath really doing everything that they can to try and get back into it.
It's been a gripping first 50 minutes to this game. Absolutely fantastic rugby. If we take a look back at some of the other fixtures that Loughborough played against Bath this season, not in rugby, we can see that Loughborough generally tend to have the most success. If we look to the volleyball match on the 16th of February in the National Students' Cup, our women defeated Loughborough's women defeated Bath 3-2. The hockey, the men won the Booster Championship final 7-1. And Loughborough Lightning, of course, defeated Team Bath, who ended up the league winners by 41-27 in November. As we can see, the scrum on the Bath 22 here, Dave.
Barker, the Loughborough scrum half, not very happy at Rod Neve, his counterparts delaying of putting the ball in. It's been a pretty interesting competition so far, the scrum. Both teams have won a couple of the impacts. We've lost the ball for a second, but we're getting a good crowd shot. A lot of enthusiasm there from the crowd, who really need to G up this encounter, which, despite the big impact, is certainly lacking in any real excitement at the moment.
Yeah, you mentioned the crowd there. You see they like the ball, getting the ball there, get their hands on the ball, get a feel for rugby. A lot of the young kids in the stands, though. I mean, we saw earlier the tag rugby players. Is this the kind of game that captures the imagination of some of the crowd?
No, absolutely. I mean, Loughborough's a big rugby town. I mean, as is Bath, obviously, and a lot of the people in the stands will be students at Loughborough, rugby players themselves, and of course rugby fans. And these 30 players on show today will be looking to give the best possible representation of student rugby that they can.
Tom Cobb with his first liner doing an absolutely fantastic job. A brilliant pick up there, but Loughborough going deep into Bath territory. A lot of the second half has been played in this area. Very confident stuff from Loughborough University.
Yeah, the route one up the jumper stuff's working for them at the moment. They're keeping their hands on the ball, and I think possession's going to be key. I think they're going to try and wear the Bath players out and take it away from them in the second half.
Loughborough University 16 Bath 3.
Strong carry there from Kench, but a penalty to Bath.
Is it not rolling away? I think that penalty was for. Going back to the fixtures versus Bath, badminton seems to be one where there's been lots of competition. The men's second team have lost 5-3 in the Booster Trophy semi-finals. However, in the Booster finals, the men's team beat Bath. However, the women's team lost narrowly.
He's missed touch.
But he's missed touch with that penalty.
That's criminal.
You cannot do that. You cannot afford to do that at this level of rugby, Dave.
Especially when you've got someone who's having such a strong game like Grant Pointer running the ball back at you. Strong carry there, surging forward, Dan Falvey.
Brilliant play.
Another penalty.
Is there a free kick being given there? Surely the players are not 10 metres there, Dave.
No, I think they may have retreated. Good thinking from
but the ball's been kept
Barker.
live. But he's gone into touch. The players are chasing him back. I don't think they've heard the whistle there. Steve Collins recovering well. But brilliant defensive work to get back into touch. Quick thinking from Lewis Barker there, trying to get the game moving, trying to keep the game quick. And I think that's where Loughborough have been really strong so far in this game.
Yeah, Barker following in the footsteps of his brother Charlie, who was a half-back for Loughborough Rugby many years ago. He's gone to go quickly there, perhaps not the right thing to do. I mean, Bath dealt with that very well, and it was a good opportunity to get deep into the Bath half and launch an attack from there.
Tom Cobb, the Canadian hooker. He's come off the bench replacing the injured Jason Phipps. We hope Jason is alright, of course. Did look like quite a bad injury to him, but that line out has not gone to plan for Loughborough. Bath seem to have turned it over. Looking to play the ball forward with their backs. That has gone miles forward.
Looked forward,
and the
he's
referee
got away with that.
has blown up. It was an ambitious long pass there from Duncan Steele, but I think just a bit over-ambitious there.
Yeah, perhaps a bit over-ambitious, but I like that. I like the fact that Bath are chancing their arm, trying to get back into the game. We see the crowd there, obviously not that enthused by the fact that the camera's on them. Go on, boys, give us a wave. No, we see...
there we go.
There he goes, good. We see Bath trying to get back into the game, trying their hand, and at this stage, 13 points down, they're going to need something special to get back into it, and if they get a try on the board, who knows, Ben?
There we go, we got a wave of the camera woman there. Michelle's doing a very good job up there. She looks very cold.
Yeah, the camera crew doing a fantastic job of this live broadcast.
Scrum, this is the second time the scrum has not gone. Barker doesn't seem to be for hours. That scrum still stayed there. Falvey's doing a brilliant job. The ball's out. Well picked up there by number 7, Jamie Thompson. Driving forward now over the 10-metre line into the Bath territory. Quick ball from Barker there. He's found Collins. And a poor handling error. And now Bath have the chance to come and attack. Now's the chance when they really need to make these mistakes pay. But a bad offload again. Held up on the Loughborough 10-metre line.
Yeah,
Loughborough have got a chance to regroup now.
Great scrambling from Jamie Thompson there, the Loughborough number 7. He really has been everywhere, covered every blade of grass. What can be said though, Bath taking advantage. Another poor kick.
Poor kick. They've tried that a few times now. It's not quite come off. Obviously their coach at half-time has told them to stick with the tactics they were employing in the first half, but it's not quite paying off for them so far.
Yeah, it's gone. We've got a Bath player calling for attention here, taking a knee. I think we're going to have another stoppage in play. Yeah, Bath looking to get back into it, playing a little bit of territory. Loughborough themselves are the crowd going to try and get a Mexican wave going.
Again.
And that's time off from the referee.
The crowd have been absolutely magnificent. We saw in the women's game a rather feeble attempt at a Mexican wave, I think. They look very cold in the stands, but their enthusiasm hasn't wavered through this game, I don't think.
No, not at all. I mean, they've had a lot to cheer about. I mean, it's been a little bit stop-start, but the Loughborough backs have really put on a few fantastic moves. The game's not out of reach, so there'll be a little bit of tension. Bath will still fancy this, particularly as they've had a little bit of tension, little bit of pressure, little bit of territory, and they're going to sort of look to get a little bit of luck, because that's what it often takes to get back into a game like this.
The form books before this encounter told of a Loughborough walkover. It certainly hasn't been that way. We are about 20 minutes away from the end of this 4th annual varsity match. It's Loughborough 16, Bath 3. Bath have really acquitted themselves well so far, Dave.
Yeah, they've been fantastic. They've seemed to have lacked that cutting edge, but there's still plenty of time to go. If they can get a decent ball from this line out, then maybe they can build some pressure in the Loughborough 22.
I think from a neutral's point of view, a Bath try here would make for some very interesting viewing.
Oh, without a doubt.
And they've got a great line out there. Fantastic stuff from Alex Donaldson.
No, Andy Daniel getting a little bit of shoe pie there from the Bath forwards.
On the Loughborough 22. It's slow ball. The Loughborough forwards are trying their hardest.
Yeah, they've done a good job of slowing that down.
Now it's come loose. Now the backs get a chance. Duncan Steele on the ball, but it's gone up. I think that's a knock on there from Loughborough.
Ref's played on. I think Loughborough have turned that over.
And it's a penalty to Bath. Again, careless mistakes.
Lewis Barker not happy with that. We've seen him start to chirp up a little bit. Will that be something that the Bath players latch onto and try and get under his skin a little bit more?
It'll be interesting to see what Bath decide to do. They're going for the posts. 16-3 behind. They need at least 2 tries to get back into this game. It's an interesting one. They're looking to get points on the board, and hopefully only have to go for that one score, perhaps near the end of the game.
Well, there's about 20 minutes to go in this game. If Steele can slot this one, then that'll give them a lot of confidence. Just 10 points behind. I think Loughborough have been guilty of well, I don't know whether it's showmanship or not, but they've definitely taken their foot off the gas after they finished the first half so strong.
Important to remember, of course, Loughborough still haven't scored in this half. It's as much as their possession in the territory is counted, a few sloppy errors, as we saw from Bath in the first half, that cost them dearly. It's costing Loughborough dearly now. And we see Steele lining up this kick, looking confident, and putting that one straight through the uprights, nice and clean. Fantastic stuff there.
He'll be happy with that, because as much as you always expect to land one in front of the posts, when there's a little bit of distance on it, you may try and hit it a little bit too hard, and it'll be wayward either side. The crowd doing their best to put him off, a little bit of gamesmanship there, but as we can see, approaching the ball, lovely strike, straight through the uprights.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Almost didn't have the legs on there. Maybe it's just at the end of his range. We saw him miss a long one earlier on in the game. And now, with the restart, Bath collect a good ball again. Their confidence is growing with every minute that this game's on. And that looks like a very good kick. There, has it been kept into touch?
I don't know.
It's not. We've kept it on.
Falvey again.
Falvey doing the captain's job, doing the hard yards, but he's doing them well.
Yeah, that's what he does. Mike Wernahm in the studio mentioned earlier, Falvey loves to go forward. He'll always find the floor. He'll always play it quickly for his fellow forwards. Oh, another penalty, another opportunity.
Holding on to the ball on the ground. Jamie Thompson is guilty of that. It looks a long way out for Steele to kick this one, but he's having a go at it.
I think Steele will fancy this one, He just seems to be getting gradually further back.
About 3 metres behind the Loughborough 10-metre line. It's a long way out, but have you seen he's successful with his last 2 conversions? Forget the one in the first half from that really tight angle. He looks like he's on form.
Well, I mentioned in the first half that it'll be the team that keeps the coolest heads that wins this game. What we're seeing at the moment is Bath, cool heads, doing what they're good at. Loughborough, a little bit indisciplined, perhaps thought with the score at 16-0 at half-time that this game was over, but with the score potentially at 16-9, Bath are showing that it's certainly not.
16-9, of course, would reduce the deficit to 7 points, meaning a converted try would be enough to draw the game. The crowd are doing their best to put him off. It hasn't affected him so far as he looks up to strike this kick.
It's a good
struck
strike.
It well. And he struck it straight. That's an absolutely fantastic kick. He's getting better as this game goes on. Duncan Steele doing a magnificent job for Bath.
We'll see in the replay if we get one. Different technique here. He's really put a lot of effort into that. Fantastic strike. He'll be happy with that one, and Bath will just look to keep getting the penalties.
Duncan Steele, the inside centre, of course, made his England students debut against France in February last year. Hit 2 conversions and 2 penalties in the varsity match last year. So like Maguire, he's one of the experienced players, and you can tell his cool head and his experience is really counting now.
Oh, he's clearly one of their go-to boys. It's very important now if Loughborough are to win this game that they sort of bounce back very quickly, because Bath are doing all the work at the moment.
And another mistake from Loughborough. The mistakes are creeping in. We can see shaking the head there. We're just hearing through our ear that the Bath player that had to come off has broken his jaw. A bruising encounter. Really feeling the pain now.
We're also hearing that, unfortunately, Jason Phipps, who went off for Loughborough, looked like he was having trouble with his shoulder. He had a broken collarbone. So we'd like to wish both of those players a very speedy recovery.
Thanks to Scotty Reynolds there, our touchline reporter, providing us with all of the information. Great work, Scott. While we were talking about that, Loughborough did a brilliant job to turn the scrum round. They now have the put-in. They now have the advantage in the Bath half.
Yeah, sort of going back to those lads' unfortunate injuries just shows how brutal this game is. I mean, we've seen the tackles, but you watching it up here, you really can't tell exactly how physical it is down there.
Both of those guys are on their way to hospital. We wish them the speediest of recoveries. And Dan Falvey there we see after that scrum doing the yards that we've seen him do time and time again, and he's doing it really well. Steve Collins with the inside ball, broken through the tackle there. Number 13, Ollie Mansbridge, trying to bring him down, but now the Loughborough forwards are piling through. Tom Cobb urging his side on. Barker with the quick ball, going down the right wing. Nice inside pass, and Thompson spilt it, but we're going back for the penalty.
Yeah, good chance for Loughborough here to get 3 more points on the board. We see Jamie Thompson there spilling the ball forward. He's had a nightmare 5 minutes, to be honest, giving away the 1 penalty, then spilling the ball here. I hope he doesn't let that get to him. This is a big opportunity for Collins to cool Loughborough nerves, because they're clearly feeling it out there.
25 minutes gone in the second half of this match. Steve Collins has a chance to put Loughborough 10 points to the good. They still have yet to get on the scoreboard in this second half. Not for the want of trying, but Bath have just been a bit better than them in this half, I think.
Oh, absolutely. But Steve's a wily old head. He plays up in Rochdale. Interestingly enough, spent his first year at the university playing in the IMS competition for Towers before securing his position in the first team. Looks a good strike.
Straight through the middle there.
No, I think he's missed that to the right, unfortunately.
Now, for those of you that are watching that don't know what IMS is, it is the sport played between the halls at the university, just proven to show how competitive Loughborough sport is, that a player can play for the hall and move his way right up to the elite level of Loughborough sport.
Yeah, we just see he's trying to put that one through the sticks a little bit too hard. Pushed it to the right. Big let off for Bath. They're still in this, just a converted score behind.
It's an interesting thing just coming through from Scotty, our sideline reporter. Jason Phipps, who we believe has broken his collarbone, is refusing to go to hospital. Such is the tension on this game.
Lovely offload from Falvey.
Mike Cody running along the left wing there. It's the first time we've really seen him in this game.
Yeah, really opened up, and a penalty again.
Brilliant
to
play.
Loughborough.
Mike Cody running along the left wing. It's the first time we've really seen him get involved in this game, but he's made an instant impact.
Yeah, Bath players diving in there. I'm not sure if Jason Phipps is trying to make himself a bit of a hero hard man, but he's actually decided he's just gone to the ambulance to get patched up.
What's a broken collarbone after all day?
Broken collarbone, indeed. Loughborough, in fact, opting to go for the corner as opposed to the sticks here, which is a very brave move, but they obviously fancy the pushover try, really to extend the lead.
Perhaps Steve Collins not feeling confident after missing that last one.
Maybe not, but maybe Loughborough with the lead, feeling that territory is more important.
But Dan Falvey at the back there, recovering the poor line-out throw from Tom Cobb, just a little bit too hard. We can see Loughborough probably going to try and push this forward with their forwards.
Yeah. Really important here, for the first time we're really going to see Bath's tight defence tested. If they've got any chance of winning this game,
it's a penalty against
fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. They've done hugely well there to snuff out the Loughborough attacking opportunity.
And we're just hearing through our ear the most important player. We were talking about him before the match. Rydia Maguire was indeed the player that came off the pitch with the broken jaw. We wish him all the best at hospital, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. The former Wales Schools scrum half there. He's a really influential figure for Team Bath. However, they have really flourished in his absence. The rest of the boys doing him proud.
Scotty Reynolds, pitch side for us, doing an absolutely fantastic job down there. Brilliant line out there from Bath. Really, the pressure was on them there.
Yeah, the Bath set piece really coming together. I think it's been the difference in the second half. The reason Bath have come back into this game is because their set piece has really started to flourish.
On the Bath 22, we can see they're driving it forward with the forwards. Both benches are getting very steamy, very heated. The tension of the Real Varsity match, and there you can see the tension slicing the kick, and it looks like one player's gone down. I think that's Falvey that's gone down there.
I think that might be a tactical injury from Falvey, actually. Maybe feeling the pace a little bit. We're hearing that both benches are on their feet. It's getting very tense. Bath clearly fancy this. There's a lot of shouting, a lot of verbal, and it looks like we're in for an absolutely fantastic last 15 minutes or so.
For all of Bath's effort, there's one thing that they don't have in this match, and that is the superb partisan crowd. You can hear for yourselves the incredible support from Loughborough's crowd. And it looks like it's a penalty. There was a free kick there. There we go.
Yeah, Bath looking to spread it early on.
But not made the most of that. Not much ground made up from their own 22.
No, but Bath looking to build through the phases, which is something they didn't do in the first half, and I think it's really paying dividends for them. Oh, he's broken the tackle of Collins.
Breakaway there. Loughborough looking to set themselves up. Good lines there. Now they spread it wide from Bath. Duncan Steele, the brilliant chip over the top. Is a Bath player on the end of that. We're going. He's missed the tackle. Brilliant
Great
challenge
offload.
by Falvey.
Another challenge from
Collins.
Collins.
Looks like he's one in there. That was a fantastic challenge. Just when it started to look really dangerous, and there's a clear knock on there. Right in front of the benches, Falvey. And I think that's Ian Ashcroft-Lee there.
Kench
squaring
also.
Up. And now the tension's starting to build. You could cut it with a knife out there. Falvey maybe just starting to lose his head.
Kench.
Maybe the real sense of occasion.
Kench and Falvey for Loughborough. Ashcroft-Lee we could see.
Here we see a fantastic challenge by Steve Collins. And here we go.
Yeah, we see there Falvey putting the shoulder in. Number 8 there, Tom Booth against his opposite number. Obviously delighted that he got selected for England students above his counterpart. At the moment, it seems as though Falvey, as Loughborough captain, is having the last laugh. But who knows with the way this game is going.
Here we see one of the players down there with cramp. This game really is testing the players to their physical limits. They have given absolutely everything to the cause, and this is the time when it really makes the difference. This is when the legs start to hurt, the lactic acid builds up, and this is where the game could be won or lost, Dave.
Yeah, we see Erpins down there with cramp. Loughborough's defence holding it well, but Bath really showing their class towards the latter stages of this game.
Moving it through the backs quite nicely.
Fantastic break
Giles
there.
Pryor's done
Go
really
on,
well.
Pryor.
The crowd are urging him on. It's been a brilliant pass. Well done from right there. He's kept the ball live. Now Loughborough look to drive it forward, deep into the Bath 22. The crowd are going absolutely ballistic on that far side. They're really fired up for this.
Bath have slowed that down well.
But Loughborough have the penalty. A fantastic break, moving it from their own 22.
Just
really
as
quickly.
I said that Bath have stifled the Loughborough's backs threat, Giles Pryor, the outside centre, has made a fantastic break. I think we've got the replay coming up.
Let's have another
look. Yeah,
look
we
at this.
see him. Oh, we don't quite see Pryor breaking the tackle, but we see Andy Wright, the right winger, great support play again that earned him that try in the first half. Bath forced to slow the game down. Unfortunately for them, conceding a penalty, but a penalty is certainly better than 5, possibly 7 points at this stage of the game.
Loughborough really do have to make the most of this. Here we can see the bench all on their feet, all completely on edge. They want to be out there on that pitch, but only the 15 players from Bath can make the difference. Loughborough are going to do everything in their powers to prevent Bath getting back into this game, and at the moment they're right where they want to be.
Yeah, we can see the crowd really getting behind the Loughborough boys. They don't want to see the Bath lot come and snatch victory on their home patch. This really is where all the pride comes into play.
Here's the line out from Cobb. Brilliant take there. Moving the ball. Now the forwards. The crowd are driving them on. They're going over the line. Oh, they did. It's a try for Loughborough. That could be the one that kills Bath off. A fantastic move. All from the line out from Tom Cobb. A brilliant catch from Jamie Thompson. And then the drive forward over the line. There the Loughborough crowd are going wild. What a move.
I've criticised Tom Cobb for his line-outs, but this was spot on. I'm just going to be interested to see if the ball travels forward here. Yeah, oof.
It's a close one there.
I
the
think
forwards
maybe
are driving them on. It's impossible to see who's got the touchdown there.
Maybe if they could have gone to the eye in the sky, that might not have been allowed, because the ball certainly travelled forward. But that will not bother the Loughborough boys one bit. They will be delighted with that.
The referee was right on the spot there. He saw nothing in it. He didn't have the view that we did. But the crowd going absolutely mental in the stands and all around this pitch. And now Steve Thompson can really put the game beyond Bath.
Yeah, Collins with the opportunity.
Collins even.
Collins with the opportunity to put Loughborough 14 points ahead. Unfortunately unsuccessful. Still, after all their hard graft, it's a long way back for Bath now. Things getting heated, the atmosphere is electric, and the crowd are loving it. Yeah, never quite had the legs on Collins's kick there.
Moving into the last 10 minutes of this brilliant encounter between two of the best sporting universities in the country. Just to give you a gauge on how good these universities are, Loughborough and Bath both absolutely streets ahead in the Booster Championships. We saw a couple of substitutions there.
Yeah, I think both Loughborough's half-backs are being substituted. Tom Rogers will be coming on at standoff.
A fantastic game from both those players there.
Yeah.
And we're back underway. Duncan Steele getting the game on, but he's gone straight into touch. That is a bad error at this time of the game. Bath need the possession, and they've just handed it back to Loughborough on the halfway line.
That's a big blow for the Blue and Golds after working so hard to get back into the game. Loughborough showing the forward power that we talked about with them playing open age rugby all season. They'll just look to carry on doing a lot of the same, Loughborough. They'll look to just see this game out now, I think.
There's a fatal error from Bath, and we can see on the halfway line just what that has meant. Number 23 putting the ball into the scrum there. Bath really putting the squeeze on. Fantastic scrummaging from Bath, but illegally so.
Offside.
Was that driving the scrum up?
Oh, driving up, yeah.
Doing really well. And now the break's on.
Yeah, the new half-back pairing of Hood and Rogers will be looking to really see this game out for Loughborough.
Number 19, Mike McFarland, one of the only first years in this team, part of the Harlequins Academy. He's doing sports science with management here at the university. He'll be looking to get his hands on the ball nice and early and make a really big difference to this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think at this stage now, Bath
players have ripped the ball clear there, but are they going through? Number 23 driving on there. And the ball's out already.
It's getting a little bit scrappy.
Oh, what a fantastic. Nearly worked. But now Bath have the opportunity to break. And I think he's not quite gone into touch. There is a whistle has already blown. Well,
yeah,
this game's really started to get quite tasty.
It has, yeah, very tasty indeed. It's important that the Bath don't let their heads drop, because they've been an absolute credit to themselves in the second half and really looked at one stage like they were going to go all the way. Loughborough have literally had the one attacking opportunity and they made that count. But after that nightmare kick-off following the try, it's really important that Bath keep their heads up, finish this game strong. They're still not out of it by any stretch.
Not long to go here in the 4th annual varsity match. We are live on the first 15 rugby pitch here at Loughborough University. 4,000 sellouts, and it's been an absolutely cracking match for them to watch.
A rear error there from Falvey.
And now Bath have the chance to attack down that left wing. The whistle has gone again. Was he already put in touch, perhaps?
Yeah, I think that's a Loughborough throw-in. But like we see, Sam Beckett
Small
on in the front row.
into the game there.
It's only natural. It's been such a physical encounter, particularly for the forwards. Falvey there, not quite gathering after a lot of pressure from the Bath scrum. Lucky to get away with it. Loughborough throw-in.
How long will it take the players to recover after such a tough encounter like this one?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure we'll see most of them at the Union tonight.
We do like a good party here at Loughborough University, and I'm sure tonight.
Oh, big shot there from Bath 17.
But the ball
fantastic offload from Kench though.
Falvey looks like, I think that might have been Thompson keeping the ball live, but now Loughborough moving quick ball just like they're good at. And brilliant hands, absolutely fantastic stuff from Patrick Diaz. There's Mike Cody bringing it on the line. It's taken 3 players to bring him down.
Club chairman there, Cy Lilly, on the wing I believe, but he's wearing the number 2 shirt as a substitute.
The number 2 shirt obviously belonging to Jason Phipps, who we believe has dislocated his shoulder. He's refused to go to hospital though. He's there on the sideline cheering his friends, his colleagues and his workmates on. Let's have another look at that.
Yeah, as we can see, Loughborough really trying to find the gaps here. Tom Rogers trying to put Lilly through a hole. Unfortunately, couldn't quite gather it, and left his mate Mike Cody to deal with the scraps. That's what we like to see, though. But that isn't what we like to see.
It looks like maybe a neck injury there. I can't quite make out who that is on the ground there.
That's Tom Erpins, the number 3.
Tom Erpins, the prop.
It's Giles Pryor.
We have just been conned over by our studio guest. It's Giles Pryor on the ground.
All these look-alike head guards. It's difficult to tell.
It's not easy from up here, but Giles Pryor, he does look very seriously injured there. The break in the game does give us a chance to regroup and recap the action from this brilliant match so far.
Yeah, I think it might be time to talk about man of the match. I mean, there are a lot of candidates. For Bath, I think Duncan Steele has really sort of got them back into contention with the boot. I think he's been their best player. Rydian Maguire unfortunately went off injured, but I thought he had a few cover tackles that kept them in it. In terms of,
we like to see that.
Yeah, walking off.
He looks winded, but the crowd are cheering him on. They know the effort that Pryor's put into this match. They recognise the support, and the players are appreciative of that support as well. In terms of man of the match, the Loughborough players, Grant Pointer has been absolutely fantastic with the boot. Andy Wright down the right wing, of course, as well. Lewis Barker and Jason Phipps have been brilliant. And Dan Falvey at number 8. He's really played a captain's game.
Yeah, took the words right out of my mouth, really. I mean, Lewis Barker made things happen. Steve Collins tried a little bit of flair. I think for his graft, for 80 minutes, the way he's led his team, Dan Falvey, the captain, my man of the match.
There you have it. The LSUTV man of the match from Dave Rogers is Dan Falvey, the captain of the Loughborough side. He's in his 3rd year. He has played for Cardiff Blues. Apparently he's the loudest player in the team. He does suffer from nerves before the match, apparently. But he's really proved his worth for the side here today. And I think he's absolutely deserving of that, Dave. Good choice.
Yeah, we see him filling in at 6.
There's Mike McFarland with a good break, but he's given the offload straight to a Bath player, just fresh onto the pitch. And it's a penalty to Loughborough. Another mistake from Bath. Surely they have to kick this one. The dying seconds of this match, and it's a Simbin.
Simbin.
Stamping.
Excessive use of the boot.
That's, well, we saw one, Charlene Barter, in the first match, getting Sinbinned, and now that is the end of his game, obviously with time running out as it is. That's
huge.
We didn't actually catch that on camera, and hopefully we can catch another replay of that. But stamping, and the referee obviously saw an infringement in there, and he's decided it was enough to send the player from the field there, Dave.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a rough enough game as it is without the foul play.
Here we go. Let's have another look at this. See if we can spot it here.
No.
There we can see, just at the back of that maul.
Yeah, the referee was in the perfect spot. Loughborough have gone for the corner. Very, very ambitious play, looking to really finish this game in style, looking to give the crowd what they want. TR-wise.
TR-wise indeed, Dave Rogers. A line out deep in Bath
yeah,
territory.
Looks
it's a
like
brilliant
they're going
stuff.
For the catch
Cobb's
and drive.
done really well. Looks like McFarlane's there holding the ball up.
Yeah,
We've
got
seen
the
this before. They're driving.
Well
Bath
held.
doing
Bath
their
doing
best.
well. Are they over
They're
the
pushing
line?
Him there. It's being held up. I think they might have to recycle that.
Big effort from
and
Bath
now tight on that touchline there.
Huge defensive effort from
Brilliant
Bath.
Effort from Bath. We've seen Loughborough do that tactic a couple of times now, and done it to very good effect as well, Dave.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we talked at the beginning about Loughborough's physical dominance up front. Bath proved there, right at the end of the game, that they are not afraid, that they have got a fantastically strong pack that are a match for anyone in student rugby.
Another line out again. It's gone long over the top.
Ooh,
and
Falvey going in for the big
tackle from Thompson
bell ringer
there at the back. Loughborough really putting the pressure on Bath at the end of this game. No respite at all. Lily couldn't quite keep the game. And that's full time. Loughborough University have won the 4th annual varsity match by 21 points to 9. A truly memorable encounter. This game has had absolutely everything. We've had drama, we've had tension, we've had injuries, and we've had magnificent drives. Dave Rogers, give us your summary.
Absolutely fantastic. I think it was all about Pointer in the first half. He was magnificent, really controlled things from deep. Bath found it really difficult to control him. Once they got back into the game, their forward pack asserted themselves. They kicked penalties. Steele's boot was fantastic. Unfortunately, he missed a couple that would have got them right back into contention. Everything went well for Loughborough, except for that little dip in the second half. I thought the captain, Dan Falvey, carried them forward all day. When the backs were up against the wall, he was the one that dragged them out of the mire, and then they finished strong with a try, with the penalty, 21 points to 9. Fair result. Bath can be very proud, but Loughborough finished the season on a high.
Good to see that the crowd have stuck with Loughborough and Bath University. It's important to remember that they came here for a game of rugby, not just to cheer on, and I think Bath have earned their place on the pitch. They were underdogs coming into the game, but they have acquitted themselves magnificently.
Oh, certainly. I mean, if you look back at the results, they really have had a few pace stints in their league this year. Hartbury, who are the Booster champions, and rightly so, really gave them an absolute beating a couple of times. But you can see the mutual respect for the boys there as Loughborough give the 3 cheers to their Bath counterparts. The blue and golds come a long way to the Midlands today and have acquitted themselves fantastically well. 21 points to 9. Unfortunately, they lacked that cutting edge. Never really looked like scoring a try, but they were always kept in touch by the boot of Steele. Loughborough's class in the backs making a couple of differences for them to get the overall win.
This has been billed as the Real Varsity, and I think no other varsity match on the planet can match the drama and the excitement that we have had here today on the first 15 pitch. There you can see it on the screen, 21 points to 9, a brilliant encounter. The presentation looks like it's just about to take place on the pitch. The memorable moments from the match, it started off very poorly from Bath's point of view, giving away 2 sloppy penalties as Pointer slotted them home. Then we saw a brilliant breakaway try from Tom Aston and Wright moving along, so 16-0 at half-time. After the break, Bath did a brilliant job with 3 penalties and then a pushover try. We couldn't quite see where it was, but a fantastic line-out. From Dave Rogers and myself, Ben Croucher, here at the first 15 pitch at Loughborough University. Back to Warren in the studio.
Mike, you said it was going to be won by 30 points. I gave you the chance to stick or twist. What you obviously meant is that it would be an addition equal 30 points, yeah? 21-9 there for Loughborough.
30 points tonight.
Well, you did.
No, it was a completely different second half. I thought Bath really stepped up. It was like a completely different team in the second half. Maybe an element of complacency from the Loughborough team. Just seemed to have a different ball game. First 20 minutes it was a brand new game all over again, and we just really didn't turn up. The last bit, like I said at half time, all we had to do was start getting the mauls and try and start to be a bit more physical and try and attempt to bully Bath. We scored the driven line out. We almost had another one at the end. I just think it took too long for us to realise that we were going to break them down better that way.
We've got the guys having the presentations now. Rogers and Crouch in the commentary box, giving it to Grant Pointer possibly for their man of the match. Who would you give it to today?
I think they actually gave it to Dan Falvey, and in attack I thought Falvey played really well. I don't think Grant played the full game, so it'd have been a bit unfair to give it to him, although he did have a blinding game. I think Fowles might have been a fair shout for keeping the squad all together. Look how happy
nice
they are
celebrations
now.
there. Well, they do deserve it, don't they? It was a fantastic effort from them. As we said, they came out of the blocks excellently, and a great finish for a season. It's a champagne moment.
Yeah, definitely. Like you say, it's a long old season. As I said earlier, we're early August, and it's times like this, especially after last week, the loss. It was really important. If we'd have been offered a 1-point win today, I guarantee they'd have took it. So a win's a win, and it's a nice end to a really long season.
Yeah, I think we're going to hand back to the pitch now and have a closer look at what's going on on the pitch. So a little clip there of Jason Phipps there. Apparently, he didn't want to go to hospital. Is that because he's got an eye on later on this evening, or do you reckon he just wanted to carry on with the celebrations?
Yeah, I think he didn't want to leave the boys. He wanted to make sure that the job was done. He's a little terrier, wants to prove to everyone how hard he is. But yeah, also he wants to get to the party and later on, no doubt. He loves a little social, does our Jason.
Oh, absolutely. Okay, word on Bath. How are they going to be feeling now? Unfortunately for them, 4th year in a row.
Yeah, I know overall that Loughborough won 2-1 as well in in the wider scales of sports. I think the actual rugby team, they can't be too upset. I mean, they must have been a little bit nervous thinking Loughborough got to the final of Busa. They'd have known about our league reputation and what we've been doing on the Saturdays. Second half, they were the better team for the first 25 minutes of the second half, so they've got some positives there. From what I've heard, they've not got too many finalists in their squad, so it's something for them to develop on for next season.
No, but they did have a few England students players in there, and their captain Ridgie and Maguire obviously having to go off with that broken jaw suspected. And strangely enough, that seemed to G up his side, didn't it? Like you said, they came back in that second half really, really raring to go. Yeah, things seem to change for some reason. I think their bench, definitely some of their bigger boys that they brought on made some really big hits when they brought them on. So yeah, they seem to have a good squad. There was no decrease in performance at all from either teams. So the two quality universities with two really good rugby teams, and it was a very close game. We saw in the women's game, it went from Bath in the first half to Loughborough in the second half. Geraint Davies, in that case, having a good chat to his Loughborough ladies on that occasion. This match, men's, Loughborough in the first half, Bath, absolutely fantastic second half there. Head coach there, Mark Davies, will obviously have said something to G his team up. Yeah, like I said, they really seem to wake up and switch on in the second half, the Bath team. Again, it could have been the complacency from Loughborough in the second half. To start with, Loughborough, yeah, they did dominate, and it did look like it was going to be quite a big win towards the end, but fair play to Bath, they came out and they did a completely different job in the second half, and I'm sure they're going to have a good night tonight. I've heard they're staying around Loughborough, most of them, so yeah, I'm sure they'll have a good time. Yeah, just seeing the end of the shots there. The crowd had their part to play as well, as we can see there on the screen. Not really much life left on the ground, but obviously Loughborough, fantastic to come out to their own ground. 4,000 Loughborough spectators out there. Yeah, it's a great occasion, and especially for them boys that are leaving this year, who've done so much for the club. Jamie Thompson, Ian Ken, Shandy Daniels, just a few names to mention. That's definitely going to be one of their highlights of their careers for Loughborough. So, like I said, the main thing was that they won, and they did that so they can go out on a high note. Yeah, and it was Duncan Steele actually that got them back in the game. Bath after with the boot hit the inside centre there. 9 points he grabbed there, and a real jet through to get back into the game. Loughborough, on the other hand, looked like they were out of it until that run from Giles Pryor that came in later that ended up in the line out. Like I said earlier on before the kick-off, he's one of them players that can just make something out of nothing. He's a really electric, great running player. And going back to the kicker, yeah, you could see his confidence straight away, taking a field goal from the halfway line. So you've got to have a funny feeling that he's got a bit of confidence in his ability. Fair play, he knocked up 9 points for himself, and they're all quality strikes. Seems to have a good technique, as the old commentators seem to keep highlighting. But yeah, fair play to him, he did well. And as it started out in the first half, lots of errors. Perhaps the guys getting a little frustrated, and a few spats came out of that continued in the second half as well, didn't it? Yeah. There was Kenchi getting in with the old right hook. Yeah, you notice Fowles and Kench, as soon as either one of them gets into any trouble, they're like a little pair of brothers, them two. It's the Loughborough way, and I'm sure Bath are the way. It's one in and all in, any problems, and they're all there for each other. So it's been like that for the 3 years that I've been in it. I'm sure it'll go on forever. Yeah. But after that run from Gilo, it came down to the line out. Tom Cobb, who came on for Phipps after his injury, looked susceptible to a bad line out every time they lined up. And in the end, it was that great line and a fantastic driving maul to get the try and get back a good lead. Exactly. He threw a line out before it, and I think it was that one that didn't go straight. Top effort from Cobby to calm down, handle the pressure. I think it got down to Kenshi, just playing under unbelievable amounts of pressure, and he nailed it. We got a try from it in the end, so worked out. I guess that you will know that as being a player yourself. That's exactly the kind of practice that you do. That set pieces hour by hour every training session, isn't it? It's the same for the kickers. It's the same for the scrum halves with the passing. It's just the practice, and when it's going bad, just practicing even more. Wind, rain, crowd behind you. You've just got to try and get used to these things. And in that one occasion, it worked out for Cobby, and he nailed it. All right. So it's been a fantastic day. Let's be honest with that. So David Wallace quoted as saying sport is the theatre without a script. Have you been well entertained today, Mike? Yeah, it's come out from a Loughborough point of view, it's come out on a positive.
It's been entertaining. More importantly for me, it's the boys that are leaving us. They got the win in a rugby sort of thing. They're really good friends in this squad, and the last thing we would have wanted is them to be going on a loss.
And that was something that actually, not just Dan Falvey said in his piece as well, but it wasn't in the Veterans of Varsity piece, but they were saying how much camaraderie is in that team. They're all mates, that they don't mind getting up for 7 o'clock in the morning to do a gym session just because they know that they're going to have some more good times with their mates on the field as well.
Yeah, exactly. And some of the best times that we've had is probably in the gym at 7 o'clock in the morning. Someone coming home with a brand new haircut that's absolutely disgusting. Or
Tom Cubb. What was that? Can I just say today? He definitely didn't have that last Wednesday.
No, he definitely didn't. He's done that on purpose, I think. But yeah, from a game on a Saturday, we'd have had a night out, and then we know we'll have weights on a Monday morning first thing. And they all want to get in there just to see everyone again, get their little chats going and see what happened over the weekend. Any stories that might have prevailed.
Yeah. And let's give credit to Bath. You're saying a few of those guys are actually going to stay up tonight and carry on the festivities that, I know that you and I experienced the last one when we went down to Bath for last year. It was a fantastic evening down there. And I'm sure Loughborough will host the Bath guys and the Bath ladies as well after they play.
Yeah, sure. We're all going to get straight into the union, have a few social drinks and see what happens. But the more the merrier. It's been a great game. There was a few little scuffles, no proper fighting, a little bit of stamping with the yellow card. All in all, it was a fairly nice game. So I'm sure they'll get on more than all right.
And I mean, mate, I know you were here in the studio and you weren't too happy with some of your guys playing, and you didn't mind the odd spat from Kenchi, but will you be shaking some hands in the union tonight?
Yeah, definitely. You're going to get me into trouble there, mentioning his name. But yeah, it's one of them things, and we all have our on and off days. No one was shocking, no one was outstanding. We did what we had to do, and that was to get the W. That's the main thing. Put on, as you talk in terms of a performance, we put it on for the crowd. They seem to love it. There's plenty of noise, great support again, just like when they were at Twickenham last week. Brilliant.
All right, well, I think we've got Scotty actually with a Bath player and his reaction after the game.
Here I am again at pitchside, guys, and what a night it has been. I'm here with two of the finest athletes we've seen this evening. It's Nemo and Stevie here at pitchside. How'd the game go, Nemo?
It's hard work, big boys, the Loughborough lads. They sort of came at us. We knew we were in a game straight away. Went in at half time and had a fucking bit of a rollicking, came out strong and took it to them, and you could see that 3 quick penalties sort of on the trot, and then we had game on. Sort of weather a bit dismal, so then it just fell away really.
Was it the result you expected at the end of the first half?
No, not at all. We're very confident in ourselves at the beginning of the day, and even sort of the way that we played throughout the first half. We knew it was going to be a hard game, but they took it to us. I thought we took it to them as well.
Thank you. And how about you? How do you think the game went?
We had a good first half. We started really well, got out of the blocks well, got off to a good lead, and then going into half time, 16-0. We thought we'd come out of the blocks like the same in the second half, but we just didn't really get going. Maybe we got a little bit complacent, and to be fair to the Bath lads, they fucking came, swearing on their live, they came at us and hit us hard, and then those 3 penalties, and then we were in trouble then. But we steadied the ship a little bit, and we got the win in the end, but the conditions didn't make it easy out there. It was
How were the crowd?
Oh, the crowd were brilliant, yeah. Yeah, they all got behind us and everything. When we needed it, they were there singing along. Yeah, it was great support from both sides.
Right, well, thank you very much, guys. It's winding down now here, guys, and what can I say? It has been an absolutely phenomenal evening. I've thoroughly enjoyed myself, and I know everyone else has enjoyed themselves. Thank you very much, Ori. See you later.
Thanks, Scotty. Brothers in arms there, those two guys, Nevo and Stevie Collins.
Yeah, definitely. Both Rochdale boys, both very good friends of mine. They're absolutely great characters together. Again, the thing with rugby, you meet new friends, them two have been together for ages, so I'm sure they'll lead the festivities tonight.
Yeah. And just give us an idea about the whole event of the Real Varsity. Dave said, obviously, earlier in the day that it's, there's no friendly between these two guys. On the pitch, that's the case, but after it and the whole thing and the build up to it and afterwards, it's just a fantastic day to be involved, isn't it?
Yeah, certainly. Within any sport, as soon as you cross the line or whatever it is onto the pitch, you have no friends apart from your 15 people that are next to you in the shirt. It's exactly the same with that in rugby. And as soon as the final whistle's gone, that's it. Everything's over. If you've had a little bit of a punch up, then it's all over with in most occasions, most times. hopefully tonight anyway.
Well, cue that actually. I think we've got some shots of the guys getting frisky, let's say, in the negative side of the word. Actually, pretty fierce at times during the game. So we'll catch a few clips of that during the game. But yeah, let's have a look at that right now.
Nice little shoe there.
Well, that's what it's all about. And if you get the wrong side of the breakdown, it's what's going to happen, isn't it?
No, it's good from Daniels. He's slowing it down there. He's just taking one for the team. Hodgie as well. But it's one thing Bath did really well today. They just sort of like lying on the floor. It's cheating, but they got away with it. They did really well.
And that's it exactly. You said it actually at half time that you wanted the Loughborough forwards to get in their faces. Yeah. It was Bath in the end that actually did it.
Yeah, like Bath stepped up. It was a completely different team in that second half. They really took it to Loughborough, which is strange, Loughborough being at home as well. But it was a great contest, evenly matched, and both teams put on some good rugby at times.
Word on the women's game earlier. That one finishing, was it 19?
You're the man with the stats.
That's a very good question. I think it was 19-0 to Loughborough. And an excellent start to the day in rugby terms. A great crowd out there as well. And Loughborough, in the end, getting the better of Bath on that occasion as well.
Yeah, it's good. It's just good. Loughborough as a club in itself, the men and women are quite close. We share socials at times. We're always in the union, pretty similar together. A couple of the boys and girls have had a few little moments together. But yeah, it's brilliant. It's just what Loughborough needs, and it's what we're going to continue to do, hopefully, with the coaching setting that we've got, with the players that we continue to get. Special mention to Mike McFarlane coming on. He's had a great season as a fresher. Hopefully the rest of them will come through because we've got some really good freshers this year.
That's right, yeah. The guys said a word of that. They have a really great intake and a good foundation to build on next year.
Yeah, definitely. And to be honest, it's as if they've been here for like 2 or 3 years. Just the camaraderie between the squads. Obviously when they first come, it's freshers. Until the initiations are out the way, they have their little ways, and it's brilliant. And they've just settled in so quickly, and it's perfect.
That's excellent. And word on the futsal match, 3-2 to Bath. Probably the only thing they'll walk away with today.
Well played to Bath, shame about the rugby.
Excellent. All right, well, after Bath began the day winning the futsal match in the afternoon, a fantastic evening of rugby saw Loughborough win in the women's match earlier, and we've just witnessed a real cracker of a match in the men's game. Loughborough coming out on top. It's the end of the night. I'd like to say thank you to my 2 guests this evening, Tom Woolrich earlier in the night and Mike Wernahm, and all those responsible for making this evening such an outstanding success. That's all of you. You know who you are. Loughborough too strong for Bath on 2 out of the 3 fixtures this evening. Did they ever really think they'd overturn the mighty on their own turf? Well, they made a good go of it. Maybe next year. Thanks very much for watching from me and from all the LSUTV broadcast team. Take care and good night.